let fear decide your fate. You don't choose which path to take alive. In life, I'm finally letting go of everything that still holds me. I'm against all odds, but I won't give up, 'cause it's my time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, and no one back me down. Destiny is calling high and high. I'm not afraid to fight for everything I love. Victory is on my side. The more we lose, the more we gain. The more that nothing stays the same. In time, can't love ever, can't forget. What you see is what you get. Sometimes, gonna show the world tonight. The light that shines inside us. We're against all odds, but we won't give up, 'cause it's our time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one back us down. Destiny is calling high and high. We're not afraid to fight for everything we love. Victory is on our side. Takiki-takiki-takita. 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 I feel it deep flowing through my blood, rising up to become someone, and taking it all on my own. What a sweet victory, and taking all of my control, awaken something deep in me.
Like flames, feel it burning inside. Take a hold in pursuit of the prize. I've been told ain't no way to survive, keeping all of this fire that's locked up inside. When this is the time, enter the ring. All those mental chemicals doing their thing. I got flashes of battles inside of my dreams. I was made for this moment. At least now it seems like it's time to come face to face with your fear. Been battling reasons for all of the years, and I learned how to fight them with style and grace no one's ever encountered. You say it's amazing, I'ma come out swinging when they open the gate. Go ahead, call passion, I'm calling it rage. I'm taking what's mine like I already own it. Watch but don't blink, going here to the moment.
The sky rain down into the madness that's all around. Go on, tell 'em who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell 'em who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment, the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell 'em who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell 'em who you are, you are, you are, you are.
My name is honor, my name is king, my name is champion, my name is strength.
Tell 'em who you are.
My name is Pentakill, you think it's strange? My name keep ringing inside of your brain.
I hear it every night. It's to the moment the sky rain down. It's to the madness that's all around. So tell 'em who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell 'em who you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rain In this world, all it was in this world, all it was in this call out my name, cut through the sound of the rain. No matter how I feel the flame, you know I feel the darkness and the pain. All of the ways we tried to break free from the night. You know we made it out, we found the light. I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new vibrant world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Now I see that I got everything I need. It's alright, I'm on fire, I'm alive, 'cause now I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new colorful world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Never thought we'd get this far, burning like the stars. How we get this far, like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world.
Turn it back. Gear up, hold a weapon, getting ready, coming down. Pay attention to the challenge, tell me where you from. Gotta be tough, gotta be strong, gotta be savage like animal. Every time you tryna push me down. Look at me, I'll be lying down when I run, it'll make time, I'll catch up. Watch out, it's better for you, got mercy. Look at me, I'll be rising. Carry the season, these are the time down, gonna weather. You never hesitate for another moment, but my bones golden.
I'm invincible, just let him know. I can show you all the glory I own. Through the jungle, find a way to the palace. I'm waiting. If back we go, ain't no way for turning back. Storm is coming, light up your goal. It's my kingdom, fire going up.
We the kings, it's our honor showtime.
Guess we're gonna burn up. On a ghetto spree, I turn to violence. All my enemies, they go on silence. When the mouth opens in for seconds, we got honor. Wanna get me juice, kind of the one, man, it rules. You have night to choose, only one way, got night to lose.
I can see it, I gotta shut down. We got no cry. We bout it 5-1, crashing pieces, you can cheat.
First blood, double trouble, then I take a pen, I kill. All you do is better, look at me stay with the rain.
Say.
I've taken my soul
On
down.
my pace.
We the champions, screaming, I'm invincible. Just let 'em know I can show you all
showtime.
We're no strangers to the fallout. It's what got us here. Ever changing, some chameleon. Blood, sweat, and tears. We'll never make it if we fall to everything that brings us down. With a comeback is now. Blood, sweat, and tears. What we want doesn't matter. The cost every day. Put in work. Sweat and tears. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers, start to lie. We don't bow to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want doesn't matter. The cost every day. Put in nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers, start to lie. We don't bow to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears. Sweat and tears.
You've walked through the darkest night. You've heard the crowd, felt the blinding light. You were standing there when your heart comes alive. It's a dream of a head, and it never dies. Right here, right now, give it all, get it out.
Never surrender. I fight and never fail. I'm a contender. A challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Relentlessly, and even
way, on my way. Find my way, find my way. On my way, on my way. Dream my way, dream my way. Never a surrender. I find it never fail. I'm a contender. In change I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Grenadity. And even if you fall, you gave everything to be a king. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Grenadity. And even if you fall, you gave everything to be a king. In this world, all it was in this world, all it was in this call out my name, cut through the sound of the rain. No matter how I feed the flame, you know I feel the darkness and the pain. All of the ways we tried to break free from the night. You know we made it out, we found the light. I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new vibrant world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world.
Now I see that I got everything I need. It's alright, I'm on fire, I'm alive, 'cause now I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new colorful world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Never thought we'd get this far, burning like the stars. How we get this far, like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world.
What's a life without its worth? Compromising with what hurts inside. When you let fear decide your fate, you don't choose which path to take in life. In life, I'm finally letting go of everything that still holds me. I'm against all odds, but I won't give up, 'cause it's my time to shine.
the same in time. In time. Can't love ever, can't forget. What you see is what you get sometimes. Sometimes. Gonna show the world tonight. The light that shines inside us. We'll get stars, but we won't give up. 'Cause it's our time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one back us down. Destiny is calling higher. We're not afraid to fight for everything we love. Victory's on our side. Takiki-takiki-takita. 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 Cause it's our time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one back us down. Destiny is calling higher. We're not afraid to fight for everything we love. Victory's on our side. It's our time to shine. We're no stranger to the fallout. It's what got us here. Ever changing, some chameleon. Blood, sweat, and tears. We'll never make it if we fall to everything that brings us down. With a comeback is now. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Blood, sweat, and tears. Not
In Hero's Gorge, the base is the spring of life. In the real world, every forest and plant is the Earth's spring of life. The base nourishes the gorge, just as Earth's ecosystems sustain all life. If the base is exhausted, heroes will lose their home. If ecosystems are destroyed, all life loses their habitat. Honor of Kings is working with players worldwide to support real-world environmental causes and protect our planet's future. By participating in Protect Nature, Protect All Life, all efforts in the event will contribute to real-world causes, protect the environment, and let us defend the honor of our planet together.
Excuse me.
Fucking stinks.
Another round. Sure, but how about a smoother phone next time?
Realme 14, performance beyond limits.
Welcome to the Honor of Kings Major East League Spring and Major West League Spring 2025. Two independent tournaments, each featuring 7 top teams from rising powerhouse regions across the globe. Major East features teams from South Korea, Japan, Middle East and North Africa, and South Asia. Major West brings together talents from North America, Latin America, Europe, and Turkey. Each league has a $50,000 prize pool and a clear goal to qualify for the Honor of Kings World Cup KWC. The majors will be split into 4 phases: Ranking Week, Survival Week, Knockout Stage, and Major Last Call. Running from April 17th to May 4th, each phase will become more challenging than the previous, ensuring teams to be on their best forms at all times. The global ban and pick format is in effect from the start, limiting repeated hero picks across the series. Both leagues begin with Ranking Week, a single round-robin best-of-3 format. While it is less punishing in a best-of-3, teams still need smart drafts and broad prep from day one. At the end of Ranking Week, the top 3 teams move to Group S, while the bottom 4 head to Group A for Survival Week. Unlike traditional slow-paced formats, this Week 1 is anything but forgiving. Every match counts. Survival Week ups the ante with double round-robin best-of-5 matches. Here, the global ban and pick rule really kicks in, and teams are put to the test. Hero pool depth, draft strategy, and flexibility becomes essential. There's no hiding behind comfort picks. Only teams that can adapt will survive. In Group A, it's a ruthless fight. Only one team advances, while the rest are eliminated. One stumble could mean missing the knockouts entirely. It's fast, high stakes, and decisive. In Group S, the top 2 reach the upper bracket, while third place drops into the lower brackets of knockouts. The final stretch is the knockout stage, featuring a double elimination best-of-5 bracket. Each league's champion qualifies directly to KWC, meanwhile runner-ups get one last chance in the Major Last Call, a final best-of-5 to secure their World Cup slot. This format rewards consistency, creativity, and composure under pressure. Catch every moment live on our official channels. Every game is a chance to prove your region's strength and your team's readiness for the global stage. The path to honor starts now.
I feel it deep flowing through my blood. rising up to become someone, taking it all on my own. What a sweet victory. Taking all of my control, awaken something deep in me. Like flames, feel it burning inside. Take a hold of pursuit of the prize. I've been told ain't no way to survive, keeping all of this fire that's locked up inside. When this is the time, enter the ring. All those mental chemicals doing their thing. I got flashes of battles inside of my dreams. I was made for this moment. At least now it seems like it's time to come face to face with your fear. Been battling reasons for all of the years, and I learned how to fight them with style and grace no one's ever encountered. You say it's amazing, I'ma come out swinging when they open the gate. Go ahead, call passion, I'm calling it rage. I'm taking what's mine like I already own it. Watch but don't blink, going here to the moment. The sky rained down into the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment, the sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. My name is honor, my name is king, my name is champion, my name is strength. Tell them who you are. My name is Pentakill, you think it's strange? My name keep ringing inside of your brain.
Become a pro player? I am overrated. How hard is that to take another path? Can you walk this path?
Je me suis déjà posé la même question.
Posso percorrere questa strada?
Il l'appelle. Le chemin et le champ de bataille vers le plus grand honneur.
Posso arrivare?
Je ne suis encore personne.
Posso lasciare il mio nome? Inizia a salire su questo palco.
But the moment I tapped my first skill button, the moment I stepped onto the stage, I was no longer nobody. Our names began to shine. In facing the tension of adversity, in facing the frustration of defeat, in facing the uncertainty of the unknown, nothing can block the path I choose. With the light of victory, we pierce through the thorns. The path to honor is here. Beneath our feet. Light up. When our footsteps awaken the dawn of the gorge, to walk this path is to walk toward honor.
It's not just about adapting. It's about creating your own path.
Siamo pronti a sconfiggere chiunque si metta sulla nostra strada.
To work down this path, we need to do it together.
Side by side, we walk the road that shapes our fate. Es hora de cumplir con nuestro papel.
Siamo pronti a sconfiggere chiunque si metta sulla nostra strada. It's time to walk the path of honor.
Hello everyone and welcome to week 2 of the Kings Major West League. My name is Rafa. I'm joined here once again by Blam. We've got a bunch of matches for you today as well as the rest of the week. But Blam, we got to take care of a couple things first. Right off the bat, what were some of the things that really excited you about week 1?
Week 1, obviously, I think the most standout thing was obviously OG Esports having that undefeated run, right? That's definitely one of the most exciting things throughout the ranking week. But then obviously we saw kind of like Twisted Minds. They have their new formulated roster, which is obviously the previous X Team Vitality from 2024 as well, with the addition of Clean. Seeing them come onto the Gorge was really cool to see, and obviously they were almost undefeated as well until they met the top dogs, that is OG Esports.
OG Esports continuing to show themselves as such a force to be reckoned with. Dao, only 5 deaths in the entire tournament so far, Blam. That is just insane to me. He's not just escaping death, he is defying death. He is dancing with death, and anytime he gets his hands on Pei, I don't think there's any other hero that looks just as powerful as when Dao has his hands on it. Obviously, he's well equipped and adaptable to play things like the Augur, which have had a high draft presence rate we've seen in, the few series, but when he plays Pei, it's a beauty. It's a real beauty.
It's definitely a performance, right? Honestly, like, we've seen the Pei come through. Obviously, last year as well with Pei, it wasn't the greatest pick to come through, especially in terms of when the draft was a global ban pick. But now, obviously, these teams have the global ban pick, so they kind of have to go for these kind of, even though it is a meta pick, especially paired with the Byron as well. Great access into the backline, super duper aggressive as well. You see these picks start to kind of form through, and the global ban pick is something obviously that was adapted in KPL, which is obviously the Chinese league as well, which was obviously introduced in 2018. It has now been adapted into Honor of Kings Global Esports since Season 3 Invitational. So again, this is definitely pushing the limits to some of these teams.
That's right, and to remind everyone of what we are playing for at the end of the day here in the Kings Major West League. You may have already seen it, you may have not. The prize pool is insane for this tournament. Over, I think, $50,000 total in the prize pool, with just being able to qualify into this tournament and still ending up in 6th or 7th still is going to get you 6,000 USD. Whereas if you make it all the way to first place, not only you qualify for KWC later on in the year, but you also get 10,000 USD total. It's a lot of cha-ching, baby.
Absolutely. I mean, there's a lot there, right? I mean, even if you finish like last place, like you said there, we had 6,000, but we're going to look at Team A coming in now, and that is none other than Twisted Minds.
And on the blue side, for our first best of 5 today, it is going to be Twisted Minds. You have Nighty in the Clash lane, Clean in the jungle, Hailong in the mid lane, Shanks at farm lane, and CT Boy at support.
Oh yes, this is a great team that obviously I was sharing very much excitement for in the introduction, right? Like, this is the X-Team Vitality of 2024 with the addition of Clean, definitely making it a better rounded roster so far. Obviously, not only from statistically with the amount of wins they've got this far, but definitely displaying themselves on the Gorge with prowess.
Now, while Twisted Minds, for the majority of the tournament, was undefeated, they did eventually fall to OG Esports in such an epic Clash showdown that we had on our last day of Week 1. And even though it was a 2-0, I have to say the second game they put up a hell of a fight. They were able to at least take a earlier composition that tried to blitz for the stages of the game and compete. Unfortunately, they still lost in the end. But meanwhile, Twisted Minds, they are not going up against OG Esports. They're going up against 9Z Globant. Check them out right here.
And this is their competitors. Onto the side of 9Z Globant is Angra 1 into the Clash lane, Sick into the jungle, Moon into the mid lane, Destra into the farm lane and Capo Saber into the support role. Again, this team has been a bit of like a clash of the titans last time these two teams faced together, right? Like, yes, they didn't get a single win on the board for the side of NZ Globant, but in terms of how they played onto the Gorge in both of those matches, was definitely like two forces collided.
It was definitely the most competitive series that both 9Z Globant and Twisted Minds had for themselves. The funny thing is that while Twisted Minds against a majority of the teams outside of OG Esports were undefeated and took wins in all series, 9Z Globant having just a slightly bit more inconsistency across the group during week 1, where I think 9Z Globant dropped, I want to say 1 or 2 matches or 3 series overall. Well, obviously against OG Esports and Twisted Minds. The other one was against Next RÜYA of all teams. So the fact that 9Z Globant still made it up here, there's obviously some strengths about them that make us super excited about watching this team. I still think Sick is one of our the top 3 junglers outside of Dao Dao and Clean in the tournament remaining here. I think it just goes to show that when 9Z Globant, they have the potential to strike higher and be able to contend with the top teams, but it just comes down to the execution. In where would you say the execution needs to be cleaned up more for 9Z Globant, Blam?
Again, it's like they both play very aggressive teams, right? Like both Twisted Minds and both NZ Globant want to be the very aggressive teams in the early game. It's kind of just like how they roll that out or try and kind of maintain that into the mid game, then to try and make that into something like either a Gorge domination in terms of turrets, or they're getting the kills and translating that into some neutral objectives. But right now it's going to be seeing the side choose here between these two teams. It looks like Twisted Minds is going to go over to the blue side, so they do get that prior blue pick.
We've seen many picks be contested here in the global pick and ban. A lot of heroes like Arlie and My Shiranoi tend to be the ones that you immediately strike off when you are on red side, and you are immediately locking down if you are on blue side. But in terms of specific heroes for both of these teams, I know that Pei has definitely risen up in priority for both Twisted Minds as well as OG Esports. Haven't really seen it rise up in priority for many other teams unless it's off of the back of something like an Ogren potentially being ready and available, and you want to deny something of that kind of early pressure. But one of the combos that has been super dominant in our first week has been Princess Frost and Liang. Super powerful CC lockdown. Twisted Minds already denying one half of that combo.
Yeah, it's massive, right? I mean, the amount of CC that you have, not only with the Winter is here, but then obviously the suppression that comes through from Liang as well. It just makes them kind of like a very hard CC combo to get over. It's really like a great momentous combo that's definitely bared its fruit within the ranking week, right? But let's have a look at the bans here. So Gudo getting banned out as well. Very interesting. A pick that hasn't naturally fallen into the jungle role as much as some of the other leagues that we've been watching. But over the same time, NZG, they ban again the Mai Shiranui and the Ali again. Very two typical bans over to the red side. And then we get 90 getting his first selection on the board, which is going to be the Dharma. We know that he crushes on this hero. So again, very good for the side of Twisted Minds, trying to lock down 90's prior pick.
9Z Globant taking their time in what they want to answer with. Could just be looking at a strong scaling bot side with the Lung for Destro. And then, of course, Diadea, just one of our staple supports that has just always been contested, sometimes banned, super early on into the draft phase. And now Twisted Minds have a chance to round out their 3-man core, looking at not only a support of choice, but with the Ogren available. I mean, they're basically daring and saying, yeah, we can lock this in, and we feel confident that 9ZG don't have an answer for it.
Yeah, it's a very, very stern team comp here for the side of Twisted Minds, right? Like, they've got the Ogren, so Clean gets to go on that pick. We have the Lian Po as well, which is normally most times out of 10 sort of like drafted against the Ogren as well as like a Musashi. But the fact is they get the Lian Po as well. So obviously the Tremor Smash coming into the Conductor of Souls as well is going to be an absolute dream to come through here. But then if we look over the side of NZG, we see a little bit of a counterplay here. They do want to go for a control mage like the Lady Chen. Again, the Destructive Deluge comes through, is really going to try and upset the whole kind of like circle setup, because again, we have the Conductor of Souls, which is a circle AoE. We have the Tremor Smash, which is another circle AoE. So just trying to kind of mitigate the damage that they could potentially do over the side of Twisted Minds is what they're going for here for NZ Globant. Well, what they're lacking so far is that strong front line, which I hope we're going to see in this next part of the draft. But looking at the bans, they ban out the Chano. Again, I'm not a fan of Game 1 Chano. His statistics from week 1 did not bear the fruit that he needed to, right? But this is now a best of 5, so Chano will definitely start to become a little bit better within the win rates and in the latter parts of these series.
Yeah, 9ZG taking away farm lane options for Shanks, who has right now the second most MVPs of the tournament so far, 5 to his name, whereas Twisted Minds focusing on the jungle hero pool at the moment. Monkey already being taken off the table here. I imagine that if they are very fearful of something like the Musashi, it would be banned here. Otherwise, you're just looking at other heroes that either bring that frontline tankiness and the CC, and Dune is definitely one that fits both check marks right there.
He definitely does fit the check marks, right? But I mean, to the same with going for the Musashi here, yes, it's a great counter for the Orgrim, but then you've got the Liempo, you've got the Dharma as well, right? So Dharma and Liempo can really kind of try and focus the Musashi down. So if he tries to sort of like go in there, you can deny him with obviously try and push him around with both Dharma and the Liempo, but it looks like they may be locking in the Dion Way, which is something we really did not see in week 1, but we've already started to see it within the East League. I was watching it earlier. Dion Way came through for, I believe it was G, and they lock in the Dion Way. So again, they have the Leap of Fury, so they can try and like dive in onto one of the squishy heroes onto the side of Twisted Minds. They have the slow from his second ability. So again, it just means that it gives time for the Lung, it gives time for Diadeer, as well as the Lady Chen to try and get on top of those picks.
So this is an interesting answer that 9ZG are coming up with. Rather than try and assemble a bunch of crowd control from the jungle role, which is normally how I have been informed how you deal with Ogren, so that he never gets a chance to sustain and be able to be that front line that he is for the team. You're just trying to just ignore the Ogren and just dive the backline instead. It's like, okay, Ogren, well, what are you going to do if you have no backline to frontline for anymore? As Twisted Minds round out their composition with Lady Sun and Nua.
Yeah, again, this is a really good draft right by the side of Twisted Minds. It's definitely what they needed to kind of round out their Game 1 team comp, right? They needed damage, they needed kind of backline, especially the Nua with the Annihilation from her ultimate. That is probably like the ultimate backline. You can drop that down wherever you want to in the gorge, and it's going to travel in a straight line. And it's going to do some damage in the late game as well. And it's also got that kind of wave clear potential. So if you are kind of really struggling to sort of try and put a halt to the enemy team's wave clear in, say, for one of the lanes, and 3 of your team are down, you can drop the Annihilation down to really just try and sort of like halt it at a stop there. But honestly, over to the side of NZ Globant, going for the Mayin, you can kind of see what's going to be really happening here. You're going to be seeing City Boy trying to sort of like make sure he's positioned around Shanks to make sure he's not getting caught out. Same with Nua, so same with Highlang into the mid lane, right? Like these are going to be kind of like your 2 sort of golden gooses within this draft.
I'm doing some quick stats check up here, Blam, because I'm curious if we've had yet to see a DN Way in Kings Major West League. I know you saw that it's been popping up in Kings Major East, but as I go through the numbers here, this is our first DN Way in Major West League, and I see this hero a lot when we're, chilling with the boys and, hitting solo queue. And I see this guy just kind of run at me and be a giant meat stick and just be able to, or not meat stick, stat stick. It just seems like if he's got enough farm on his side and he's beating you in gold, there's not much you can do in a 1v1 against him. So I'm curious how 9ZG are able to play around it, since this is going to be my first experience of witnessing it here in the Major West.
Yeah, I mean, it's got a lot of sustain, right? And like I was saying, when he got picked up, you've got Leap of Fury, which is his ultimate. So again, he's able to kind of leap at one of these sort of like lower health targets onto the side of Twisted Minds. But then also, if they try and run away, he has his second skill that applies a slow. And they've got to be careful because he has that increased attack speed from that first skill as well. So he can definitely deal out the damage fast and quick.
And it's true. Now, one thing we want to make sure that we remind everyone at home is that we are very thankful to the Thrilling League that All the action we get here is thanks to EWC, who has been sponsoring Kings Major West League. Shout out to them.
Yes, and here we are. I mean, we're getting a little bit of poke and prod here. A lot of damage going up to the Capasipa down there, but it is all aided by the Realme 14 5G. So our players are geared up with the Realme 14 5G. Built for performance, made for gaming, smooth, cool, reliable, just the way esports demands. Ready to level up, get yours, and feel the difference.
And back to the action here. Just a minute has already passed within our first game of the series here. You can already see that CT Boy's been quite active on the Gorge here. First touching mid lane and making sure that Hai Long was able to get the push into the mid wave before then reaching over to the top side and ensuring that 90 was getting in the first couple pushes. And so far, it doesn't seem like that Shanks has really lost that much on it. Hasn't been getting that much pressure from Capaseva and Destro in the 2v1 so far. So it seems like we're in for a relatively passive early game unless 9CG decide to push the tempo here.
Yeah, I mean, both Shanks and Destro, both like early game sort of like huge damage output kind of thing. So you have the rolling raid from the Lady Sun, and you also have the flaming palms from Lung. So they can both just be trading that at each other as much as possible. Obviously, the real point's going to come through when we see the level 4, especially onto the side of NZG. They have the Lung, which has the infinite vastness. So when you feel like you've got on top of this Lung, you can just take to the skies and disappear like this.
There's already some aggression about to happen. Looks like there was ultimates expended both from Shanks, and in return, that's why you saw the infinite vastness used by Destro, as he's able to safely escape any sort of play that was happening there. Maybe CT Boy was looking for a quick collapse and get some decent knock-up in, but with Moon collapsing first, Shanks is in trouble. Not gonna burn the flash because he already knows that there's no way they're getting out, and it could just be another one onto CT Boy. He's able to escape, and that's first blood going to 9ZG. And meanwhile, on the top side, there was another scrap. Sick was able to get another kill on the top.
Absolutely. I mean, Moon rotating down very nicely there to give aid over to the side of the farm lane, right? He was able to pick up the first kill as well. So Lady Chen picking up some first kills is going to be good. Obviously, you're more kind of wanting that resources to go over to the Lung, but honestly, I thought that was going to go a lot worse for the side of NZG because they knew the Infinite Masters was off. There was no real pressure applied down to the farm lane, because if they were, they'd be able to catch him out. The only thing separating Destra from the side of Twisted Mind would be obviously either Diadea or Ride the Wind, but right now 2v1.
90 tries to get away, using the Truth Mantra just to push Sick and Angry One back, but the dive into the tower is just too easy for them. Dien Wei is packing a punch right now, and Sick is not wasting a moment to use the power of it right now. Meanwhile, in a response from Twisted Mind, they go deep into 9ZG's bottom side jungle, but they're pushed out, and now the collapse coming in, a 4v3. Twisted Mind is going to have to concede ground here.
Yes, concede ground as well. I mean, this is the thing that I was thinking about in the early game, right? Well, actually, the pre-game was like, Lindsay Globant know how to be aggressive in the early game, and that's exactly what they need to do against Twisted Minds. They just need to formulate it and convert it into something more. There is Sick stealing the Tyrant.
Sick just walked in, saw that the Tyrant was being leashed, and says, you know what? I would like that Tyrant instead, and just yoinks it under Clean's nose.
Yikes, under Clean's nose, absolutely. I mean, the thing is, like, I was just saying there, you got to translate into something more. Those neutral objectives, and they do it. Coach Blam coming through onto the broadcast as well today. City Boy got to be careful. He cannot take too much of those flaming palms right now. I mean, the optimization's still yet to come through for Destra, but he's still doing a lot of damage.
All right, well, this is quite a nice early game that 9ZG have amassed for themselves. Now, they haven't taken out any tier 1s yet. In fact, the damage hasn't really been that much in terms of pressure onto these structures so far, but it's been nice skirmishes that they found. Another 3-man collapse onto the bot side. CT Boy taking a lot of damage here, and he's just gonna fall. A flash seems like a little too late, but trying to buy some time here for Hai Long, who has now collapsed and now has found a response that Twisted Minds have desperately been needing. And with 90 showing up as well, the Truth Mantra forcing out the Infinite Vastness from Destro.
Yeah, very nice play there by Twisted Minds Highling, right? Like, he came through with a double kill, the Coalescence coming through with the Annihilation, but still, we may be getting a takedown here onto Clean. The Conductor of Souls has been committed. He has the Eye of the Phoenix for the extra HP regen. Gotta be careful here. Is Angra 1 looking to take it to just bay off this 2v1 into the mid lane.
Oh, good flash by Destro. Was under pressure from Hailong once again. And that 1v1 you saw, when Sick is able to just close the distance, you cannot win against this guy. Unfortunately for him, he's got no gap closers outside of Leap of Fury if it's already been expended and clean. I mean, he's got a skill 1 that allows him to traverse terrain like it's like he's surfing. So that is going to be the safety for Twisted Mind's jungler anytime that he does encounter the end way in these chokeholds.
Yes, Trevor Smash being committed here. We use the Destiny counter just to counter it. The bit of wall also being committed there from Kapasipa. Got to be careful that he doesn't get caught out on this Diadea, because again, Diadea is going to be a way you're trying to lock down the likes of either the Nua or the Lady Sun for then somebody else to jump on top and do the damage. Again, some damage coming through here from Twisted Minds. They may lose the T1 here.
Oh yeah, this is a big collapse. Multiple members, all 5 collapsed from Twisted Minds, just pushing out Destro and Capo Seba. And Moon gives his life just so that at least Destro can make it out alive, but that's the tier 1 falling. Destro does not get a chance to escape, and the rest of 9ZG trying to trade on the other side of the gorge here. Mid-tier 1. Oh, a quick flash from Angry One does find Hailong, who thought that he was safe under the safety of that tier 2, but not going to be the case here, thanks to the power of that Mayeen. And the fighting continues here, Blam. Zick could be in trouble here. Leap of Fury right onto Clean, but now, at this point in the game, it looks like Clean is just having the health advantage and not enough damage from Sick to be able to burst down the Ogryn. And this is where Twisted Minds, once again, wrestle control away from 9ZG despite all of the early skirmishes that we saw. And it just seems like Twisted Minds were like, yeah, we were never worried at all.
Yeah, I mean, the problem is that both of these are like tanky junglers, right? So both of them are going to be building into the Blazing Cape, so a lot of anti-heal coming through. And again, that's a big counter for both of these picks. Oh, Destiny counter being popped onto Clean there. Be careful, looking to try and contest this Azure Golem. Wasn't able to get it, maybe get caught out in this pit, but it is thanks to the Path of Passing, he's able to get out of that whole ordeal. But if we look up to the top side of the map, they were able to get the T1 into the Clash lane as well. Minions rocking through, doing a lot of damage to the T2. Something that the side of 9Z Globant don't want to happen, right? The fact that 90 now has the advantage into the Clash lane means that he can be a lot more available for the rest of Twisted Minds.
And because the wave was set up so well by Twisted Minds, the 9ZG were not able to save the tier 2 from falling. This is now the first turret that 9ZG find for themselves on the gorge here. Unfortunately for them, it's starting to feel a little too late. They're not that behind in gold, but just in terms of map pressure that Twisted Minds have gotten for themselves in the past couple minutes feels very, very damning, as Destro is going to be able to take out the mid-tier 1, but now they have to reposition away thanks to the infinite vastness. He will get a chance to do so, as now the rest of 9ZG have to be extremely careful. They still have late game conditions that they can play for and scaling for this long on the side or in the hands of Destro. Problem is, Twisted Minds is starting to put up the pressure, and they seem to be quite relentless with it.
Oh, quite relentless. The fact that they got to push to the like T2s into the side lanes as well. All the farm lane needs is a little kind of like love tap from the side of Twisted Minds, right? Just like we saw from Sick into the Clash lane, but right now a bit of a dive onto Clean.
Okay, maybe an isolation here onto CT Boy to make sure that it's just CC, no damage here. The Tremor Smash used just so that he can buy an escape route here, and the collapse from 9ZG is enough that they split apart the members of Twisted Minds, and 90 was the last one left as a straggler.
Yeah, unfortunately, someone got picked up there, right? Like, that's the only problem when it comes to the lone stranglers, especially when it's you're going against, like, the Mayeen, the Dion Wei as well. But right now, if we look at the kind of, like, overall global lead of gold, it's actually going over to 9Z Globant, so they've flitted it into their favor. I feel like these kind of, like, T1s that were kind of being battered down to very low health was, like, little pockets of sort of, like, gold that they needed to kind of just fall back on if they fall behind ever so slightly. And that's the kind of advantage given them. They've got to make sure they just maintain that advantage, get some of these good team fights come through, but 90's now back up, so they aren't going to be fighting with a handicap anymore onto the side of Twisted Minds. And overall, the Dion Wei and the Ogryn looking pretty balanced.
Big collapse right onto Clean. He's got no members around him. He thought he was safe in that line brush, but 9ZG, either they just found him by surprise or they knew exactly where he was. An immediate collapse, and no jungler from the side of Twisted Minds to contest for a smite steal on this upcoming Shadow Tyrant.
Yeah, and no smite. They don't even like the Jong Fade, the support role, right? Which we normally see him take the smite. He could have obviously tried to use a Leaping Saber to go over there, but this is going to be crucial for the side of NZ Globant. They're going to have a lot more damage now. The burst damage coming from Sick on the Dion Way as well as Destra on the Lung is definitely starting to show onto the side of Twisted Minds. But Twisted Minds are definitely playing a little bit more of a better kind of lane phase. I feel like if 9Z Globant are able to sort of fix this on their side, it could be very troublesome for the side of Twisted Minds. It's not going to be kind of like a one-sided match this first game of the series.
Yeah, this one could be extremely competitive, and the way that 9CG were able to at least clinch their way into this top 3 of Group S out of Group A, they get to have the benefit of playing multiple best of 5s against the 2 best teams in the entire tournament so far. And I think 9ZG are showing a propensity to adapting and evolving with each game that goes their way.
Yeah, I mean, they've got to step up, right? Like, they've got to step up. They've got to create the new standard for the side of NZ Globant. They can't just kind of, like, hope that the same thing in the ranking week is going to carry them through all the way to the top side of the brackets of Group S. So they're definitely showing it here, Rafa, on this first match. And right now, they are still maintaining that gold lead. It's ever so slightly. It's the matter of, like, it's gone up to around about 2K now. So, again, it's definitely better than the 100, a few hundred gold lead they had here and there. 90 is on the prowl here. His vision score is stacking up, but Angro One coming in.
Oh, good Truth Mantra right into the wall. Angro One is able to at least tank a majority of it. Does lose 50% HP. Yeah. He's stacking up. He's scaling. Destro on the Lung. This dragon is coming online, baby. That is your late game insurance policy that 9ZG have to bank on here. Keeping this side of the gorge in darkness. They started up the Shadow Overlord. Clean. Can he get into the pit? Can he find a smite seal of his own? He does! Oh, disaster for 9Z Globant, unless they can at least clean up the kills here. Tremor Smash buys some time, but now Twisted Minds are still on the run. But for them, they are just grateful that they yoinked away the objective away from 9ZG.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, that could have been kind of like the nail in the coffin there for the side of Twisted Minds if they were to lose that Overlord. But right now, they're looking to crush this mid lane, get the T1 there. So definitely putting a little bit more sort of presence for themselves onto the Gorge. They haven't quite dropped the Vanguard just yet, I think. Maybe is it dropping soon? No, I think it's going to be a Clean that has it. So he's obviously on death timer. So once he comes up, we're probably going to be seeing a little bit more of a strategically placed Vanguard, maybe Overlord down into the bot side of the map just to kind of clean up that pressure to where there's no kind of real presence from Twisted Minds.
Another fight here. They have a chance, but this is not necessarily number-sided here. CT Boy does fall, but at the cost of Sick. Shanks being able to clean it up on the Lady Sun, and now keeping out the pressure, finding Destro. The quick infinite fastness was not channeled in time, just gets popped before he gets a chance to take to the skies. And with Clean occupying the space in the river here, 28 seconds before the Shadow Tyrant comes up once again, Twisted Minds have regained control of the Gorge here.
Regain control of the Gorge, absolutely. I mean, they definitely got the gold lead come through for themselves now, so definitely this was the lifeline that Twisted Minds was playing for. There was like, guys, right, we haven't had the best early game. The Shadow Overlord is up right now, so we need to take this if we really want to kind of pursue this first game within the series. And as you can see, the Shadow Vanguard is definitely going up towards the Clash lane here as well, putting a lot of pressure onto the side of 9Z Globant. They used the Destined Encounter already, so already a bit of a zoning mechanic from the side of 9Z Globant, a bit of a deterrent for them has been used, but we can see the likes of the Starbreaker coming through for 90, so
careful. Ooh, Angry One, thankfully for him, just a little bit beefier on this Mayin. Oh no, Sick! He tries to get pressure and being able to walk in first for the side of 9ZG, but Twisted Minds were waiting, Blam. They had the trap ready, and the rest of the Argentinian representatives just not able to fight their way back into the bottom side jungle. That's the Shadow Tyrant easily picked up there, and Twisted Minds continuing the pressure.
Yeah, I mean, already doing a lot of damage, right, is High Link on the Newer. He only has the Scepter Reverberation. He's now built the Savant's Wrath as well. So even with those just 2 items alone, when he actually took the damage onto Sick there, was still a lot of damage considering it's only 2 full prepped items. Cleaning the backline here.
Holy, Clean just doesn't care. He is occupying as much time as he can since the rest of Twisted Minds just immediately do away with the high ground turret. Yes, Clean does fall, but they are able to trade a couple members back for themselves. Sick just respawning now to try and defend the remnants of the base, but it's still a full 4v3. 90 may have gone a little too far forward, but Shanks is able to clean it back up, and the crystal is still exposed for the taking. And Twisted Minds just want to buff up the KDA stats before they end the first game of the series.
Wow, honestly, the turn of events in that game 1 was definitely not what we were foreseeing, right? The foreshadowing seemed like it was going to be over to the side of 9Z Globant, but then after all, Twisted Minds, like I was saying in the game, that final nail in the coffin for that game 1 series win was definitely the crucial kill theft onto the Shadow Overlord. They needed that to make sure they could basically win that game. Like, honestly, if they didn't get that, the pressure wouldn't have been on the side of Twisted Minds, and definitely the side of NZ Globant. They weren't shy with the gold. They could definitely come through with a lot of damage towards the end there, but luckily for the side of Twisted Minds, able to run that out towards the end clean with a very sort of aggressive push, just so they could get the high ground turrets as well, was definitely the play they needed.
Yeah, I mean, he knew his role in 2 crucial moments there. 1, I need to give my life just to make sure that this objective does not go their way, because otherwise we're staring at an alternate reality, Blam, that maybe 9ZG are the ones on the cusp and the precipice of taking their first game against Twisted Minds. But we're going to have to see later on in the series if they can bring that reality to, you know, our current timeline rather than an alternate one. Meanwhile, the side of Twisted Minds, I think if you are a Twisted Minds fan, you might be not super concerned, but, you know, you might be a little miffed that there's a couple skirmishes that they may have been a little too disrespectful to the side of 9Z Globant in, where they're like, hey guys, I don't know if it's a not respecting DN Wave thing, or, you know, just forgetting what kind of a stat stick he could be, especially if he gets in range of you. But Twisted Minds, the overall end goal is still to win this tournament, and their only biggest challenge so far was OG Esports. That is the only series that they have yet to be victorious in the tournament so far. And if they want to be able to find another chance to play against OG Esports and be on a more competitive, you know, level with them, they got to make sure that their series against other teams in the league are cleaner than this.
Absolutely. I mean, to your point about like the Dion Way, like kind of underestimating it, I feel like these players, especially on the side of Twisted Minds and then KC 2024, they knew they had to kind of try and stunt the growth of 90 in the early game if they ever were going to get this far in this game 1 series. But honestly, I didn't expect any less from these 2 teams. But like I said in the pre-game, this is a clash of titans. Honestly, they are coming head to head, and it's created a storm. Not quite the Tempest Dragon yet, but we may see it in this series.
Yeah, I mean, what was the end game time? Do you remember off the top of your head? It's okay if you don't, because I
think it's maybe around about 14, 15 minutes, if I can remember correctly, because obviously they took the Shadow Overlord, and then from that point onwards, it didn't feel like there was definitely any more than 5 minutes on that match, but we will see in obviously the post-game.
True. The reason why I ask is because their previous 2 games that they played in the series that they had during week 1, game times were 14 minutes, 27 seconds, and 12 minutes and 58 seconds, respectively. So, relatively, you know, average game time lengths here in Honor of Kings. You know, not super bangers like the, you know, 20-minute post where Tempest Dragon spawns. I think we've only had a couple of 20-minute Omega bangers. I know at least we had 1 Tempest Dragon spawn with the OG Game 2 versus Twisted Minds. Can't recall the other one, but here we go. Post-game graphic here. It doesn't show my end game time. Dang it. Maybe another screen.
We'll see towards the end. Don't worry. It'll be on the gold graph there. But if we're looking at
I need it, Blam. I need it right now.
Information that we have, you can see here that Shanks definitely played the Lady Sun very, very well, right? The fact that he only died once, we can see the efforts from City Boy, we can see the efforts from 90, all just kind of like formulating around this hero. And this is really where a hero like the Lady Sun starts to shine, right? When she has the room to kind of do that damage. 110k damage was definitely the nail in the coffin for the Dion Way, right? Like the damage coming from Newer, the damage was coming from Shanks as well, and it was just too much for the Dion Way to try and kind of like get that HP regen from his skills. But right there and then, a lot of damage taken from Clean, as we saw towards the end. That clean but aggressive play into the backline of the enemy team, just so that your front line of the enemy team could take the higher ground turrets, was definitely what they needed on the side of Twisted Minds.
Yeah, and considering something that we talked about earlier on, right before we got into the series, that Shanks was our second highest MVP winner so far in after all the games in week 1. And right now, we're getting a chance to see how still his importance is relevant to even our series going into week 2 today. 110k damage on the Lady Sun. It was making sure that he was being able to use the mobility that you get out of this particular hero to great effect, navigating a lot of very difficult scenarios and situations here where 9Z Globant were actually starting to turn around some fights where certain heroes were getting isolated from each other, and yet Shanks not dropping the ball once outside of laning phase.
Yeah, I mean, there it is. There's the time, Rafa. It is 15 minutes and 31 seconds. So around about that 15-minute mark that we assumed was correct there. But look at that. I mean, our gold graph's had a bit of a facelift, Joe. I mean, glow up. But speaking of the glow up, it's definitely not a glow up onto the side of Twisted Minds. This definitely paints the picture that I was expecting going into that best of 5, right? Was the fact that NZ Globant was not going to be going down and taking the punches as easily as Twisted Minds were expecting. It was flickering from red, blue, kind of like a siren in a way. But in the end, it definitely went up the favor of Twisted Minds. And I feel like it was all thanks to the crucial kill theft onto the Overlord. That definitely changed the pace and the positioning in that game. And like you were saying there, stating very well, Rafa, was the fact that Shanks has the second most MVPs, and he stacks up another one. 417 in the KDA, 32% of the overall damage done, but only 13% of the damage taken. So again, shining efforts onto City Boy, onto 90, really denying the enemy team jumping onto Shanks, which really shows and pays dividends in this game 1.
It's throughout the I would argue that if it wasn't full of collapses outside the Knights early on, you know what? I'm going to say it. He would have had a 0% damage taken, because I didn't see him get hit once. Well, outside of that point, this guy was ensuring to using that first skill to keep himself out of harm's way. And obviously all of the attention was trying to shut down Cleve's Ogren and looking for CD Boy on the Liam Poe as well. But as we take a look back over the highlights, you're going to see where 9ZG first got their explosions onto the map, getting the first early surprise skirmishes, but then it was a 5-man committed collapse from the side of Twisted Minds that really helped break open the game. But even then, still have to give credit over to 9ZG for not giving up morale after losing a little bit of the turret race that we saw in the early rounds, because off of a couple of early skirmishes, they're able to push that advantage into the topside jungle and make that Shadow Overlord setup first, actually doable in the first place. It's just clutch from Clean that he's able to find that steal in the first place.
It's the beauty of the Orgrim, right? Like, use the Path of Passing straight in there, Conductor of Souls, Smite on top of that. It's kind of like a 100% hit rate in terms of stealing those neutral objectives. But I do have to, like you say there, give hopes over to 9ZG. The way they were making those early games calls, like we saw the pressure both into the bot side and into the top side of the map at the same time to try and get that first blood, just meant that Clean had to kind of choose between one or the other. Does he choose his kind of like long life partner, or does he go for his best friend to save at that point? Kind of like a superhero calling for Clean, right? But he chose to go for 90. It didn't quite work out their favor. Highline came through as well, just to try and give a little bit of an aid, but at the same time, it just wasn't quite enough for Twisted Minds. But it definitely was the pressure that NZG need to create into this game 2, but formulate it maybe a little bit better, a little bit more aggressive. But before we get into game 2, we're going to take a short break, guys, so don't go anywhere. We'll be back with some more action.
Stand
enemies relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. You carved your way with a sharp attack. You watched it all burn, and you never looked back. There will come a day when your fears will rise. You protect your crown, so it never dies. Never a surrender, a fight and never fail.
And welcome back, y'all. We're getting ready for Kings Major West League Series numero uno and game number 2, baby. That's right. We're introducing some Spanish because we got to pay respects to our America's team partner in 9Z Globant, representative of Argentina. You know, I might drop a little bit more Spanish in the cast. I don't know. We might get adventurous. We might get bold here, Blam. In fact, we might challenge you to see if you know some Spanish yourself. Go. Tell me a Spanish word right now.
Me no hablo.
Okay. You know what? That works. You know, you don't speak it. But that works. You know, that's kind of an ironic statement right there. You know, you're saying I don't speak Spanish, but you're saying it in Spanish. So therefore, you're contradicting yourself. It's, you know, we could teach you a more complex version off broadcast. You know, where we could get really into the thick of things. But of course, we have to remind everyone that in game 1, these were the picks here. And because of global pick ban, they are no longer available to the respective teams on these sides. With Twisted Minds, this is a best of 5, so they're already 1 on the count. 2 more wins nets them the overall series victory.
Exactly. I mean, some good picks coming from both of these teams, right? Like the Augurin, the Dharma, the Newer as well. Obviously, we didn't see Newer much in week 1. It didn't really come through as much as I was expecting it. But again, it's best of 3. You kind of want to be putting sort of like the more sort of like less intrusive picks into the mid lane, right? Like we're seeing a lot of Princess Frost, a lot of Lady Jen, a lot of Shut as well. So just those control mages coming through rather than those kind of like dominant sort of like high damage dealing hero picks like the Newer. But over to the side of NZ Globant, they do exhaust the Lung, they exhaust the Diadia, the Mayin. Again, Mayin had such a great appearance rate in the first week, right? I mean, it didn't probably have the greatest of win rates in terms of like overall success, but it was definitely there on the Gorge more times out of 10. But once more, we are going to be seeing Twisted Minds going to go over to the red side this time, actually, and then NZ Globant are going to go over to the blue. So we do have the reactive counter pick side for Twisted Minds in store in game 2.
Yeah, just as a fun fact, I think Mayin is at least in the top 10 in terms of draft presence rate, which is where she gets a lot of bans. She also gets a decent amount of picks as well. Hang on, let me count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8. Number 8 on our list here. And that is contesting with things of the likes of Arlie, My Shiranoi, Dharma, Ogren, Diadea, Princess Frost, and Dolia. Those are all coming before Mayin on the table here. Another Clash laner that I have yet to see so far, obviously this is, 1 game sample size, but I might think about seeing in this game, if not the next game, would be the Byron. That is usually a Clash laner when you want to guarantee some early pressure on the top side. And if you combo it, we have mostly seen it with something like Pay, especially for OG Esports and sometimes Twisted Minds. Maybe this is a game to bring it out and try to just blitz 9CG early on. And they were suspecting it. They were ready for it.
They were definitely ready for it, right? I mean, the Pay in the first part of the banning phase is definitely kind of like an ode to those 2 combos that we've been seeing all last week within the ranking week. But then banning out the Lung is again another good call, because again, you don't want Shanks on another marksman this deadly. And we do see the ban out to the Ali as well. So already the Lady Sun could still come out to the side of 9Z Globant, but they are going to be Prior Bluing the I Ching. So another great control mage, but can definitely lay the smackdown in terms of the damage if you're able to get his passive up as well. But also added to that, he does have the invincibility from his passive, which makes him a little bit more slipperier. But like you were saying there, Rafa, we are getting the Byron come through in game 2. One of the dominant 1v1s in the early game, and towards the late game, he definitely has that sustain come through.
And it's just so easy for him to have control of the lane, especially being one of the few heroes that's not necessarily dependent on something like mana that can be expended quite easily in other hero cases. D-Renja being picked up for Shanks, though, bit of a hero that, at least while not necessarily having the longest range in the game compared to other farm laners, one that can provide a lot of decent CC and utility early on thanks to the Imperial Order, as well as if you allow him to stack up that passive, then he does become quite a destructive force in the first item, 2-item spike here.
Yeah, I mean, he'll more than likely go for the Spark Forge Dagger, right? Because like you were saying there, Rafa, he doesn't have the greatest range, but when you start to build the Spark Forge Dagger as the first item for the D-Ranger, it kind of negates that whole con that he has against his kit. So it also gives him the splash, and then obviously proccing his passive, he gets the magic damage come through as well. So for early game tanks like the Zhongfei, it's going to make it a lot more harder for them to sort of like overcome that damage, because you think, he's a marksman, he's only going to do physical damage. Nah, he's going to come through with a bit of splash with that magical damage, which is going to make it a little bit more zesty for the side of 9ZJ to actually overcome. But then obviously the Imperial Order definitely reduces the physical and magical defense of that whoever hero gets hit by the Imperial Order. So not only CC, but some pain is about to be laid down. Back to the draft at hand, though. Elaine and Guan Yu both being banned, so very high, big picks into the Clash lane for week 1. Elaine would be a fantastic pick here because of obviously access into the back line onto the top of the D-Ranger, onto the top of the Sakia. Kind of gives a little bit of a notability of what they're going to be picking into the mid lane. Another squishy hero. The Shirk coming through here, a control mage, which Highline has actually performed decently on.
One of the few players that has pulled out the show. Definitely not something that we see a lot here in the KMW. Meanwhile, 9ZG trying to ban out. Also, a big note on the Jing. I was waiting for this one, just like in their previous series, when the cards and the chips were down and Sick was not able to make it happen on the first hero, which was more of a tanky frontliner. This time, he's going back to the Lamb, a powerful assassin, and in the right hands can completely take over a game.
I feel like we saw this matchup happen before, though, right? The Shirt coming up against 6 Lam, more specifically within the ranking week. I feel like it was. I believe, yes, it actually was. It was OG Esports against 9Z Globant. So again, this definitely matchup happened. It's Twisted Minds kind of saying, look, we kind of know what you're going to go for here. You're not going to go for the Ogryn just yet because it's still middle of the series, right? So they haven't banned it out because they knew they were going to pick it. Sick wanted to get on top of that Lamb pick, which is one of his signatures, but Twisted Minds knew that. They kind of was like, we're already like 2 steps ahead of you, my guy. We got the Shut come down. We have Highlang on that one, but what I'm more excited to see here is Luna. Clean on the Luna here is going to be very interesting. It's all going to be kind of trying to get that sort of like high damage coming into these team fights. Got to make sure there's dodging the unbridled outburst from Zhongfei, because as soon as that comes through, it really kind of stunts Luna's mobility into these team fights. So that's probably going to be one of the main goals of Kapasipa on the side of 9Z Globant.
Got to be patient with probably your biggest crowd control tool on the side of 9Z Globant, because if Clean is able to snowball on something like the Luna and there's nothing locking her down, well then you better kiss your backline goodbye, because they're not going to be long for this world. 9ZG though, I think the one wild card that surprisingly is not actually Sick on the Lamb, because we have seen it before in this particular matchup against Twisted Minds, and Twisted Minds were able to overcome it. It's actually the Lu Bong for Angry One. That provides a little bit of extra global power here for the Argentinian representative.
It does, and it also, I believe there was one team that played the Lubang and the Musashi combo as well, which kind of plays the same kind of synergy here with Sick on the Lam, because you're going to be diving into the backline with that Death from Below, right? Like Death from Below, flash in, and then you have Lubang on top of you, giving that huge shielding, but then he comes through with the CC as well, really helps you get that kind of like overall damage from the Lam. So again, I think it's just replicating that same kind of synergy between these two heroes.
Yeah. You are basically acting as a delivery service for the Lu Bong, so that he can be right on top of the backline, and then suddenly if one of your frontliners that packs a decent amount of CC is just in melee range of D-Renja and Shi, well that's It's not a happy place for Twisted Mind to be, but we are on to the Gorge for the second game of the series. Just under a minute down already. Not much major action has happened. Some early roams have come in from mostly the mid laner here on the side of 9ZG. Moon just giving a couple love taps over to Flash lane here, making sure that Angry One behind, as we've already noted before, Byron has a pretty nice, powerful position in terms of early laning phase strength.
Yeah, I mean, you can kind of see already they're trying to put a bit of pressure onto Highline here because they don't want him rotating in the early game, because as soon as he starts to rotate, it becomes a lot harder for Destro on the Lady Sun to actually try and make it more of a survival in the early game. And you don't really want to be giving Shanks that early game lead as well, right? Because as soon as the itemization starts to come through for the D-Ranger, that's when the pain train also comes through.
Oh, look at this. Clean was anticipating a collapse on the top side, helping 90 push in, but it was 3 members dedicated to the play overall. But Clean's presence is enough to defuse any moment that could have been a kill onto 90.
I mean, they're probably going to be scared of Clean's Luna, right? I mean, I think the only other person that has that kind of sort of like presence within the Major West League is definitely Dowdell on this pick. So again, it's probably like a little nod to Dowdell saying, hey, look, I can play the Luna too, and I can make people, my opponents, fear me as well. But right now, in terms of the overall global gold lead, it's definitely to the favor of Twisted Minds by a few hundred gold, which at this point isn't the be-all or end-all, right? They're just trying to set up these lanes. We're into 2 minutes of the game, not quite ready for those neutral objectives, but you can already see a lot of pressure down to the bot side of the map. Like I was saying, Highland now has the freedom because they kind of took the finger off the pulse and allowed him to sort of clear that minion wave. He's now down here.
Nice knock up from CT Boy on the Secure. Always got to be careful of that one, as it's a big windup, but when it does land, oh, it is so useful. Meanwhile, Moon was trying to catch Shanks with the World Is My Board, but he has a flash, so he's able to escape danger. Long going to pay another visit back to the bottom side, while both of the junglers are catching waves in the mid lane, so that it ensures that Twisted Minds have a little bit more tempo to continue putting the pressure down on Adestro and Capo Seba.
Ultimately, I feel like that's what Moon's end goal was, right? Is just to get the common skill of Shanks. So next time the side of NZ Globant try to actually go in and get the gank onto the farm lane, they know if they can take that at any moment now, it's going to be only the legal impunity that actually gets him out of there, right? So that cleanse that only D-Ranger has within the kit, within Honor of Kings, is the only thing that's going to stop Lam climbing on top of that pick.
Oh, Hailong might be in trouble. Already pops the flash here, and the Lu Bong comes in off of that ultimate, just aiding into a potential collapse fight here, as 90 showing up just ensures that Clean should have some backup here, but he might be in range of Moon. Woo, that was close.
Yes, the Yixing passive saved him there. That is the invincibility coming through that Yixing has thanks to the passive. Oh my gosh, this dive.
Oh, CT Boy being able to flash just at the right time, living with barely a sliver of HP there. And 90 showing up thanks to the teleport now arrives to push back onto the pushing side of this farm lane duo here. The rest of Twisted Minds now collapsing, all 5 members dedicated. It's the Tyrant spawn at just 4 minutes into the game. A quick yoink of the red buff. The Tyrant has secured. World Is My Board doesn't collapse onto anyone because Clean is just able to evade this TC.
I mean, we saw the error there from the side of 9Z Globant, right? They were trying to force a team fight when they didn't have a minion wave pushed down to the farm lane. So that was their first mistake in that one, unfortunately, for the side of NZ Globant. Maybe next time they need to clear up the minion wave first, then go for the push.
Gotta make sure that you do all of your steps in order first before going for the big plays, even if it is a surprise one. Meanwhile, Twisted Minds invading into the topside jungle of 9ZG, already pushing out Sick. Does make a chance to escape, and somehow, Blam, we have yet to see a first kill in the first 5 minutes, despite everyone just throwing hands every second.
I mean, they gotta be careful, right? I mean, as soon as one of the dominoes falls on either of these teams, it makes the team fight for that person who's been able to actually claim the kill definitely a lot more easier. But a nice phase check there by City Boy with the Mulberry Power, just getting the slam up onto the Yixing there. So Moon already taking a chunk of health thanks to City Boy. So already starting to sort of, you can start to get the feelers out here. 90 with the vision score coming through.
Oh, there's the trap. Was waiting for one particular opponent to face check it, but no. 9ZG bring way more members to the party. Sick does eventually go down, but at the cost of 2 on the side of Twisted Minds.
Yeah, you can already see here for the side of 9Z Globant the fact that the more control that they have onto the Gorge, right? The fact they have the world is my board as well as the Unbridled Outburst really tip the scales of the presence of what should have been there for the side of Twisted Minds. But okay, 4v1.
Okay, Clean. Can he pull off the 4v1? It doesn't look like it, Blam. And now he's behind multiple tier 2 turrets, but he is skating on by to the safety. Oh, but a good collapse from Destro and the rest of 9ZG. Twisted Minds jungler maybe bit off a little more than he could chew there.
Honestly, I'm surprised that he kind of tried to funnel them over the Shanks there. Yes, he's supposed to try and get like a kill on for Shanks and giving some more gold over. But in that moment, there was no real way for Shanks to try and get any kill there because Clean was already very low. It would have been a 1v4 for Shanks at that point as well. It just kind of set like a really bad setup there for the side of Twisted Minds. However, they were able to get the both sidelines T1s, which seems to be Twisted Minds' MO and a little bit of their peace of mind into this best of 5 against 9Z Globant. They know that their macro is just a little bit cleaner, and they take the T1 into the mid lane as well, so already pushing back 9Z Globant, even with the lack of kills, which should be something that the viewers should be thinking of here, but
yeah, and the depth from below from Sick, just being able to wipe the floor on the high long should right there. Now, he's going to get a chance, or Moon should get a chance to recall safely here. No one from Twisted Minds is going to dare step up into the jungle, especially when they don't have the numbers advantage anymore. But like you said, Blam, it has been such a strong story of Twisted Minds just having better macro overall. Like, yeah, they've only had 1 kill on the board, but they've been able to correctly execute so many strong pushes on these side lanes, and even though 9ZG are at least finding kills, I think it's coming at the cost of them overgrouping and then losing resources on these side lanes.
Yeah, I mean, the resources going in the right direction as well, right? Shanks is now ahead of about 500 gold over to the side of Destra, onto the side of 9Z Globant, but that's where they need to maintain that momentum, right? Is giving it all over to the Ranger. You know for a fact it's going to be building some defense items. We already see the boots of Fortitude, so physical damage reduction coming through for Shanks on that pick. But we have the Doomsday. We missed a kill onto Destra there, which is unfortunate. But that's unfortunate for the side of 9Z Globant, right? They've lost one of their big power spikes.
Well, it looks like Sick is going to bring Angry One to the party here. Oh my goodness, it's not enough. Yes, they find Shanks, but the easy collapse from Twisted Minds, they had full control of that topside jungle, so I feel like that was a one-way trip for both of the Clash lane and jungle duo of 9ZG, and Twisted Minds are going to say, okay, cool. Yeah, that's still a 1v2 for us.
1v2 for them, right? And they were able to... So this is where the shit comes through in terms of the counter pick towards the Lamb as well, right? Like, this is where we're starting to see that shine. The control coming through with the Silky Threads, just able to kind of maneuver him about. He kind of feels like he's got control of his hero, but at the same time, Shur's like, no, let me pull a few strings, homie. I'm going to get you and move you in the direction that I want you to be. And you can position him very nicely into these team fights, exactly displayed the way it was into that Clash lane fight, right? But now for the side of Twisted Minds, they got to make sure they just kind of mitigate that clean going into the back line here.
Holy, dude, he is so mobile on this Luna. I forget that how nimble this hero can be, especially in the right hands. Now, just look at that. Clean is just able to easily burn the world as my board, steps outside of the range before it could lock him in there. Gonna look to try and... Dude, Clean, this is just disrespectful. He's dancing in and out. He's drawing pressure from 4 members here, but at the very least, 9ZG are able to push him away and get the Shadow Tyrant for themselves. Actually, not Shadow Tyrant, since we're not even 10 minutes into the game. It feels like it's been longer, but the rest of Twisted Minds have been freely taking control of this topside jungle at the cost of, you know, 9ZG overgrouping for the Tyrant.
Yeah, this is when Twisted Minds knows where they can beat 9ZG, right? And this is what I was kind of like alluding to in game 1. It's the fact that the macro for the side of Twisted Minds is just that much little bit better. They're able to kind of like do a feint of hand, like, hey guys, over here, and then come with like the left jab and like connect it to the jaw of NZG is definitely what they're doing here, and it's becoming very brutal for the side of Twisted Minds. They're able to take the Flash lane all the way down to the higher ground turret as well. They just need to keep imitating this, and if 9Z Globant keep falling for this strat, they've got to kind of reconsider how they go play the rest of this game 2 or even game 3.
Yeah, and once again, Clean is doing the same thing, but this time he's got friends. He's got all of the rest of the Twisted Minds ready to secure the Shadow Tyrant while he just plays a distraction on the other side. Now Sick trying to go into the back line, bringing Angry One with him. Kappa Save was the first one to fall, and they can't get on top of Shanks. Now he's just going to run down Angry One on the right side. Meanwhile, he collapses back in with the rest of the comrades of Twisted Minds into the mid. Sick was able to make his escape, but the rest of 9ZG just not able to contend with the power of Twisted Minds right now.
And a lot of the common skills being burnt out as well, right? Means that it was just like, it was their final hope to try and get out of there. They had to use the flash. It's only Destra that's alive with the flash right now. He has the rolling raid. He has the ability to kind of not use that common skill. But right now, if we're looking at the global gold resources here, you can kind of see the Twisted Minds are ahead by about 6k gold, which going into that 11-minute mark, Rafa, is not where you want to be if you're 9Z Globant. You need to make a final stand here at the high ground turret.
Otherwise, those high ground turrets are going to fall, and Twisted Minds will just have full, complete control of the Gorge. I mean, they pretty much have it already, but those high ground turrets are your last line of defense before exposing that crystal. And with all these lanes being pushed up, all the jungle resources are completely forfeit. From the side of 9ZG, Twisted Minds get to take everything away, continue extending that gold lead now to about 6,000, or actually starting to push into the 7,000 region, just a few hundred away. Shadow Overlord ready for the taking. Clean's going to take his time and just cleaning out a majority of the jungle resources on the bot side before they set up some traps and vision control on the top side once again.
Yeah, so we can see here, obviously, Shanks is still ahead in terms of the gold. It's definitely more of a better than convincing that 500 gold lead that he had previously. It's now sort of like circumventing around about that 2k gold lead, and you can tell by the itemization as well, right? He has the Daybreaker already, so a late game item already come through for the side of Twisted Minds. But at the same time, we're seeing 9Z Globant able to actually try and take these T1s into the side lane. Is it just a little bit too late for them? They need to take a good team fight here if they want to make use of this macro that they've applied in the later part here.
True. It does shore up a bit of the gold deficit, but the gold deficit is still large enough that Twisted Minds very favored in closing out this game. High ground tower still standing for the sake of 9ZG. And in terms of wave clear, it's not definitely the worst that they have to play against, but now with Overlord, Vanguards starting to pour in onto the top side of the mid lane, and with the Empowered One coming in through the farm lane, at some point 9ZG's defense is going to give. The endurance will not be that much longer, and Twisted Minds will just wait for the right window to pounce.
Yeah, exactly. They're just trying to push here with the Vanguard into the bot side of the map. As soon as they get a higher ground turret, it becomes much harder for the side of 9Z Globant to actually try and make this a bit of a comeback, right? Because you have those enhanced minions come through, and once they start to get into your base, I mean, even to your heroes as well, they start to do a lot of damage.
There's the first domino right there. High ground turret number 1 falling in the mid lane, second one in the clash lane, and just like that, they find a straggler in Moon. 5-on-4, numbers advantage created. Now 5-on-3, no Destro either. The only damage dealer left is Sick. He's going to have to pull off a miracle with this initiation. There's the battlefield command and the death from below. Can they find it? But Kappa Save has already fallen. CT Boys, the only prize that they can take on the side of 9ZG, but Twisted Minds will gladly sacrifice their support for it because they're going to get a crystal and they're going to take the second game of the series.
Yeah, they're just waiting for that delivery of those minions to come through as well, right? They're able to kind of soak and just provoke that crystal into the way that they need to, but there it is. Twisted Minds taking game 2 from 9Z Globant. 9Z Globant not looking as clean in that one this time around, whether it was something to do with the draft. Obviously, we didn't see a sort of like an early press on the execution button that we did see in game 1 for 9Z Globant. So you can kind of see here that that's kind of the consequences that they're already sort of like paying their debt to, right?
Yeah, this is match point now for the side of Twisted Minds, and I feel like, you know, as we were, you know, saying in the first game, 9Z Globant being able to show a better performance, and, you know, maybe there was a chance for them to continue adapting and playing up to the level of their opponents. Unfortunately, not the same case here in game 2. It almost seems like Twisted Minds had the better read on them after game 1 and said, so this is what you're tending to do, trying to over collapse on the bot side of the map. Well, you know what? You can continue doing that. We're going to ensure that Hylong is giving up more resources in the mid lane and just setting up a tent and making sure that you do not get that, you know, snowball going for yourselves on Destro's side. And the fact that Shanks was not only, you know, protected, but also playing on a hero that allows him to push the wave super easily and be able to actually threaten early on, thanks to, as you called it, the Sparkforge Dagger or early rush completion. They just couldn't match up to the D-Renja. So then they tried to find other windows on the map, but just overall, the defensive map game from the side of Twisted Minds, so much cleaner, and just being able to finitely execute on the windows where 9ZG overgroup, sending 3, 4, maybe 5 members for one single play on one side of the map, and then you just play feint. You play distraction and stall that play as long as possible, so that on the other side, Twisted Minds are taking 1, 2, 3 towers.
Yeah, I mean, it was definitely a combination of like a Nostradamus tale, especially within the BP, right? As soon as they locked in the shirt, they knew that Sick was going to go for the Lamb, and then it was kind of like a fight on two fronts. We saw the macro play, like you called out there, off of the actual pressure to the side of Twisted Minds that they were doing in that, rather than sort of trying to go and convert for kills, was definitely the thing that kind of opened up and bared the fruits into the mid to late game. And then we also had kind of like there was no real contestant at these like neutral objectives as well, right? I mean, we saw Clean, he kind of went for a 4v1 to the back line of the Tyrant at one point, but at that same time, that's where we saw sort of Shanks up into the clash lane, just kind of finessing that macro playstyle on the D-Renja that just really opened up that base very quickly for the side of Twisted Minds. And 9Z Globant wasn't really able to kind of like try and get anything in that point, because the team fights were just, yes, they were getting more kills than the side of Twisted Minds at some point in the game towards the end there, especially with that 5-man ace. Definitely not going to be the case as they end that game out. But as you can see there, Sick getting the most kills, 4-3-1. Was it the most convincing performance on the Lamb? Probably not, but I put that down to the counter of the Shur, as well as the Sakira, as well as the Byron as well, right? 3 big picks that have 2 knockups, and then Shur with the control is kind of all you need to dominate that Lamb pick.
And the story continues being the same here for Twisted Minds, and where the carry and the reliability has come into play here. Shanks, most damage dealt on the team, once again 2 games in a row. I would not be surprised if that's where they decide to throw the MVP, although I could also see it being thrown to Clean, just because he was able to buy so much time playing that distraction game and feinting a lot of the times on multiple side lane plays where he occupied the attentions of multiple 9ZG members time after time. But those are my 2 contenders. Meanwhile, for 9ZG, we have to start talking about game 3 here, Blam, because this one being a lot more decisive and a lot more conclusive from the side of Twisted Minds leaves very little ground in terms of what 9ZG can go for in this potentially last game of the series.
Yeah, I mean, you're kind of going to be drafting something that's going to be more of your comfort picks, especially if you're 9ZG. But again, this is a double round robin. It's not going to be the be-all or end-all if they lose this round against Twisted Minds, because they will face them again within this format. So they're kind of maybe just playing a little bit of R&D here, potentially with this first game within the series, because in what position of the tournament would you take a loss in a round? It would be day 1. So you can come back in day 2, day 3, or day 4, whenever you come back in this double round robin. That could be the point that 9Z Globant are going for here, right? Getting a bit of a feeler, like, right, okay, we can see they're very good at macro. We can see that they stutter within team fights depending on the team comp there, because a few times in that game 2, we saw the Unbridled Outburst from Kapasipa come through very strong, as well as Moon on the Yixing, 2 great control ultimates that definitely put Twisted Minds in their place. It's just the fact they weren't able to convert anything. But speaking of converting, it is going to be Shanks converting that second MVP for himself within this best of 5. Not as many kills, half the kills, 217, and then 30% of the damage dealt, and only 11% of the damage taken. But the real reason he gets his MVP, though, Rafa, is, as we're going to see into the highlights, is the fact and how he played the macro on this game. And honestly, this really shows the difference between a good farm lane esports player compared to a great one. They're all about kind of like trying to get the objectives, not always necessarily focusing about the kills. They're getting their resources from elsewhere, which is something that you should really be taking into your ranked games. Is you don't need to get all the kills if you just focus the map.
Agreed.
Kindo Fu likes to say, play the map like Kindo Fu likes to say. You're onto a winner as well. Even if you're a marksman, you're onto a winner.
So true, bestie. So valid. My goodness. It's something that, we wish that all of our random farm laners that we get in our solo queue games would take more knowledge of. It's like, hey, you know what? Especially, hear me out, guys. If you don't win the early laning phase, it doesn't mean that your way back into the game is hoping that you're going to somehow outplay them in a team fight while down gold. You got to get gold somewhere else on the map. So, you know, let the rest of the map try to dictate plays on the other side, and then, you know, go push towers. Go get that money. Get that bag for yourself, and then maybe go and participate in a fight once you feel strong enough. But even in this case where Twisted Minds are super ahead, they could have easily flipped the game multiple times, having, you know, Shanks on the Renja show up and try to scrap. But he said, why do I need to scrap? You know, kills don't get me turrets. You know, kills only get me turrets when I'm in position with those waves set up, and then I can actually, you know, continue snowballing the game for myself. But of course, that's going to conclude our time for game number 2. We're going to take a break. When we come back, it'll be our 3rd game of the series. We'll see if Twisted Minds closes it out or if 9ZG can make a comeback. We'll see you then.
Strangers to the fallout, it's what got us here. Ever changing, some chameleon, blood, sweat, and tears. We'll never make it if we fall to everything that brings us down. With a comeback is now. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Blood, sweat, and tears. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers start to line. We don't bow to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears. Blood, sweat, and tears. Blood, sweat, and tears. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers start to lie. We don't bow to fear.
And welcome back, y'all. We're getting ready for game number 3 of our first series of the day of week 2 of the Kings Major West League. My name is Rafa, and I've got Blam in the caster booth, still rocking 2 voices right now, as we've had quite an exciting show of strength from Twisted Minds in the recent game 2, and even though it was a little bit more competitive from the side of 9Z Globant in game 1, definitely didn't feel the same challenge in our most recent game, and now we're at match point. Twisted Minds in favor right now. One more game puts them in a dub for the series.
Yeah, this is your updated global ban pick as well, right? I mean, we've seen some comfort picks come through for the side of 9ZG, like the Lam, but then we see some power picks like the Yixing, like the Zhang Fei, as well as the Lady Sun as well. Lu Bang, again, is a little bit of like a... It's not off the cusp. It definitely fits into the meta, but it's not kind of like the most concise clash lane or like defiant clash lane pick that we've had so far within the tournament. We've still got the likes of Byron that can be chosen onto the side of 9Z Globant, Lane as well, which obviously was banned in game 1 or game 2 for the side of Twisted Minds. But right now, it is like you said there, Rafa, they need to get a point on the board or they're going to be losing their first day with a 3-0. But like I said, pre-break, it doesn't matter. It is a double round robin. If you're going to lose a point, lose it on day 1.
I liked what you coined there. Get that R&D for yourself if you're on the losing side. Research and development. Thankfully for them, on the side of 9Z Globant, the fact that they made it to Group S in the first place and they have this double round robin, it gives them a lot more breathing room. Yeah, obviously you want to be able to get some wins here, but you have a lot more time before you are threatened to being knocked out of the tournament. Whereas if they were in Group A, then every one of those games does matter because it's a lot more damning to not be in that defining and decisive first spot of the Group A at the end of the double round robin, because otherwise you're not getting a chance to play in the knockout stage. But we are here into the draft phase for game number 3. 9ZG once again, still aware that Clean could bust out the pay and look for an early blitz strategy, denying that away from him, whereas Twisted Minds continues to go to the typical Arlie ban.
Yeah, I mean, it's a thing that at this moment in time, 9Z Globant definitely doesn't need, right? Is that kind of early, concise, but aggressive early game from Twisted Minds, because we saw in game 1, they're able to keep up with it. Game 2, not so much. So already we saw a little bit more of, not of aggression onto the side of Twisted Minds, it was just more of kind of like a mastermind, as they call themselves within the competition. They had a bit more of a mastermind, masterful play in that game or 2 with their macro. They ban out the Byron, though, so it does allow the Maisha Inui to fall through for the side of 9Z Globant onto Moon.
Wow. Well, now, we haven't really seen a lot of necessarily wins with the Mai Shiranui so far, but it has been one of our highest banned heroes for a reason. And there have been a couple times when it has popped up into the hands of players like Hailong and Wen, and they've been able to pop off with it. So we know that the potential for this hero is at an all-time sky high, but for Twisted Minds, they're going to have the answers necessary, since they knew that it was definitely something that they could have banned. They chose not to and went for the Byron instead. And right now, setting up a little bit of a late game insurance policy with that Lung and Dahlia combo in the farm lane.
Yeah, I mean, with the Dolly being paired here as well, you can kind of already see what they're going to go for here on the side of Twisted Minds. Into the mid lane, do they give Hailang his carry pick? Does he go for the Shangguan to go up against the Mai Shiranui? Do they get the Battle of the Assassins in the mid lane? Probably not, but it's also maybe foretelling the arrival of the lane up into the Clash lane, right? Honestly, the double death at Sunset is going to be huge onto the back line there, especially for those Lost Stranglers onto the side of 9Z Globant. It does mean that Doom can come through as well. But over the side of 9Z Globant, they do pick up the Motsu here, so in terms of trying to get that kind of long range setup for these team fights, that Cannon Blast is definitely going to be aiding Orgren, so Sick on this Orgren pick could be pretty good paired with this Motsu.
As you called out, Dune locked in for Clean. At least brings not only the front line, but also the CC that you need to at least go toe-to-toe with Ogren. Not going to be able to deal with him by yourself, obviously, in a 1v1, so can't really prevent him from yoinking away your camps, especially once he's in that Seer state and gets the guaranteed execute on you. But at least he will be the main guy that can step in front and provide a body to absorb damage, while the rest of Twisted Minds is able to, you know, shred through the respective front line of 9ZG, and that's going to be Shanks' main job here. Now, bans on the table. Twisted Minds trying to eliminate some options here for Destro, starting with that D-Renja.
Yeah, D-Ranger being taken off the board here, as well as Arlie. So they've already used the Lady Sun as well as the Lung, which obviously they picked up at the side of Twisted Minds. So we're probably going to be looking at something a little bit different here. Maybe even the Chano. I don't feel like it works great into the Lung here, but they still ban it out onto the side of Twisted Minds. But over to the side of 9Z Globant, they are going to be looking at those mid-lane mages, right? I mean, the Princess Frostband here is very good for them because, again, winter is here. On top of the Orgren is going to just make it a bit of a non-starter into these initiations, as well as trying to capture out the Mai Shiranui with the Frigid Prison. Once more, they're going for those Dolia synergy picks. The lane gets cut out, but who does synergize with the Dolia as well up the Clash lane? Sunset, you don't get one boat, you get two. If they're going to lock this in, this could be a huge setup here for the side of Twisted.
Double the boats, double those surfing action here on the Gorge. I like the sound of that. Twisted Minds going to have so much global mobility and just overall CC power if you're able to layer in, you know, set sail from across the Gorge and then immediately cast it to get a guaranteed knockup again on the side of 9ZG. So now Twisted Minds still have yet to pick a mid laner for Hailong here, but Consort U, wow, this is another hero that we don't get to see that often.
Light as the breeze.
No, we don't get to see that often as well, to be honest. I mean, we look here, the Consort U is the one thing that is good against, especially laning phase against the Lung, is that physical immunity from her second skill. So when those Flaming Palms come through, you're going to be kind of trying to pop that second skill at the right time. So you mitigate a lot of that burst damage coming over. And obviously the Oak Bolt is a good way to trade with the Lung in the early game. So you can kind of see what 9ZG are going for here. But over the side of Twisted Minds, we're potentially going to get the Huan into the mid lane. So double unending sorrows is going to be the place to be for Twisted Minds.
That's a lot of utility right there for the side of Twisted Minds. This just really seems like a giant fortress composition all built around protecting Shanks on this Lung, because everyone else in terms of damage, it's not like they don't have any virtual damage, but in terms of like respectable amounts of damage, it really is just about Shanks. He is the main carry. This is a protect the president composition for the side of Twisted Minds. If 9ZG are somehow able to pick off Shanks, their chances of winning team fights goes up astronomically high. But if they cannot break that fortress, then I have a very tough time believing that 9ZG can take this victory.
Yeah, I mean, even if they are able to sort of like get past the front line, right, which is very stacked onto the side of Twisted Minds. They have the Dune, they have Sunset as well. Not the tankiest, but obviously he can kind of get to you in a moment's notice, thanks for the set sail ultimate. But they also have the Hue one as well. They'll be building it more likely going to be a tank into the mid lane anyway. But in terms of that, you can kind of try and bait the skills with your Unending Sorrow, take it to the sky, also trying to get those CCs come through. But once more, making that point and rounding out this point is the fact that they have the infinite vastness for Shanks as well, and they don't have it just once, they have the potential of 2 infinite vastness thanks for Dolian.
Now, you think trying to lock down someone like Shanks is already difficult enough regardless of the heroes that he gets. Then he gets Lung, so already the ultimate makes it super difficult. And now twice? Oh my goodness, 9ZG gonna be just maybe not, you know, bashing their heads against the wall, but definitely going to be frustrated if they run into that situation where they get super close to getting a big shutdown and it doesn't happen. We're on to the Gorge for game number 3 of the series. This is match point for Twisted Minds. One more game win. That's the series dub for them in the books.
Yeah, we've got a bit of a rotation here, a bit of an alter change within the lanes. Obviously, we see Shanks go up to the Clash lane here. Again, it's going to be a little bit easier for him to go against the Charlotte, especially towards sort of like this level 1 territory. And at the same time, we do see that Destro, I mean, 90's gone down to the bot side of the map as well, right? He has the CC. Have to be careful there. High Lang almost taking a bit of damage over time and almost a crucial death there for the side of Twisted Minds. You don't want to be giving over the extra bit of bounty with the first blood just yet, but definitely a very aggressive early start here for 9Z Globant.
Yeah. They burned the flash off of... Uh-oh, wait a minute! 90! Run, my boy, run! Oh, it's not enough. The arrow from Destro finds him in the back, and that's first blood for 9ZG.
Exactly, that's what they were trying to replicate into the mid lane, right? But they got it down into the farm lane. The Oak Bolts coming through is something that's going to be easier to kind of shred through onto 90 than it would be onto Shanks on the Lung. Because, again, the whole thing with Sunset is you need to get in with the abilities to get rid of that physical damage. But, oh, the Wind Slash, he does force the common skill from Moon. Forcing the Flash means that they do have a bit of a more susceptible gank into mid lane.
Meanwhile, it's a good crate collapse from 9ZG, but Clean is able to escape the safety thanks to the ultimate there. A lot of innate mobility that you can get out of Dune. Sometimes it can catch people by surprise if you're not familiar with this hero in general, but for Twisted Minds, at least being able to diffuse a lot of the pressure that was in the mid lane. Can't say the same about what happened to 90, but at least now we have Hai Long trying to rotate over to the bot side, collapsing on the pressure whenever it is felt. CT Boy helping Shanks on the top side. A lot of aggression right now out of Angry One isn't enough, but he's still got that infinite vastness, so he's still safe to just skate on by. And he sidestepped it. Did you see that? He flashed the last Oak Bolt that was coming out, or whatever the range ability that was used by the side of 9ZG.
Yeah, it would more likely be the either Maisha Rudoi there or the skill from Charlotte, but they're able to get the teleport here for the side of 9Z Globant. Means that they can try and put more pressure down to the bot side of the map if they really want to, because right now we see that Destra definitely has the priority down there, but that's all thanks to obviously the long range poke from not only the Console U, but also the Motsu as well. So already setting up a decent farm lane here. Cannon Blasts are definitely landing here for Kaposiba.
Can he maintain it? That is the question, because that is going to be a big difference maker. A powerful ranged AoE stun at your fingertips here for 9ZG. It allows you to set up those picks onto Twisted Minds, especially as we talked about. Even though this is a very powerful team fighting composition that's going to come later into play, got to get there first. You got to let Shanks get the resources and the gold to scale up for it. And right now, 9ZG trying to at least put a lot of pressure down into brute forcing this early game. Meanwhile, Okay, Clean once again uses the ultimate to escape, but now we have a collapse from Sick, trying to look for the Dune, pops the battle conductor of souls, and yep, that's enough into the seer state for the execute, being able to pick up the second kill. But now a response maybe from 90, and good night Moon as he flashes back over to safety on the left side of that wall.
Yeah, nice 1-1 trade there. I mean, it did look like it was going to be bearing no fruit for the side of Twisted Minds, but it was 90 there, cleaning the kill onto Moon, which is going to be good going into this neutral objective round now. We do have the Tyrant come through as well, but Sick is here trying to position himself to maybe even try and contest this, but over to the side of Twisted Minds, they kind of get a wind of this. They know that it could be a potential takedown here for the side of NC Globant, but they know once they have that movement and that room to breathe, they're going to take it down, potentially here with the T1 into the mid lane.
Oh my goodness, 4 members dedicated for the push here. Big initiation by 9ZG, trying to take it off the back of Moon's ultimate there. But now quick jump from 90 right on top of Capo Saba, forced to flash away at the right time as Twisted Minds were looking to definitely hunt him down. Destro was still forming up on the bottom side of the map, at least able to pick up the first tier 1 though, thanks to the efforts of 9ZG and destroying the tier 1 on the top side. This is, you know, a little bit of a difference already we're seeing out of the Argentinian representative.
Yeah, it's a nice adjustment, right? The fact that they're able to get the T1s into both the side lanes open up. But right now, Charlotte may be paying her death toll, and it is going to be Shanks picking up the kill there onto the side of Twisted Minds. So once more, they need to start getting these little pickups because look at that global gold resource, right? It's in the favor of 9Z Globant. They need to kind of stomp this down if they want to win this a 3-0.
Yeah, and credit to 9ZG for actually trying to accelerate the game as fast as possible. With the side T1s taken off the board, it's a lot easier to start invading into both of these jungle quadrants here. Infinite Vastness forced by Shanks just because the pressure from Sick on that top side was getting a little too close for comfort here for Shanks Lung. Meanwhile, you already see the pressure here from Destro just forcing out 90 on this bottom side lane. And as soon as they're able to push in these side lanes deep into the tier 2 turret, it gives them the flexibility to rotate on over and look for the pressure on the tier 1 in the mid lane.
Yeah, I mean, looks like a bit of a fight on 2 fronts here, collapsing on both sides.
Oh, but this is really smart from Twisted Minds, just being able to catch 9ZG at first, but for already a lot of mobility being burned here, and now they just went too far. The response from 9ZG overwhelming the side of Twisted Minds. Clean does fall for it. You saw there was like a brief moment where Twisted Minds had the numbers advantage, but the quick mobility from Moon, the flash being used to escape, and then the repositioning from 9ZG gives them the edge in the final closing of the fight.
I mean, this is the win condition of their draft, right? They needed to make sure they had aggressive plays into the early game, especially with a pick like the Mutsu, right? Because when that plays on the back foot, it's very hard to actually try and maneuver into a better spot. From a worse situation into a good situation, it becomes very difficult, right? Here, Charlotte, 1v1, 2v2.
Here we go. Angry One super low. Hai Long is going to be able to clean up the pieces here, gets the execute down onto Angry One, but now a response from Sick. And 90 knows that his duo has unfortunately overextended for the play, and 9ZG commit a lot of members to make sure that they can get one back for themselves. So ends up being a 1-for-1 here. Twisted Minds still 3-4 on the scoreboard. As long as they can continue scaling up, they are in a fine state. Only down 1,000 gold, but look at Sick. He is really trying to finish them off in the seer state here. Does not get the execute down on the Shanks, though. And the Infinite Vastness allows him to reposition. Clean occupies the front line super well on the Dune. 90 has arrived once again thanks to the set sail, but now he's taking so much damage. The seer state gets the execute this time on a 90. And a clean snipe from Destro with that ult bolt is going to find CT Boy under the safety of the tier 2 tower.
Yeah, this is what I mean with the consort UA. Like, if you get a good early game as well as the Modsu and have those Oak Bolts come through, because you're going to be looking at the itemization for this pick, there's going to be a lot of crit come through, and when those Oak Bolts do land, they definitely don't land with a kiss, they land with a smack, and that's definitely what happened there within that team fight between 9ZG and Twisted Minds. Twisted Minds need to try and formulate some kind of win here. Did they try and go for a neutral objective steal? Is that what's going to get them back onto the board? But right now, they've been pushed all the way to the T2 turret territory.
And you know what they're smacking with, Blam? It starts with the letter D. Call it death, like capital death. 9ZG Destro just making sure that he is putting a lot of damage into these moments when he can find a major fight on the top side, though. Already Moon forced out of the group, though, and Sick is just trying to occupy as much space as he can on this Ogryn, healing up, sustaining through all the damage in the CC. Clean starting to fall, using the ultimate to escape. And the rest of Twisted Minds retreating to the safety of the tier 2 tower, but that gives up pressure in the mid lane. And look at this, Blam. 9ZG, even though they're not getting kills, they're forcing fights, they're winning positioning on the map, and they're snowballing it into objectives.
Yeah, I mean, if we take a little look at the itemization, like I said, the critical damage items coming through for Consort U. Destro here, we see obviously the Shadow Ripper as well as the Eternity Blade come through. See the Cloud Piercer, which is obviously the T2 item going into Daybreaker. So we're already trying to get that late game item for these farm lanes come through, which is the Daybreaker. And at that point, it's going to be critical mass for the side of 9Z Globant in terms of those Oak Bolts slamming down, because in terms of the itemization of the side of Twisted Minds, they're behind by 4k gold, which is a lot of items that you are lacking to actually try and sustain the damage that 9Z Globant are trying to deliver through to your team.
Yeah, this is the largest gold lead that 9ZG have been able to surmount individually against Twisted Minds in all of their games, not just from this series, but also against Twisted Minds in the previous series during the first week of the tournament. Maybe a collapse here. 90 in trouble, getting stunned up here and slowed down by the oppression of 9ZG, but just not enough to actually lock him down. Now they got to be careful. Good cannon blast from the side of Kapuseva. Buy some time for Clean here. Or I should say Sick, but now he's super low. He's forced out of the fight. A quick flash, though, from Hylong. Does not want to let that Ogren get away for free. Kapuseva forced the flash over the wall. Now a response here. Maybe Destro can get some damage down, but a great knock up here from Clean. Or Sick, I should... Clean is able to buy space here. Twisted Minds. They're trying to fight back against Angry One, though. Charlotte doing a lot of work, but look at Clean on the Dune. You would think that this is not a tank, that this is a carry, the way that he is just pumping out damage and sustaining through it all. A cannon blast does not take him out on the backside. And just like that, 9ZG lose 4 members.
Yeah, looking to go for potentially the Tyrant here, which is Twisted Minds. Honestly, I thought like they would probably go for the Overlord here because they don't really have a clear horse in the race when it comes to the macro and the laning priority right now. But I feel like it's probably best for them just to kind of recalculate, reconfigure, maybe get a bit of pressure into these lanes just before they try and contest for this neutral objective. Even though that was the prime time for them to go for it, completely contest-free other than the Cannon Blast, they decided not to go for it. And right now, you saw there, obviously, Clean getting 2 kills as well. He has the Blazing Cape, he has the Eye of the Phoenix, so the sustainability for the Dune is coming through, as well as the anti-heal. So onto the side of 9Z Globant, they have to be careful choosing these fights, but there is a lot of damage coming from Moon, Destro, that it's just kind of making it very hard for the side of Twisted Minds to navigate this.
Yeah, but it was so crucial for Twisted Minds to recognize that the fight was so winnable once one of the major gold leaders in Sick was out of the fight. Meanwhile, another collapse here on the bottom side. Sick in the front lines here, in the Seer state, gets the first execute onto 90 Sunse. Now he's down for the count. Twisted Minds only have 4 members on their side. The contest for the Shadow Tyrant looking a little less winnable for the side of the Italian representatives here. 9ZG still maintaining the pressure, occupying this river space here. Clean looking at the Shadow Tyrant, trying to keep in range to see if he can look for another crucial kill, steal theft. Maybe he's in range, but he has to use the ult to run away. 9ZG able to defuse any chance of a smite steal.
Yeah, this is a bit troublesome for the side of Twisted Minds, right? I mean, they've now got the increased damage and movement speed from the Shadow Tyrant, as well as obviously the chain lightning effect on their basic attacks. So this is already causing, pre-Shadow Tyrant was already creating a lot of problems for the side of Twisted Minds. Now that they have the buff over to the side of 9Z Globant, they have to be careful. This next team fight could decide it all for 9Z Globant.
9ZG don't have the same gold lead that they were sporting a few minutes ago. It is still a decent 2,000 gold lead, but something tells me that Twisted Minds still not completely out of this game right now.
I mean, they're able to bring back the gold lead to around about 2k, right? So it wasn't quite the detrimental like 4k that we were seeing like a moment ago within a moment's notice. They're able to kind of clean these minion waves up. They got to make sure they're choosing the right fight, but Sick is definitely sort of, he's composing the team fights for himself rather than allowing Twisted Minds to do that thing. Because if they do, they get the team fight, they win. But 9Z Globant know they cannot relieve this pressure, because if they do, the late game win condition that is the long Shanks here could be trouble.
Oh, Shanks brought super low. Thankfully, the Infinite Vastness will keep him alive and away from Death's Door, but he's now out of the fight. And because 9ZG already split up Twisted Minds in the mid lane, there is no one getting a chance for 90 to escape. on the top side who was just trying to push out that side lane while 9ZG had their attention split up elsewhere. Clean already forced away from the objective once again, and 9ZG just using the allure of the Shadow Overlord, the threat of it being taken as a way to continuously bait Twisted Minds in, but they're still waiting in the shadows, waiting for them to overextend themselves before they commit to the objective.
Yeah, I mean, they've also got to nurse these minion waves as well, right? Because they're approaching the high ground turrets. They got to make sure that they clean these up before they go for it. So onto the side of 9Z Globant, they have everything going for them right now. They have the pressure. They basically have all the cards right now. It's basically the hope that Twisted Minds has some kind of like throw up within this deck that they have for them to actually come back in this game 3, but they dropped the Vanguard as well, so the Shadow Overlord has been casted. This means a lot of pressure over the side of Twisted Minds, and when they're 5k behind in gold is not where they want to be right now.
Yeah, and I loved the use of the toggle of Fog of War from the side of our observers there, just showing how much in the dark Twisted Minds were trying to enter in the safety of their own red side jungle. It doesn't belong to them anymore. And this is a great position for 9ZG. This is the first time that we have seen them be able to surmount a lead like this against Twisted Minds. Have yet to win a single game against them in all 4 between both of these series that they have played against, first in week 1 as well as now. Our second week, kicking off King's Major West League here for the survival stage of this tournament. Oh, Sick got to be careful though. Took a lot of damage making that turret dive for the high ground turret, but they got the objective, and now they're just gonna have to walk away with 20 seconds left to spawn on the next Tyrant.
Yeah, I mean, they've already been playing this very well at the side of 9Z Globant, but we can kind of see the anti-heal items come through there. We saw Venomous Staff being built onto Kapasiba there, so we're already going to be seeing a lot of anti-heal come through, but they were already kind of tearing apart the side of Twisted Minds in these team fights already. Having these extra little bit of Brucey bonuses in terms of their itemization is only going to make these team fights a little bit easier for them to conduct. Overlord Plate Melt going through as well, a lot more health, over to Auburn, Sick on Auburn there as well.
And 6 secures this another Shadow Tyrant for the side of 9ZG. Set sail already used. Stall some time so that 9ZG cannot immediately blitz into the jungle, but they're definitely on hot pursuit. Look at Moon eyeing the backline here. It's all about being able to find Shanks. If you kill Shanks, then Twisted Minds have no more damage left in the tank to be able to deal with the onslaught of 9ZG's side. And right now, they're all huddling around him. We have talked about it before at the start of the draft phase, or at the end of the draft phase, that this is all about trying to give Shanks the entire keys to the kingdom, the whole world on his platter. Shanks would be the sole member that could turn this game entirely around, but it's a massive hill to climb for the side of Twisted Minds, and 9ZG are just one good fight away from being able to close the game.
Yeah, it's not out of the bounds of reality, right? But I think like 90 gets caught off very early into these team fights, which is the problem. And as well, we see here the Highlang took a lot of damage also, so they're able to take these high ground turrets for now, and they're already playing on the back foot on the Twisted Minds because they lack the range, they lack the access into the backline, which was really like a clean, decisive BP draft here from 9Z Globant. The fact they took the lane off the side of Twisted Minds really upset this team comp.
Definitely seemed like it would have been much more of an ideal selection here for Twisted Minds, but also 9ZG just being able to play. So when we go back to the early stages of the game, the way they were blitzing the side of Twisted Minds early on, such a strong showing of resolve and execution. Probably the best execution that we've seen from this Argentinian squad in the entire series, as well as, you know, all 4 games that has spanned between both of these weeks here. The Twisted Minds still not out yet, but definitely awaiting to see if the next fight can at least go well for themselves, or if it's just enough for 9ZG to end it all here. And with the Shadow Overlord being taken, they'll get another Shadow Vanguard spawn. That should give them the edge in being able to fully break open the base, exposing the crystal in every single lane possible. And yeah, with it coming mid lane, that high ground turret is not long for the world.
Yeah, casting that Shadow of Doom, right? That was the side of 9Z Globant laying down potentially the last Overlord here, but it already committed into the team.
Shanks was going forward with that Lung, but forced to use the Infinite Vases, now repositioned super low on HP as the Resurrection, but is he going to survive upon coming back to life? I don't think so. And just like that, 9ZG upset the odds, and we are getting a hell of a series here, Blam. 9ZG find their first win against Twisted Minds.
Yep, 2-1 scoreboard so far for the side of Twisted Minds, but that is going to be a bit of a twisted upset for them, with 90 Globant taking that Game 3 victory from them. But like I was saying there towards the end, this was definitely sort of like a battle of attrition, and the fact that the BP really kind of set up this victory for the side of 90 Globant, especially with the band of the Elaine when we saw an early lock-in with the Dolia, just kind of was a foretold tale, just a story that was like written before us that we knew that was going to happen, especially with Kapasipa onto the Motsu as well as the Console U, paired in with the Orgrin as well. Just kind of like so much range and so much aggression in the early game meant that if 90 Globant didn't play that way, it obviously would have been a completely different story. But the fact that they were able to compose it from the very early game all the way to the late game, not taking a single ounce of pressure off onto the side of Twisted Minds, was the clear indicator that they were going to win that one, right? And towards the itemization you saw towards the end there, that's when the true colors started to shine. Shanks was already fully stacked itemized. He was not going to get any stronger. His flaming palms were not going to hit any harder. So the only way they could have won that one was, again, just a phenomenal team fight onto the side of Twisted Minds. And for what we saw in that Game 3, it was kind of just out of the realms of possibility.
Yeah, the only fight that looked extremely winnable for the side of Twisted Minds was the one pick where Sick just got a little too far ahead of the rest of the team and took way too much damage, and Hailong was willing to commit his flash to get the trade. And because Sick was one of the highest gold holders on the side of 90 Globant, it showed that Twisted Minds were very recognizing of the situation, like, hey, this is a fight that we can actually win. So they flipped it and were able to take a 4-4. I think they only lost 2 members in the fight or in the exchange, and that, unfortunately for them, 90 Globant quickly adapted and said, all right, we can't do that again. Let's all group up. Let's continue, playing and spacing appropriately. Obviously, Sick can occupy the front line and absorb a lot of the damage for themselves. Just can't go that deep. Can't go that far forward. And, it was a beautiful resolve from the side of 9ZG being able to quickly learn from that one slip up and then continue pushing forward and picking up their first win against the Italian representative.
I mean, it was a slip-up, but it was a slip-up they could afford, right? Because they already had the pressure into the lane, so they knew that the side of Twisted Minds wasn't really kind of in the position to try and take the neutral objective. If they were really invested in the idea of losing some more of those T2s in the higher ground turrets. So it was kind of like 90 Globant holding all the cards and saying, look, we lost that team fight. That's okay. Don't worry about it. We'll get them in the next one. But you can kind of see here, 90 Globant with a lot of damage coming through, right? Like, not only did you have the damage from the Motsu, you had damage from Destra, you had damage from Sick as well. Like, 3 heroes over the 100k mark in terms of damage is not what you want to be seeing with Twisted Minds, right? You don't know where to focus, and that's a lot of red on that gold graph.
The first time that we got to see 9ZG not only find a damn good gold lead against Twisted Minds, but also hold it for the majority of the game. In fact, they never, ever lost the gold lead once. Because unless, you zoom in very, very, very towards the beginning, that there's like a little bit of a slip-ups there. But you know what? That's early game, right? When you look at the game in its entirety, it was an 18-minute banger from the side of 90 Globant, but eventually they were able to cross the finish line, to close the distance onto Twisted Minds, and that should give them the confidence and the morale to at least go into Game 4 saying, listen, guys, we have what it takes to beat these guys down. These guys are not immortal, they're not undefeatable, so for 90 Globant, this gives them all of the breathing room they need to now have the confidence continuing this series out. And for Destro, MVP, well-deserved on the Consort U. Again, a hero that we have not seen that often in the tournament, and it was well executed by the farm laner here.
Yeah, well executed, but it was well set up, right? Like, the fact that they had the Motsu there as well as the Orgrim meant that Console U was just kind of untouchable. And the fact that 90 fell so many times, like we're going to see in these highlights here, just meant that there was really no access to the backline, because Clean was getting cleaned up very early into these team fights, soaking way too much damage that he was really able to actually take on in his own stride. And then 90 would always get caught out in the early parts of the team fights in a 1v1 against Charlotte, or even a 2v1 between Noon and Angrawon. But here we see a good commit here into the set sail, but it just isn't enough as they push into the T1 territory. They're not scared at that point, and then that 6 snipe from Destra was really just kind of like, okay, they are playing with the big boys now. 9ZG are definitely trying to win this one out for themselves. Getting one win on the board is closer to that prize. But honestly, I have to say though, the 18-minute game is a little bit too long for them. That gives a lot of room for error, a lot of time for Twisted Minds to adapt with the right draft to come back in a very earlier, more concise victory. So they're going to watch out in this game 4.
Yeah. Big win is taking a game off of Twisted Minds. Now, the next step in the evolution of 9ZG being just as competitive with Twisted Minds is got to be finding a game win that is a little more decisive and definitely a lot earlier. You know, if you want to be in the same status as, you know, teams like OG Esports, you got to find these like near 10, 11, 12-minute wins, right? But, you know, who knows? Maybe they make that adaptation going into game 4, which is exactly what we're preparing for. So don't tune away, anyone. We'll be right back after this break.
I feel it deep flowing through my blood. Rising up to become someone, and taking it all on my own. What a sweet victory. And taking all of my control, awaken something deep in me. Like flames, feel it burning inside. Take a hold in pursuit of the prize. I've been told ain't no way to survive, keeping all of this fire that's locked up inside. When this is the time, enter the ring. All those mental chemicals doing their thing. I got flashes of battles inside of my dreams. I was made for this moment. At least now it seems like it's time to come face to face with your fear. Been battling reasons for all of the years, and I learned how to fight them with style and grace no one's ever encountered. You say it's amazing, I'ma come out swinging when they open the gate. Go ahead, call passion, I'm calling it rage. I'm taking what's mine like I already own it. Watch but don't blink, going here to the moment. The sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment. The sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. My name is Honor, my name is King, my name is Champion, my name is Strength. Tell them who you are. My name is Pentakill, you think it's strange? My name keep ringing inside of your brain.
And welcome back. We're getting ready for game number 4 of our first series of the day in week 2 of the Kings Major West League. It's Rafa, it's Blam. No caster changes unless something diabolical happens to either one of us, which I'm praying. You know, no internet gods, you know, smiting upon us, no disconnection, no natural disasters in any course. You know, we got a competitive series now. Twisted Minds dropping the first game, 9Z Globant being able to overcome them for the first time in the tournament overall between two of the series that they have played against each other. And now 9Z Globant, they gotta be feeling good. They gotta be feeling that surge of confidence that's saying, hey, if we can take a game, why not take a whole series off them?
Exactly. I mean, go for the silver scrapes, right? I mean, they were down 2-0, they're now up 1-2. But they've got to look for this updated global ban pick here, and they're already, again, these are definitely some of the better team comps that they've drafted. Yes, they've had really good like picks within the earlier series, but at the same time, it's all about the execution, which we were sort of seeing a bit of a struggle for 9Z Globant, especially in Game 2. Game 1, they kind of went blow for blow with Twisted Minds, but then that Game 3 was a completely change up of the narrative. They were definitely driving force within that series with that one, which is definitely what they needed going into that one. But as we were discussing in the break, Rafa, I did say this one in my predictions on all my social medias at PlanMoba. I was predicting this series to be a 3-1. So if you want to see some more potential on point, I don't want to get too big-headed right now, potential on point predictions within the Honor of Kings Major League West, follow PlanMoba.
There you go. I endorse it and vouch it as well. And it's on all platforms, if I'm not mistaken. Should be consistent across.
Absolutely.
There you go. There you go. You know what? Another stat that I am so far a big fan of that you have been pretty much 100% on the mark to it's the Chano lost stats in game 1. It's all. If you pick Chano in game 1, according to Blam MOBA, you are trolling.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's not quite. It doesn't play out quite as well as my Pentakill, which you can also see over in my social medias at Blam MOBA. But
wow, we are glazing with socials.
We're going straight in. We're in survival week. I'm trying to survive financially, so we're going in. But Chano, yes, game 1 win rate definitely has not been there within the ranking week, but. This is the kind of time we're going to be starting seeing it, though, right? Like, the best of 5s is where Chano is going to come through in the latter parts of these series and a lot of parts of these drafts where it's going to be a lot more effective because the more so the counter picks have already been exhausted. So we could potentially be seeing it in this one. That's where we saw Twisted Minds ban it out in the previous one, and they go and lock it in potentially here with the reactive red pick for the side of Twisted Minds. It is, however, 9Z Globant, they do lock in the Princess Frost, so they do have the Winters here. Will we finally get to see the Liang and Princess Frost combo come through here strong for 9Z Globant?
That's what I'm keeping my eyes out open for. Blam, Twisted Minds settling on the Yixing and the Chano. So now, definitely a lot of CC and utility, at least from the mid lane's pool, is available for setup. And of course, a lot of mobility. It's always an underestimation that sometimes happens when you play against the Chano, how fast this guy can be once the ultimate is popped, and being able to slip away, using the power of those brushes to get that extra leap out to just increase the pace at which he is able to either dart in and get some skirmishing power, or just dart out and continue kiting away. But 9ZG, D-Renja is the answer, as well as the Dharma in the Clash lane, and Twisted Minds round out their support with Zhongfei.
Yeah, I mean, I do like over to the side of Twisted Minds, though. They do have the Yixing as well as the Zhongfei, which is something that did quite bear. It bared much better chances for 9Z Globant in that game 2 compared to their game 1, right? Like, they were able to get a lot of control, push away, and Twisted Minds here are definitely looking to kind of try and make sure they take the Liang off the table here. They don't want to see it paired with the Princess Frost because it was actually a decent win rate. I believe it was around about 63%, if I remember seeing it correctly, on one of the infographics within the social media of Honor of Kings Global Esports. Again, if you want to get your most information on social medias, make sure to check out the Hawk Global Esports channels as well. They definitely put some great kind of intel together for those that love to watch the esports. But yeah, I like the Zhongfei pick because at the current moment in the draft, the only thing that was keeping Chano away from a near defeat, that is the Dharma, was the Soaring Signal, but it's only a little kind of nudge, whereas the Unbridled Outburst, that is a push so far away, it creates a lot of distance between Chano and the enemy team, which is exactly what Shanks wants right here. He wants a little bit of a win condition. He wants some like a safety net for the side of Twisted Minds.
See if they can find it already. A lot of bans towards that support role, as you mentioned, for Twisted Minds. So now, things like... I'm not going to even lie. I'm trying to think about what other support options are available here. I think 9ZG have already used the Diadea for themselves, so they can't go back to that again. The Musashi is what Sick is thinking about in terms of the jungle role, whereas Twisted Minds at least have already locked in the Elaine for themselves. That was a hero they were looking at in one of the previous games where they wanted to pair it with the Dahlia Celestial Melody. Didn't get that time, but this time around, 90 will have access to that Death at Sunset, a lot of backline diving power here.
Yeah, I mean, they locked that in with the Taiyan as well. So Taiyan does give a lot of healing as well, especially in terms of sustainability. Musashi already has quite a bit of sustainability. He can be built very tanky. I do prefer the tank build onto the Musashi rather than sort of like the attack damage, which we do normally see come through. But they do need some more kind of burst because Chano, yes, he does the critical strikes. He can like kind of, with his basic attacks, do quite a bit of a rapid damage, but it's more so the critical strikes come through a little bit sort of similar to the Consort U in a way, but his ultimate, it basically his best shot at damage is definitely with those Spirit Wolves thanks to his traps. But they do lock in the Dion way here. So again, more burst coming up to the side of Twisted Mind, sorry. So they're going to be able to jump onto the back line, like the Princess Frost, like the Dharma as well, try and sort of like take them down before they get anywhere near the Chano, get anywhere near the Yixing as well.
Dang, we're getting Dianwei a second time in the series. Obviously, the first time it was piloted by 9ZG. Didn't get them necessarily the win, but we could see a little bit of that raw skirmishing power where Dianwei was just getting into the face of Twisted Mind's early jungle, as well as the top side, where 90 was taking a lot of, I don't want to say the most pleasant of visits from 6 jungle pressure there, facing First Blood, as well as a lot more kills on that top side. But now in Twisted Mind's hands, clean on the Dianwei. I imagine something similar in terms of pressure, trying to get that early skirmishing on their side. Is this really a composition where Twisted Minds just want to just blitz 9ZG early, or do they have scaling factors that they could play for?
They do definitely have the scaling factors as well, right? But this is the thing, is onto the side of 9Z Globant, they do have, it's the Musashi that I'm really going to be like keeping an eye on here. Obviously, that's one of their main access into the backline, is obviously duel to the death. Make sure that Sick doesn't overcommit with the duel to the death here, because that could be the kind of like be all or end all of this pick. Because once you commit to the duel to the death, you kind of stuck in there. But you can kind of see the potential like lockdown with the Winter is here being placed from Moon. Sick goes into the backline. They're already pretty slowed. You can use the extreme speed to kind of dash around, trying to get up enough pickups as possible. But personally, I like the draft of Twisted Minds just a little bit more, because they just have the burst from the Dianwei, which didn't quite bear the fruits for 9Z Globant in that game 1, but it was definitely one of the sort of like the starter picks in the early game that really kind of made the difference to try and get that dub on the board for them. It just didn't quite kind of roll out towards the end game.
Well, we're on to the Gorge now for game number 4. Twisted Mind still at match point, thanks to the first 2 wins that they accumulated for themselves. But 9ZG, in the spirit of being able to pick up the 3rd game win, at least a little bit more confidence on the side of the Argentinian representative here. Shanks already dueling with Destro very early on. A lot of early damage between both of these farm laners here. Hits level 2, but still forced to back away, even with the at least support of CT Boy's Zhang Fei coming in to collapse for some pressure there already. You can see the 9ZG still trying to maintain a little bit of that early pressure on all lanes.
Yeah, that's exactly where they got to put it, right? I mean, we saw, like, that's what won them the game 3, right? Is the fact that they're able to put the pressure into the side lanes, able to clean up the C1s very much early on compared to their opponent. But 90 and Angro One are just kind of trading blows here. The Moon Slash is definitely going to be a good counter towards the Dharma in a 1v1, because you have the CC immunity aspect of it as well. So I feel like those 1v1s aren't going to be that fruitful. You're going to be probably seeing a lot of the jungle rotations as well as mid up at the clash lane. But here right now, we are seeing a bit of a push here, trying to sort of get that farm lane priority already for either of these 2 teams. But it looks like 9Z Globant are definitely having a bit of an easier time down here to the farm lane.
Yeah, and that's thanks to the power of Kappa Seba on the Cyan, you know, being able to at least bring a lot of healing power versus CT Boy. If I'm not mistaken, Zhang Fei unfortunately does not heal your teammates. You get a lot of CC. You can
shield. Yeah.
Okay. All right, well, a little bit of pseudo-sustain, right? Whereas Kappa Seba actually healing you in the early laning phase, and then if things get super tricky, when we get to level 4 on the Cyan, you have that Tune of Tranquility, extra resistances, as well as even more healing on top of it. So 9ZG have the potential in a 2v2 all-in scenario just to be able to deceptively survive what could be a more winning fight for the side of Twisted Minds.
Yeah, I mean, at least until they got anti-heal onto the side of Twisted Minds, right? As soon as they start to build the anti-heal items, oh, okay, a bit of a 2v1 up here into the clash lane, but it is going to be the death at Sunset that saves him for a little while there. 90's able to just retreat. He does not use the sprint, however, so he hasn't been committed. He still has a bit of a get out of jail card, or he can use it very aggressively.
Clash laner for Twisted Minds able to evade Death's Door at least early on this time around. We're just at the 3-minute mark, 1 minute away from neutral objective spawning. Good World is my board from the side of Hai Long, trapping Destro in and using the Unbridled Outburst to tank all of the turret shots, but still not enough to finish off Destro. Oh, it was so close, Blam, but just not enough from the side of Twisted Minds.
Yeah, the Soaring Signal just didn't quite do as much damage as I think Shanks was expecting it to. I've been in that situation many times. You got to make sure that you are pressing it at the right time and kind of at the right kind of critical point of your enemy's health bar. But he just got away scot-free, whether it was some kind of healing come through from Diane there. But at the same time, whatever it was a saving grace for the side of 9Z Globant. Not losing that first blood is definitely not the situation they want to be in, especially with Twisted Minds ahead by about 1k gold, kind of flittering between that range.
Alrighty, we're seeing the power of that Tune of Tranquility from a hero that we don't get to see that often here in the KMW. We'll have to look back at my stats to see if this is officially the first time we're seeing it here in the Major West League, or if there was another stray game, but definitely the first one that comes to memory. As Twisted Minds, now it is 4 minutes into the game, immediately blitzing down the first Tyrant of the game.
Yeah, blitzing down the first Tyrant of the game is going to be Twisted Minds, which is going to be very good for the likes of Chano. Again, it already gives over that chain lightning effect to 90. There's the potential that 90 builds the Sparkforge Dagger as well, right? Just to kind of get a little bit better wave clear onto the lane. But I suppose he's more than likely going to be trying to build that Blazing Cape first. Obviously, the anti-heal coming through, as well as the kind of damage over time. There is the Blazing Cape being built onto Clean there, so already some anti-heal falling through to the side of Twisted Minds. A bit of a macro play from 90 is definitely where they want to be with this one. They want to try and get those pryos into the side lanes just to make it a little bit easier for them.
It's definitely what allowed Twisted Minds to get those atypical wins on, or the traditional wins they found in the first two games of the series, as well as a majority of the series that they won in all of their games from the first week of play. And just like that, Tier 1, first one to fall in the Clash lane thanks to 90's lane, using the teleport to now bring his pressure to the bottom side of the map and pushing 9ZG out of the comfortability range that trying to use this red quadrant of the side for. And right now, Collapse is coming in. Big engage. Destro forced to use the flash already, but Clean is relentless on the DN way, and not even 9ZG's front line and healing is going to be enough to save this backline from collapsing, as somehow Caposay was able to escape danger. But now they're going to continue the chase onto the Tier 1 into the bottom lane, and just like that, Blam, that is a huge win for Twisted Minds.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, the way the Caposay was able to get it there was the kind of like, it was the final grace from Moon, right? The frigid prison from the Princess Frost, freezing City Boy just suspended in air was enough to keep him alive. But oh, okay.
Okay, Clean still not going down, just a little deceptively too tanky on the DN way. It was a decent setup by Angry One trying to land the Truth Mantra onto that red buff wall. Just not enough damage behind the punch there.
No, not at this point in time, right? But we can kind of see, like I was saying before, Clean already sort of like setting the motion of the anti-heal. He had the Blazing Cape, but we have now get the Venomous Staff onto Highlink as well. So a lot of anti-heals coming through, which is going to really kind of put a burn onto the Diane, onto the Masashi as well, in terms of the sustain that he can get as well from his skills. But that's where they've got to try and like formulate this further, right? We can kind of see that it is going to be the Sparkforge Dagger, the second item for a lane coming through as well. But right now, I feel like 9Z Globant just need to make sure they mitigate this macro play here from Twisted Minds, because they have been given a lead. They need to make sure they maintain it for themselves, or 9Z Globant, if they want another one on the board, they need to take it.
Well, Twisted Minds not giving them that breathing room right now. A lot of members dedicated to the siege of the second tier turret on the top side of the map. Thankfully for 9Z Globant's side, they're able to answer with enough members. However, on the bot side, it looks like Destro just took a 1v1 against Clean and was just not expecting the damage output from Dian Wei, or Clean just getting the better from him.
Yeah, you don't want to underestimate the burst damage come from Dion Wave, right? Like the fact that Clean can Leap of Fury, right? Obviously, he didn't use it. It's back off cooldown. He also has the slow as well. So yes, Destra does have the cleanse for the D-Ren Jet, but that's not going to be enough with the damage.
Meanwhile, you already see CT Boy just buying space in between the two towers, and Sick is the first one to fall in the dive from Twisted Minds, and they are just relentless with the pressure. This is a far cry from any of the games that we have seen this entire series, even the ones that Twisted Minds have already won. This is a 6,000 gold lead at 8 minutes into the game. This is Twisted Minds coming out with a statement and proving that Game 3 was just a fluke.
proven that Game 3 was just a fluke, and also that Chano doesn't work in Game 1, but definitely works towards the latter part of the series. They are definitely putting a name and a staple onto that one, Rafa, which I'm very proud of, because again, I called it. It's not very good in Game 1, but midway into the best of 5, it is definitely bearing the fruit, right? Like the Sorin single coming through here, just enough to kind of create the space that he needs, but at the same time, you can see here that Clean's kind of giving him a bit of free roam into that Crimson Golem buff, right? So giving that extra damage over, going for the Tyrant is the real setup here for Shanks on this pick.
It's not even a Shadow Tyrant, but it's still an objective that Twisted Minds can take for free, allowing the minion waves to push in naturally on the Clash lane side of the Gorge here, whereas 9ZG trying to focus their efforts in defending this second-tier turret from falling in the farm lane. Unfortunately, they can't even step up because Twisted Minds have this corridor already checked and ready to pounce through in case 9ZG overstep their welcome here, so they just have to cede ground on the second structure. And right now, high ground turrets are exposed in both top and bot lane here.
Yeah, they got to be careful onto the side of 9Z Globant, right? All it takes is just another team fight, very precise from the side of Twisted Minds. As you can see here, they haven't dropped a single death just yet. There is still time. There is still means to do that. But when you are behind 8k gold, the means becomes a much more of a less of a reality, more of a kind of like a miracle at this point for the side of 9Z Globant. They have to try and get a pick-off to get into this team fight, but there's just no way into it, right? Like, their front line is kind of already pushed back. Masashi doesn't have the sustain that he needs to, thanks to all the anti-heal. Taiyan as well doesn't feel that comfortable with going in because of the Elaine just being able to just jump straight on top of her as well, just completely mitigating the backline and the support from this Taiyan pick.
Yeah, it is almost an 8,000 gold lead now for the side of Twisted Minds. I mean, if you wanted a more convincing reason for Twisted Minds to be seen as the better opponent in this series, you just look at this game 4. This is match point for anyone that might have forgotten or just tuning in to the series. These are all best of 5s here in week 2. And even though it's not the end of the world for 9ZG overall, you know, this is a nice step forward for Twisted Minds to be able to still cement their place as one of the top teams in Group S, even though it is all top 3 that made it through after the first week of gameplay. And 9ZG will have a chance to play against Twisted Minds again, since this is a double round robin of best of 5s. But right now, Twisted Minds wants to put a stop to the series and wants to move on.
Yeah, they're just looking for like a best defense here for the side of 9Z Globant, right? Just trying to clear these minion waves so it doesn't allow the side of Twisted Minds to try and get these higher ground turrets. But the one thing they haven't factored in is these Vanguards are coming through these lanes thick and fast, and they got to be careful because they're going to at least lose one high ground turret here, and it looks like they're going to pick off that Clash lane because it hasn't been given a lot of love into this game. It's meant that Aggro 1 has had a bad start.
Good World is my board. A couple of members already locked in. They dive right into the bottom high ground turret where Destro was lying in wait, trying to see if he could survive, but not going to be the case. And Twisted Minds, with the aid of the Shadow Vanguard, will sweep the rest of this final game and take the overall series 3-1.
There we go, the 3-1 scoreboard that was, I'm not saying predetermined by plan, but through statistical, looking at these things through a looking glass. That's exactly the prediction I came to within my predictions, but Twisted Minds obviously just having a shaky game 3, right? They were definitely out BP'd. Their draft didn't quite work the way it needed to. 9Z Globant just had a better draft in that game 3 and a better execution of that draft as well. But in game 4, that's a different story to be just a complete different story for the side of Twisted Minds, sorry, is the fact they just were so aggressive in the early game. They were able to get the Clash lane pressure as well, which meant that Angro 1 was able to kind of be as free roaming as he needs to be onto the Dharma, looking for the back lines of Twisted Minds. The vision score wasn't quite there for him as well. He was definitely lacking in that one. He kind of felt like he was being resourced to a role that he doesn't necessarily shine in, which was kind of like a front line trying to do a lot of damage in the earlier parts of these initiations between the two teams. But like you were saying there, in the early game, the Enlightened Mantra just isn't going to do enough damage for the Dharma. So it was kind of like a non-starter there for 9Z Globant, but it was a valiant effort as a series overall, I have to say.
Yeah, we still have to say that for 9Z Globant, in a majority of the games that we saw against Twisted Minds, they were being able to either match the early game aggression and pressure, being able to pull off some surprise skirmishes that caught Twisted Minds off guard and gave them some small advantages, The problem was coming down to whether 9Z Globant could accelerate those advantages into meaningful, gold leads and map leads in terms of, towers being taken off the board. We only saw that really once, right? And that was game 3. And when it happened in game 3, it was such a monumental lead that Twisted Minds were just struggling to be able to regain composure on the map, that there just was no realizable way to do it, right? There was one good fight that they took in being able to take out 6 Ogren on the top side of the map, but after that, it was pretty much 9ZG's game to lose, and they were able to take the dub away. But the rest of the games, Twisted Minds being able to match on the map, be able to get more decisive map leads with turrets being taken. Even when you think about game 2 as well, that game was, kind of interesting when we look at the scope of 9ZG were getting all the kills, but it was Twisted Minds saying, okay, yeah, you're getting all these kills, but what are you getting for it? Nothing. We're getting turrets while you send 4 people to chase after our one lone dude on, farm lane or clash lane, vice versa.
That's exactly that. I mean, to be honest, it kind of, in the BP of this game 4, it's sort of like when we started to see the Yixing come through as well as the Dion Wei, that's when I got kind of excited as well, because that pairing really bared the fruit here for Twisted Minds. As you can see, Hailang and Clean didn't die once, but it was the perfection, the combo of the world is my board with Dion Wei, Clean being able to use the Leap of Fury into a confined space that the enemy team just couldn't break out of. So if you caught one lone straggler, you know for a fact that Clean was coming out on top of that whole initiation, right? And we saw towards the early parts of the optimization with Twisted Minds as well was the fact that they were prioritizing the anti-heal, like not just 90, not just Clean, but even Hailang building the Venomous Staff first as well within his itemization after his boots just meant that Taiyan was kind of like, guys, I've got healing, but it's just, there's no healing coming out. There's just like no healing coming out. And that was ultimately one of the early sort of markers within this game 4 that you could see that Twisted Minds knew what they were doing against this kind of very late into the best of 5 draft.
And if we look forward ahead in this remaining Group S, there's still one more series to be played between 9ZG and Twisted Minds later on in the week, as well as, 2 respective series that 9ZG have to play against OG Esports, and Twisted Minds also have to play 2 respective series against OG Esports. We still are looking at OG Esports as the top dog of this tournament and the team to beat. Has there been anything shown by Twisted Minds in this series that gives you a little bit more confidence going up against the undefeated squad so far?
Not anything off the top of my head, because obviously, like you were saying there as well, like some of these games weren't the cleanest. Honestly, this game 4 was the cleanest they probably played. Obviously, they didn't drop a single death, so whatever they were kind of formulating with this one in terms of the early game execution, the macro play, this kind of like just showing that these players know how to play around these sort of like late into the series team comps to show that the Twisted Minds gets better as the series goes on, rather than kind of starting strong when with the series, like we saw probably the most combated 9ZG without taking the win within the series at that first part of the series. But Twisted Minds seems to be like more like a long burning flame, whereas 9Z Globant was kind of like a supernova. They kind of started very strong within that game 1, weren't able to get the victory, but at the same time they were able to kind of bring the blow for blow to make it that kind of clash of titans that we saw in that game 1, and then it didn't quite bear a victory until halfway into the series, which is when they kind of got that team comp down. So Twisted Minds seem to play for the long game, 9Z Globant seem to play a little bit better in the earlier parts of that series. But let's look at the MVP, and it's actually going to be single away from Shanks this time.
Damn, he just yoinked the MVP king right under his nose. But you know what? When you have something like the Zhang Fei and you have to create so much space for your squad, he definitely did a great job of that. The Unbridled Outburst and just being able to at least match the sustain of the Taiyan from the side of 9Z Globant. Even though it's not, real sustain, pseudo sustain in the shields at least keeps Shanks topped off in a lot of these trades. And when they went for that overextensive dive on the bottom side, it was really him and Clean working hand in hand, just overextending. And yeah, that's going to be the first highlight. I think this is pretty much what did in 9Z Globant for the rest of the game.
Yeah, he kind of rendered Capacita there just completely useless, right? Like, he was pushed away with the Unbridled Outburst, too far away. They were able to get the kill into Destra as well as Moon. But the one point that I really want to point out here for City Boy was this, where he's in between two turrets. He gets a crucial 3-man crowd control, pushes Sick into his team, as well as be able to like basically convert that into a T1 into the mid lane. Was a huge play, and honestly, I feel like that was the MVP highlight for me. And again, once more, the I Ching and Zhang Fei combo is kind of just replicating that same sort of success that Princess Frost and Liang had in week 1. Maybe this is the pairing we'll see highlighted for this week.
Who knows? We'll have to keep track of that as we continue on with our games for the rest of the week, as well as we still have 2 more series for the rest of the day. I think definitely one of them I'm super excited for towards the end, where we're going to see OG Esports being able to battle on the Gorge again. I cannot get enough of this squad, knowing that Dao still has 5 deaths total in the tournament. An achievement for any team would be to double that death score in their today's series. I don't know if it's going to be possible just because of how dominant they've been, but of course, we're going to have to wait a little bit more. We still got another series before we get to that point. It's going to be AYLO Gaming taking on next RÜYA right after this break.
In Hero's Gorge, the base is the spring of life. In the real world, every forest and plant is the Earth's spring of life. The base nourishes the gorge, just as Earth's ecosystems sustain all life. If the base is exhausted, heroes will lose their home. If ecosystems are destroyed, all life loses their habitat. Honor of Kings is working with players worldwide to support real-world environmental causes and protect our planet's future. By participating in Protect Nature, Protect All Life, all efforts in the event will contribute to real-world causes. Protect the environment and let us defend the honor of our planet together.
Excuse me.
Hugging stings. Victory!
Yes, yeah.
Another round. Sure, but how about a smoother phone next time?
Realme 14, performance beyond limits.
And welcome back, y'all. We're getting ready for our second series of the day. Day 1 of week 2. That's a lot of 2s and 1s there, Blam. We have to navigate through that every single time. My name is Rafa. I got Blam, aka Blam MOBA. Make sure to check out all of his socials wherever he's been putting out the content. He's been putting out the predictions. And so far, he's 100% right, as he successfully predicted 3-1 for our first series of the day between Twisted Minds and 9Z Globant. Now, before we get into our best of 5 between AYLO Gaming and next RÜYA, who do you have in terms of your predictions?
I mean, statistically, it's been AYLO Gaming that's obviously had the overall previous victory over NRX, but honestly, I feel like with this one being a best of 5, it could go either way. My predictions, however, I've kind of forgot this one, so we're going to bear with this one. It's going to be a bit of a mystery with what my prediction is. I'll either be very happy that I've got a 100% prediction rate towards the end of this series, or I failed. So we'll yet to see.
You know what, Blam? Keep talking. Be the anchor for me. I'm pulling up your socials right now, and I'm scrolling through the feed. Go for it.
I am certain of, obviously, is AYLO Gaming did play Chano, but you can imagine which series he did not come through on, which is series game 1. He didn't play it. They did play the Chano in that one. They did play in number 2, and were able to actually get the dub on the Chano as well. So there we go. I said no hablo, but I do know those. Thanks to Rafa.
You're welcome. You're welcome. We're teaching more Spanish for you on the broadcast here. But yeah, even though AYLO Gaming does have the upper hand on next RÜYA, I think the inconsistency that has been shown between both of these teams against other opponents, obviously we're going to see how it plays out. But first, we got to meet the teams, starting with AYLO Gaming on the blue side. Here's your blue side squad in AYLO Gaming, the Crown Hunters, being able to qualify through the Latin America Open Qualifier, previously known as Lete Gaming, now known as AYLO Gaming, the Peruvian representative, starting with Uxa in the Clash lane, Vermon in the jungle, Lo Maximo in the mid lane, Solista in farm lane, and Robo Alma at support.
Yeah, this will be the team. This is the Crown Hunters, right? They weren't able to sort of seek the crown in the ranking week. They are definitely still in that Group A. So again, for those joining in at home, this is actually going to be a series within Group A. And in Group A, what is at stake for this group is they are all vying for that top space, so they can actually get into the knockout stage, into the lower bracket semifinals. So this is what all these teams in Group A are fighting for, and their opponent is none other than NRX. And here is their opponents from AYLO Gaming. It is going to be next RÜYA, the Light Chasers, and it's Knight up into the Clash lane. It is Atix into the jungle, Ryuga into the mid lane, Void into the farm lane, and Demon into the support role. But don't let these faces fool you. They have swapped around positions in the previous series they played. So a little bit of a virtuoso as a team in the West.
Yeah, Void not only getting a chance to pick up 2 MVPs in one of their series that we casted on day 3. Have to remind myself, I believe it was against Virtus Pro, but we saw Void go into the Clash lane, take the Dharma for himself, get the MVP on that, go back into the farm lane, pick up the Chano, and then pick up another back-to-back MVP. This guy just trying to, you know, flex his diversity pool and just being able to show that he is capable of being able to play any archetype of hero.
Exactly. I mean, you may as well, right? Like, if you've got this within your utility of your team, you may as well use it because it could be the trump card that you need to take that victory over your opponent in the series. But if we do actually give props over to the West for one time, I know, scary, right? But Scars over to the side of the East League, they have that same kind of thing going on with their team. But look at the head-to-head between these two that are playing right now, and this is the mid lane head-to-head. 26 kills for Lomax, 14 for RÜYA, more damage for Lomax as well, considerably a lot more damage actually. Gold per minute as well is also just keeping it onto the side of Lomax. So overall, in terms of stats, so stats speaking, Lomax is definitely the stronger mid lane player within these matchups.
Yeah, and the one series that we had between AYLO Gaming and RÜYA was an off-broadcast one, so we didn't get to see it firsthand. But, you know, just ratting off some of the picks that Lomax was able to pilot to great success against his opponent in the mid lane against RÜYA was not only the Ganem Mo, which we have seen a few times and being used to great success as a long-range artillery mage, but also Shangguan. That's a hero that I think only one other player that has really used in this tournament. It's not one that we see often.
It's not one we see often, but it's one what we see often when the Dolia comes through, and that's exactly what they did in that draft, right? Once Dolia comes through, it starts to kind of opening up these not predictable, but basically it's a sure sign to know that some of these heroes are going to come through because they just synergize so well with the Dolia. But we're getting into Game 1 BP with NRX against AYLO Gaming. NRX going to be onto the blue side, so they do get that prior blue pick for themselves. Be very interested to see what they go for, whether they're going to try and lock in something like the marksman for Void very early on. Will it be like Lung? Will it be Lady Sun? Or we'll be looking at that jungle pick for Atix, because again, these two players have been kind of like the star-studded players within next RÜYA, I feel.
Right now, no surprising bans of the sort. My Shernoi and Dharma, typical ones that we have seen from most of the teams here in the Major West League. If we want to continue down typical bans, Arlie would be the next one on the red side here from AYLO Gaming. Yixing, not necessarily something we see early on banned, but it's definitely meritable since it gives so much utility.
And there it is, the Arlie ban. So it does mean that Lung is still available. And the last time these two teams did play together, they did actually lock in Lung in the first round. But it looks like NRX are going to go for the Dolia first up. So again, we could start to see some of those more sort of telling picks that I was also on about recently. Will they end up taking the Dolia away so they don't see over the side of AYLO Gaming? But one thing they do take away from the side of NRX is one of the picks that they could have gone for is the Hugh Huan. But again, this could be flexed either into jungle or mid. A great pick onto the side of red side because it's kind of got your enemy team guessing, where is this hero going to go?
AYLO will get a chance to keep that one hidden in the cards. They were one of the few teams that actually flexed it into the jungle for Venomon and were able to pilot to great success. It was one of the wins that they got against next RÜYA last time they faced against each other, but this time the Turkish representative going to go for a powerful option in the jungle in terms of CC and frontline capabilities with the Dune, although I'm not sure if we're frozen on the draft screen or if we're getting that back up as soon as possible. So assuming that the Dune is locked in, what do you also want to round out this composition with, especially already taking the Dolia off the board?
I mean, Dolia with the Dune makes sense, right? I mean, we are going to get into the second ban phase very soon, so I would honestly hope the next RÜYA have it within them to either take either the Ganem Mo or maybe even the Lung, because they've historically played those picks, and it works very well into Dolia. I mean, we saw it in the last series, right? That yes, it didn't quite bear the fruit for Twisted Minds, but when it's a first the game one of a series, it's generally going to be a little bit more better for you to try and bring out this combo and make it work. But yeah, right now it could be anything, right? I mean, they could even take AYLO game in Changwon that they
all might have been a technical issue with one of the players and might have to take that time to restart the lobby. But just, I want to take this opportunity, Blam, while we're waiting to kind of go back to the overarching narrative. This is now a series that this is in Group A. So these teams don't have the same safety net as being in Group S, where if you lose a series, okay, cool, you know, you might be set behind in terms of overall game score, but at the very least, that just, you know, puts you in lower seeding for the upcoming knockout stage of that upper group. Whereas, you know, being in Group A, if you are set behind and lose these games in the series score, you are one step further from being able to net that first seed, which actually guarantees that you get a chance to play in that knockout stage, and it could mean that you're at the end of your tournament run.
Exactly, yeah. There is a lot more at stake here for the Group A, like I did say prior, going into the survival week as well. Like Group A, this is where the strongest challenge actually comes into light, right? Is the fact that only 1 out of 4 teams are going to go through to the knockout stage. So they're going to be vying for it. They're going to be playing their little hearts out. They do still have a double round robin, so they can still fight these teams once more to try and secure some more points for themselves. But looking at NRX's draft here, they've gone for the Lady Chen into the mid lane. So again, we could be seeing 2 destructive delusions, which could be very fruitful for them. A very good counter-engage mechanic for the side of NRX. But then you also have the Mayeen, right? So Mayeen is going to be looking at trying to take off the back line like the Chano, like the Agudo, picks like that, basically just sort of stopping them in the tracks. But statistically, AYLO Gaming going for the Chano in game 1 doesn't bear the best of confidence in your boy Blam. So, but they do have the critters. They've got the critters from the Agudo, so maybe this is the balance that they need to get this game 1 Chano victory on the board.
You know, they tried to appeal to you by picking up your favorite hero in the game at the moment, and just making sure it's like, we don't anger the Channel 1 Game 1 stats god himself. Now, AYLO Gaming being able to round out this composition with, I don't want to say the most convincing front line, but there's a ton of utility spread out the board here for the squad. Meanwhile, on the side of next RÜYA, what do you see here? Obviously, there's the Dune there for the frontline capabilities in the jungle, but is this enough damage that's packed in with what they've assembled?
Honestly, I mean, with the Lady Chen, again, she definitely offers a lot of damage. There's a lot of people that say that they don't like Lady Chen in the chat and stuff like that when it comes to she lacks damage, but we've seen statistically and historically in games where Lady Chen's actually done a lot more damage than their actual marksman, right? So I feel like that's a little bit of a void statement, especially when you have that paired with the Dolia. So you're going to be looking to see here that next RÜYA are going to be trying to set up these engages with Adex, and then Ryuga is going to just be dropping that destructive deluge into that range where they're going to be sort of like soaking the damage. So they are going to be dealing the damage, but soaking that damage from the enemy team as well. But it's going to be interesting to see how Vermon navigates this Agudo pick, right? Because we've seen that the Agudo great at macro, being able to clear the waves, the minion waves very easily as well because of the critters, and also the movement speed and attack speed increase from the wild growth.
Thankfully, you got that furball for that pseudo front line. Because you are definitely lacking bodies in terms of that can take a hit in terms of supply for the side of AYLO Gaming. A lot of more. I don't want to necessarily like lack of tanks, but yeah, it just seems like most of these picks are definitely playing for themselves, but still, as we noted before, a lot of utility at AYLO Gaming. If they can maneuver around it, then, you know, maybe it'll be able to trump next RÜYA's composition here, as already a minute has passed here on the Gorge. Nothing super out of the ordinary so far. A couple roams as both of the supports were helping out the mid lane get that push in. We do see Vermon actually rolling on in with Furball at his side, but next RÜYA's bot lane does have enough time to just run away.
Yeah, I mean, we have obviously Agudo as a front line. It's going to be built tank-wise. Obviously, the giant script's going to come through. Itemization like Frostguard's Embrace as well to try and get the slows, especially when you see that Atix is going to be stuck in there, right? So anything that slows down the enemy team is definitely what they're going to be going for onto the side. At the same time, they're going to have low max as well. So Q1 historically doesn't always build full AP into the mid lane. We get a little bit of tankiness come through as well. That means that she has the kind of sustainability into these team fights and kind of offers that front line as well.
2v2 fight on the top side. Oh no, Blam! Turn off your camera! You don't want to see this! Agudo going down. It's first blood for the side of next RÜYA. Could be Doxa next. Relentless with the pressure on the jungle clash lane duo of next RÜYA.
Yeah, no, I didn't like seeing that one, Rafa. Honestly, I think I'm just gonna sort of just quiver. I'm gonna go back to a little bit of a fetal position, knowing that my Agudo just got brutally slapped down in first blood there. But hey, it's early game. Vermont needs to get those tankier items, needs to build a giant's grip into its entirety, and that's when we're gonna start to see the Agudo come through, right? Like not only in terms of split push potential, but in terms of team fight as well.
We'll see if AYLO Gaming can bounce back and just prove that, you know, an early 2v2 skirmish is not the end of the world, or if next RÜYA can find a way to snowball this advantage here. Still just under barely 1,000 gold lead, just now reaching that point. We got Tyrant and Overlord spawning in the next minute or so. Next RÜYA, right now, a lot of their members are focused up here on the bottom side, which AYLO Gaming are matching, trying to see if they can find another collapse window here.
Yeah, they're just trying to get priority into the bot lane, right? They want to make sure that they open this up for the initial objective that's about to spawn. We do see that the lone sides have been used. They're trying to get the knockups as well from the Lady Chen, trying to get a pick off here, which would be great for the side of NRX, right? As they're trying to set up this neutral objective. Tanks are fighting out into the mid lane here. A little bit of a 2v1 going on down. Vermont looking a bit worse for wear right now, as obviously we know Atix on the Doom can do quite a bit of damage in the early game and can soak just as much as well, thanks to his second skill, Gale's Benediction.
Now is the time.
One thing I'll be looking for at next RÜYA is how well they can set up traps again. That was one of their signature calling cards that they were especially able to at least leverage against Virtus Pro in their series on day 3. That really gave next RÜYA a really strong identity that I'd not been able to see in a lot of the other teams here in Group A. Already the pressure that they've been able to mount in both bot and mid lane gives them free control over the Tyrant, and as we've seen before, not really a reason to beeline for the Overlord anytime soon. Just resume standard lanes and continue farming.
Yeah, I mean, they're already building kind of a bit of momentum onto the side of NRX, right? I mean, they're up by about like 700 gold now, which isn't sort of like the biggest lead. They definitely have been ahead by a little bit further, but they do have the Tyrant come through as well. So they're getting the increased movement speed, they're getting the increased tactical damage as well. Oh, almost getting caught out there is next RÜYA. Has to be careful.
It popped the flash, so it's a common skill burned on the side of AYLO Gaming's sake. Just got to be careful about how far you can overextend, but just knowing his limits. Now, next time RÜYA does step up aggressively like that, got to have the awareness that you can't be as far as you were last time now without the flash.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they exhausted the flash. The ultimate as well, Destructive Deluge, was actually committed there as well. But it is going to be a 3v1 dive into the bot side of the map, opening that T1. So honestly,
nice.
AYLO Gaming's draft in this game 1 seems to be just like a, maybe just trying to exhaust some of the big picks from the side of NRX, right? Because it's not really bearing much fruit into this early game. Obviously, Doxa, when he gets a little bit more items, you have to dive into the back line, may actually bear more fruit for the side of AYLO Gaming. But right now, they're definitely playing a better game NRX so far in this game.
Definitely a good point to bring up too in conversation about this series is even if this first game is not, you know, going your way, if AYLO Gaming are trying to play for, we'll let them have certain power picks so that they can't use it again, thanks to the power of overall global ban. Was that a steal? Oh my god, Alma! How'd that happen?
Right, it was a Destiny counter. He just dropped it down. Obviously, didn't quite expect it onto the side of Atix there. He was just like, you know what? They haven't got any smite nearby. I'm just going to go here and not smite it. And then all of a sudden, Destiny counter came through. Boom, done.
Not ideal. Well, AYLO Gaming at least be able to claim one objective for themselves and continuing the fight for the blue buff, forcing NRX out of the safety of their own jungle. There's a flash burned by Knight, as he was dangerously low, but now the re-engage Atix on the Dune, latching forward with the ultimate, winding up for the second cast of the first skill, not going to find that knockup, but the rest of AYLO Gaming forced to retreat, and it's still 3 kills total for the side of next RÜYA.
Yeah, next RÜYA definitely played a bit more defensive there towards their Azure Golem. They're able to maintain it as well, so good job that was going over to the side of next RÜYA, because again, Dune realized that he has low cooldowns anyway, so to make him even faster is just a benefit for this kit here. They were able to steal the enemy's Azure Golem as well, so they are helping themselves to all blue buffs across the map, but I do have to give points over Solista into this marksman role. He is playing a lot of more presence up into the clash lane, able to get the T1 traded across the map as well. Is a good macro play for the side of AYLO Gaming to make sure they're just kind of not like sitting ducks, not getting any objectives, and kind of not taking any turrets, but there is still a lot of presence up into the clash lane. Knight has to sort this out.
Gonna see if they can at least stabilize on the Gorge here. The fact that AYLO Gaming able to find that top tier 1, equalize the turret score, and now continue pressure into the clash lane. It does force the response of an RX to defend the tier 2 for now. Already see Fermon with a 4-man, trying to see if they can at least escape. Forced to use the Furball just to slow down the collapse of NRX, and it was a good call since AYLO Gaming might have been caught out of bounds there.
Yeah, they got to make sure they're using it sort of like defensively at the same time, but right now we are seeing that the goal difference is still not the greatest between these two teams. It's like 1k gold, which could literally change in the matter of a team fight, right? Like as soon as that happens, the team fight comes through. If AYLO Gaming coming out on top of that as well, means that they could take the gold lead once more for themselves. But we're seeing a bit of a fight here for the T1 into the mid lane. AYLO Gaming respond with the response they need, right? Just wipe out the minion wave, just make sure they don't take down that T1 into the mid lane, because if they start opening up these T1s into the mid lane, that's where it becomes a bit troublesome for the side of AYLO Gaming. But AYLO Gaming are looking to try and open up this T2, sorry, up into the clash lane. So another props to Solista, just really focusing hard onto this clash lane, means that Knight doesn't have the free roam that he needs.
Yeah. And at least NRX are able to use their other pieces on the map to take these towers outside the realm of AYLO Gaming's defense and safety. Another Tyrant going their way. So just racking up these objective scores one by one. And even though AYLO Gaming are not out of it, and thanks to the fact that they at least got a tier 1 on the clash lane, it means that they're still relatively competitive. So now that we're heading into the mid game here, Blam, what kind of item spikes are we trying to see that both teams... you know what? We'll get to that question later. Maybe a little bit of a fight. Furball almost biting the dust, but thankfully for Vermont, able to recall it back to safety.
Yeah, I feel like in terms of item spike, it's going to be over to like Chano here. Again, going for more critical kind of damage items as well. We would like to see the itemization at some point, but we can already see that obviously Void has already built the Spark Forge dagger. More than likely the Doomsday onto the D-Ranger as well. But overall, you're going to be looking at the anti-heal, obviously trying to mitigate the healing potential of the Wild Growth, but also the self-heal from Doxa onto the Charlotte, as well as Lomax onto the Hue one. So generally a lot of anti-heal will come through onto the side of NRX just to try and make sure that the sustainability onto the side of AYLO Gaming isn't as prosperous as it should be.
True. Well, for the credit of AYLO Gaming, they get the Shadow Tyrant, but NRX answer and respond on the cross map with the Shadow Overlord. So a little bit of extra team fighting power for the Peruvian representative, but for the Turkey squad, next RÜYA gonna have now Shadow Vanguard spawning, enhanced one on the bottom side of the map, and still overall global pressure. And as we talked about before here, Blam, it's not about the kills, it's about the way you can play the map, and already nearly being able to take out Lomax on that Yuhuan, continuing to dive into the mid tier 2. On the right side though, Solista able to maintain an advantageous position and snipe out a Tix. Knight is going to be falling next, and Vermont still not falling. The rest of AYLO Gaming still standing strong despite being low on multiple health bars, and yet they are victorious in the fight. A quick flash away from Lomax being able to escape, but can't say the same about Solista as he bites the dust.
Yeah, I mean, what looked like ultimately a good sign for the side of NRX going for that Shadow Overlord, obviously to clean that push into the T2 into the farm lane. Honestly, going for the Shadow Tyrant onto the side of AYLO Gaming really paid dividends there, especially into that team fight. Solista freshly built the Daybreaker as well, so he's not only got the Shadow Ripper, he's got the Eternity Blade, he's got the Daybreaker, so he's got a lot of damage, a lot of attack speed and crit coming through right now. So into these team fights, he's going to really be focusing at Tix, and it showed there in that last team fight we saw, right? Like, he was just kind of hounding him with the Spirit Wolves, with the Sword Signal, with the basic attacks as well. And yes, they were able to push the up to the high ground turret into the clash lane for NRX, kind of paying back the revenge for their clash lane. But overall, that was a good team fight for the side of AYLO Gaming. It definitely put them back onto back on the saddle again.
Yeah, and one thing that was kind of a disappointing use of the Shadow Vanguard is that it didn't get that much damage into the bottom side of the map because NRX took the fight a little too early, pushing forward onto that tier 2 in the mid lane. So not being able to leverage the simultaneous map pressure on both of those lanes there. And because AYLO Gaming were able to win the fight fast enough, they were able to answer on the bottom side. Now, continuous pressure, this tier 2 is ready to fall, but the fact that it's still standing gives that extra layer of protection for AYLO Gaming.
No, AYLO Gaming was like basically, hey, no, you don't choose to let us know when that T2 falls, right? We are choosing that precise moment when that's going to fall. But right now you can kind of see Atix is just trying to make sure that Lomax isn't getting to the team fight to give that healing over to his compadres. But right now, there we are seeing the Wavebreaker just trying to draw away, zone out the side of AYLO Gaming. A nice play there by Demon. He has to play this Dolia very, very well in terms of trying to get that zone in with the Wavebreaker, get that knock up. It's going to really put the kind of spanner in the works for the side of AYLO Gaming in terms of the momentum into this team fight.
Objectives coming up in the next 30 seconds here, Blam. NRX still trying to push up forward into the mid lane. Gold lead still relatively even, so very competitive for both teams. Just depends on how the team fight angles are taken here. Vermont gonna have to be one of the few members that can safely walk into darkness, into the fog of war, and using Futterball as a way to face check for themselves.
Yep, we saw that Vermont used the release there for the Azure Golem, which means that obviously he does get some magic damage thanks to that blessing. So those that are watching at home that have never actually played Agudo has a unique passive where she can basically release one of the camps within the jungles, and they all have different blessings. And we have obviously extra damage over thanks to the Azure Golem, but they're actually going to take the Shadow Overlord here for the side of AYLO Gaming, which is going to put a lot of pressure already onto that clash lane potentially.
It looks like we have a pause here. Not sure what happened necessarily, but for anyone that is just tuning in, AYLO have just successfully taken the Shadow Overlord. Next, RÜYA are on position around the Shadow Tyrant, so opting in for a trade. Last time it was Tyrant for AYLO Gaming, Overlord for Next RÜYA.
Yeah.
Opposite this time around, trying to go for that global pressure so that they can start knocking down some of those outer tier 2 turrets and maybe pressuring a high ground turret depending on which fight they want to go for. Whereas Next RÜYA, off of the strength of how well AYLO Gaming were able to navigate the prior team fight, they say to themselves, you know what? Maybe we should pick up a Shadow Tyrant ourselves. Maybe we should make sure that we also have that team fighting power on our side.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense, right? I mean, the Next RÜYA, they haven't been winning the majority of these team fights, so going for the Shadow Tyrant now, especially as AYLO Gaming have the confidence into these team fights, knowing that they can take them with the Shadow Tyrant or without, it means that NRX are going to definitely try and go blow for blow into this next one, because again, the D-Ranger is going to be the thing that the hero that tries to give over the most damage here, as well as the Lady Chen. So we're trying to just make sure that NRX to set up a great team fight, whether it's obviously set up with the Unruly Blade and then laid down with Destructive Deluge soon after to just do that huge AoE damage. We'll be yet to be seen, as obviously we're going to get back onto the Gorge soon after this pause.
Well, Blam, while we're in this scenario here until we're able to get back into the game, how do you feel about your prediction so far? Because that's it. I remembered now. I found your prediction video, and I was able to determine that, yep, 3-2. So right now, with how even this game is, do you feel like we're going to go the full distance? We're going to go to full 5 games on this one?
It's a feeling. It's a feeling, right? It's feeling in the air tonight. But at the same time, it's like, will they be able to drag this out for a full best of 5? I'm not too sure, because again, and like I was saying in this one, maybe AYLO Gaming are just kind of looking for a little bit of a let's try and burn out some of those power picks onto the side of NRX, and then we'll just get them into the latter part of the series. Like, we will shine brighter towards the end rather than the beginning, because right now it's seeming like there's no real dominance, like there's no like kind of like one-sidedness within this battle so far, because the overall gold lead, I think before the pause, was about 2k, which at this current point in the game, which is around about maybe, I think we've just seen our second Shadow Overlord, so roughly around about that 15-minute mark potentially here. So it's getting into borderline sort of like Tempest Dragon territory if we don't get a decisive team fight from either side here and a good push, because obviously Clash Lane has been basically run all the way down to the higher ground turrets. They need to make sure that whoever gets there first is probably going to have the better priority going forward into this one, and potentially better priority going into the Tempest Dragon fight if we do get that far in this match.
The fights over the Tempest Dragon are always the most climactic here, Blam. 20 minutes, everything is on the line, but if you net an objective like that, I mean, it pretty much should be the final nail in the coffin for whatever team that is able to secure it. I think I have yet to see a scenario where a team nets a Tempest Dragon, but they still lose. But the only time I think I've seen that internationally, Blam, if I'm not mistaken, is a fight over the Tempest Dragon, but one of the high ground turrets on the team that took the Tempest Dragon, it was already gone, and the minion wave was set up, and it was a backdoor that ended the game, of all things. And that is something you always have to keep track of as well. We had an experience where we were super close, super late game in our own solo queue game, but we won because we had set up minion priority on the top side, and no one was answering the minion backdoor potential. So that obviously that is a story and a scenario for this game if it only gets to that point. But those are always some of the most chaotic and funny moments for Honor Kings.
Yeah, I mean, let's expand on that story, right? Like, that was a game we played literally, like hours ago, and this was a game where one of our teammates decided to pick a Ganon Mo support. So already into the draft, I was feeling a little bit tilted anyway, because I knew my matchup was going to be a 2v1 up into my lane, but still, I kept a calm, collective head. I was like, you know what? I'm going to go Agudo. I've got Furball with me. That's the only support I need. I'm a no support main who don't need no support. I'm just going to go and crush my lane. And that's exactly what I did. I just focused my lane there. I knew that my team was going to have it in these team fights, and rightfully so. I believe you played Dune Rafa in that game, or I think it was Pei actually.
Yep.
And
no, it was the Pei. Yeah, thank you.
Pei, yeah. And just a lesson to be learned there for those regulars in chat that are going to be ranked players. Don't lose your tilt in BP. Just focus your strengths. Just push the lanes, and you may even bear the fruits that we did. But we're going to get back into this game one between next RÜYA and AYLO Gaming now. Again, we do have the Overlord that's been taken by the Shadow Overlord, taken by AYLO Gaming. Vermon waiting for that right moment, which is probably going to be waiting until that blue wave down to the bottom side, and that clashes closer to that farm lane turret. But once more, we're just pausing again. Maybe they haven't quite been ironed out, whatever pauses is going on here. But I feel like we should go and talk about that point that was made earlier before our rank game. Like, those points with the Tempest Dragon that are highly contested, highly emotional points within Honor of Kings Esports. You were referencing the KC 2024 semi-finals match, Team Secret against Dominator Esports, and it was all thanks to Freddy's Hanshin that set up the farm lane very early on. He died for that push into the higher ground turret, but the fact that they were able to take the fight at the took the fight at the Tempest Dragon. They stopped the recall from all their teams. The enemy just ran it down. They had the minions. All they had back at base for the side of Team Secret was Kaiser, and it just wasn't enough in terms of wave clearing. It was honestly one of the most beautiful ways to run out a semi-finals in, I think, Honor of Kings Global Esports fashion. Honestly, those are the kind of moments I'm hoping that get topped in KWC or even the end of year tournament as well.
Yeah, the fact that high ground turrets are non-resurrectable or they never come back in the game really goes to show that when you are able to take that kind of structure, it gives you such a strong, consistent amount of pressure for the rest of the game. And so any team that has to surmount, just one lane, let alone all three lanes of high ground turrets with enhanced minions pouring in through every single wave, we've been able to see games before where even if a team like wipes an enemy team 5-0, but there's all these enhanced minions just pounding on the crystal, and they just can't deal with them all because enhanced minions tend to be so durable, so tanky, and deal a consistent amount of damage that if you just don't have like an insane amount of wave clear built into your composition, you could just lose off that push.
Absolutely, absolutely. I mean, if this ever happens in my streams, I make sure to sit with my chat and basically review, because I do play with some of my viewers, and basically if it's mistakes that they could have probably catched a little bit better than I, because in this one scenario I was Monkey didn't have the greatest wave clear, but I was the only one to notice that there was a big minion wave coming through, so I went back. None of my other team did, but I sat through in the playback. I was like, guys, this is how you can improve your performance, because you need to make sure you're noticing these things first, then stop and mitigate these little losses that you could have easily won, because those games were going in our favor. It's just because of the lack of map awareness that a lot of people generally have within ranked games. That's what I've kind of focused on. It's like, hey, if I can lift everybody else up, it's going to make it a smoother progress for everybody else in ranked. So make sure, don't punish your teammates too much. Be like, hey guys, you want to sit through this part and let's have a look at what went wrong? Sit down, discuss it, and come out stronger. Every method and every player comes out stronger that way as well. So that's another reason why we like to break it down in the Bland MOBA scene.
True. And it's also just good to have that kind of mindset going forward, especially if you are trying to grind up into ranked. I am a relatively new player to the Honor of Kings scene, but I think a lot of the experience that I've had in other titles and just overall macro fundamentals has helped me push through all the way through the higher ranks of Master. I think I had just hit Master 2 earlier this morning. I'm very close to Master 1. I don't know, what percentage of the player base that is. So there could be some diehard fans in the chat who are, in Grandmaster. I think there's like range of like Mythic and what else, whatnot, but for me, being able to come into this, with just, a couple months to 3 months under my belt and being able to hit that high, I think it's just, I may not necessarily know every single hero that exists in the game and what they do. And, ranked solo queue is a great way for me to get that learning experience firsthand and be like, oh, I've never seen this hero. What do they do? Oh, that's what it does. Okay, you know what? That's good to know, right? But in terms of just consistency, I'm able to apply just like overall strong game knowledge of like, okay, well, if these guys are pushing for this objective, can I realistically fight them here? No? Okay, well, what can I do that is useful for my team? Even though I'm most of the time playing farm lane and I'm just locking in Hoi every game, for the most part, if I'm not confident that we're winning a team fight, I'm pushing a side lane. I'm getting turret structure damage. I'm pushing in turrets. I'm trying to open up the base and hitting the high ground turret. It might not be the most traditional thing, but at least you are recognizing if you need to do something that your team is lacking in, you can't be mad at your teammates. You just got to suck it up and do it,
Exactly. I mean, it's that old age proverb, right? It's easy to find 1,000 faults in everybody else rather than finding one fault in yourself. So if you can correct that one fault, it makes you a better player anyway. So yeah, good little story there by Rafa. Again, we're all here as fans of Honor of Kings. I feel like this is one of the good things about Honor of Kings compared to other competitors as well, is the fact that it's such a team fight orientated game. It's you can't just 1v9 and expect to win, get all the kills on the board, and the enemy team's already kind of like out macroed you, and you're thinking, I've got all the kills, hey, we're lost. It's like, you're in the wrong mindset, buddy. You're in the wrong game. You need to be adjusting to play as a team, and that's why it's a 5v5 MOBA. It is there to be played as a team, and objectively is how you win.
And that is why we have some of our best teams here in the Kings Major West League. They have been able to embrace those kind of ideals and the philosophies here. There's been a lot of strong showings by some individual players, but that doesn't necessarily mean they just win the game outright because they got 4 or 5 kills early on. You got to make sure that you're translating that individual advantage into a team-wide advantage, being able to leverage that into macro pressure, whether it is taking those turrets immediately after a kill or looking for an objective off the back of a major pick or a major skirmish. But crossing our fingers here, Blam, that that was the last time we'll see a pause, at least for this series and hopefully the rest of the day. As AYLO Gaming, we see them return to their side of the map. Just about 1,000 gold lead on their side. Yet to have deployed the enhanced Shadow Vanguard from Vermont. As we see it join the mid lane, and Oh man, Blam.
Yeah, I mean, I couldn't think that's because of how close, I mean, how still Ryuga was on the minimap. I was like, okay, he's come out of bounds, but he's still. So I believe it's a technical pause with Ryuga's phone, unfortunately, but hey, you got to make sure that these things are all ironed out so that these teams can have the optimal team fights going into this Major West League, because again, we said it in the introduction round that this is Group A. You don't want to be dropping rounds because of a technical pause. You want to make sure that these teams all have a fair advantage going into Group A, so they all have a fair outcome of trying to be the top team that makes it into the knockouts, because it's not only the knockouts that's at risk, right? It's a trip into KWC, and if you don't get the top spot into KWC from KMW, sorry, you also get a shot at the major last call. So obviously these teams want to make sure that their experience on the Gorge, rightfully so, is to scratch. So again, we're just going to go through a little bit of a technical pause here, guys. Thanks for bearing with us, but right now it's looking very, very close, even in just game one. This is game one. AYLO Gaming have a Chano in game one, and they're making it work. I honestly feel like it's because they're just playing it in farm lane. They are playing it with a macro twist. They're playing it like a D-Ranger in a way.
Just playing for that early pressure, trying to clear the waves as fast as possible, and then just look for the turrets right off the back. And you know what, Blam? This could be counterintuitive, but maybe the reason why they're doing so well in game one as well is because they have a Gudo on their side. Who knows?
Maybe that's the green card that they need, right? It's the Agudo. We get in some of those new skins tomorrow, which I will be definitely putting my
addendum you need
details into the game and topping up of like, yo, I need that skin. I don't care. Give it me. It's an Agudo skin. I need it. Which will be shortly followed by, I think it's Lubon. It's the Veggie Fable skin line, I believe it is.
Oh, yeah. I've seen that one.
Lubon, Fong, and Agudo. But then we also have the, it's like an ink skin kind of thing that's coming out. It's Fade, it's Dude, and it is Ali. And they all look like fantastic skins. So obviously, everybody, I think that's from May as well, between May the 1st to the 14th. If I'm not mistaken, but we're going to take a short break, guys, whilst we suss out this technical pause. So let's have a yapping, get some food, go and visit the toilet, and we'll see you very soon.
In Hero's Gorge, the base is the spring of life. In the real world, every forest and plant is the Earth's spring of life. The base nourishes the gorge, just as Earth's ecosystems sustain all life. If the base is exhausted, heroes will lose their home. If ecosystems are destroyed, all life loses their habitat. Honor of Kings is working with players worldwide to support real-world environmental causes and protect our planet's future. By participating in Protect Nature, Protect All Life, all efforts in the event will contribute to real-world causes, protect the environment, and let us defend the honor of our planet together.
Hello, and we are back, ladies and gentlemen. I'm crossing my fingers, but, you know, if we got the green light from Prod and we got the green light from the refs, then we should be loading back onto the gorge shortly here. So, just to remind everyone, there's been a series of successful shadow objective takes, the most recent one being a Shadow Tyrant for the side of Next RÜYA, whereas it was Shadow Overlord for the side of AYLO Gaming. They sent it down the mid lane, trying to break open the tier 1 mid turret, and that is the current play.
That is the current play for now, right? But here we are going to get back into it. But here we are now. Hopefully, this is it for the game 1. We need to see a bit of a fight back here for Next RÜYA, right? Like, honestly, they need to start dropping down some AoEs, because this wild growth is definitely very oppressive.
At least able to find one of the turrets in the mid lane here for AYLO Gaming, but the rest of Next RÜYA able to hold the lines and defenses. And am I not mistaken, was there a turret lost on the bot side of the map there?
I believe so, yes. I believe so. There was the push to the team.
Oh, dang.
Well, yeah. But yeah, I mean, it's definitely the pressure that they need on the side of AYLO Gaming, right? But again, it's one of those low-kill games, so still batting home that situation we was talking about just before we went into a technical pause break, right? Is the fact that it's not all about the kills, guys. It is all about how you affect the gorge and how you control the dominance on the gorge, right? Like, we see AYLO Gaming are still at the the T2 turrets into the mid and to their farm lane, and then for Next RÜYA, which not looking too tight for, is only the T2 into the mid lane. So really, that's their last kind of bastion before their whole jungle starts to really open up for the enemy team.
Yeah, and then if you don't get resources from the jungle anymore, then the gold lead starts to really balloon for the enemy squad there. Now, Next RÜYA, as you called out, because they still have it, are able to continue playing to the safety of either of these side quadrants here of the jungle. But as soon as AYLO Gaming get these side lanes pushed out, that's where the pressure can lead into the collapse of that structure. We still have 40 seconds before both Overlord and Tyrant respawn on the map. We're 17 minutes into the game, 3 minutes away from the Tempest Dragon spawning, and the way that both of these teams have been very patient, I mean, maybe this could be a Tempest Dragon game.
Yeah, I feel like they're trying to wait for it, right? Like, they need this last little bit of push, and obviously the disruption from the Tempest Dragon Vanguard is really going to help the push for either of these teams, right? Like, honestly, that AYLO Gaming's a T2 down to the farm lane just needs a bit of a love tap. It just needs to just go along, just give it a few basic attacks from D-Ranger. You'll be fine. You'll be taken down. That's some more pressure over to the side of AYLO Gaming. Lomax just trying to bait out the side of NRX here, and again, Destiny Count has already been exhausted as well, so gotta be careful.
Already the front line of NRX getting into the faces of AYLO Gaming, forcing away Robo Alma. As you called out, the ultimate already exhausted here, but a couple other ultimates burned by both Knight and Ryuga here, just fighting for position and posture, control of the neutral state of the map. Both objectives have spawned once again in the Tyrant and the Overlord. That is going to be the focus here. AYLO Gaming starting to hover. Tyrant seeing if they can rip it away before NRX have a chance to respond on the Overlord.
I think this is a good call for AYLO Gaming, because they've already got the dominance into the lanes, right? So they've already got pretty much 2 out of 3 lanes pushed, but they need that extra bit of damage to make this team fight just a little bit cleaner for them. So going for the Tyrant, over the Shadow Tyrant.
Good pick! RÜYA got caught off on the side, and the flash was already used. No way to close it out. AYLO Gaming now continuing the pressure. They know they have the numbers advantage, and just look at Atix trying to buy as much time as he can. Already popping the shield from that hidden item, but just not enough to survive the onslaught of AYLO Gaming. They find that one window, and they take everything away from next RÜYA.
Yeah, give them an inch, they'll take a mile, and that is Doxa getting a double kill onto the Charlotte as well. But I mean, just look at how impressive Lomax is on this Shu-1, right? He was able to keep away both Demon and Knight from even trying to give aid over to Atix, and that's exactly the way you're going to try and win these team fights if you are AYLO Gaming. Even with that Shadow Tyrant buff, it's definitely what it needed for Solista to claim that kill onto Ryuga.
Still another 10 seconds before Atix and Void are both back on the map, but not enough for AYLO Gaming to feel confident about starting to siege into the high ground towers, but they have now fully unlocked every single tier 1 and tier 2 in all of the lanes. So now AYLO Gaming, anytime that they want to, especially with a 3,000 gold lead at this point in the game, they can start making that pressure and forcing those vision traps that we have seen mostly from next RÜYA in previous series, but now AYLO Gaming have the advantage.
Yeah, I mean, 15 seconds of the Tempest Dragon, right? Like, one wrong step in this next team fight means that you will lose that Tempest Dragon unless you get a crucial kill back.
Gotta be careful here. The rest of AYLO Gaming starting to reposition in the mid lane. Decent damage now onto Atix. It's the main front line taking damage here. Gonna try to sustain with these shields. Thermon pressuring forward here as both teams starting to inkling their way towards the top side of the map here. Lomax maintaining vision in the river. Tempest Dragon having now spawned, and both teams still being cautious as ever.
Yeah, I mean, AYLO Gaming have got it right. They had the minion wave for the side of NRX pushing through to the higher ground turret, so we could already see that the lane priority was there for NRX. They were really hoping that was going to be kind of the key in the door to start the Tempest, but the fact that Lomax is just constantly trying to bait out those long-range CC moves, and here comes Fireball in as well, pushing.
Whoa! Nice amount of CC. Here comes Doxa flanking in from the bottom side of the map here. Forced to flash a wave just to make sure that he doesn't go down over for the overextension here. It's not enough damage from the side of AYLO Gaming, but the pressure war was won. And that is all that is necessary for the side of AYLO Gaming to win that full side of the jungle and make their way to the Tempest Dragon.
Yeah, I mean, you can see here that Atix and Knight have both built Sage's Sanctuary, so they're looking for a little bit of a longevity.
They turn! Big knock up onto the back line here. It looks like RoboAmo was forced out of the fight, but Lomax is separated from the rest of the squad. Multiple low bars on the side of health. Meanwhile, the rest of AYLO Gaming can't decide if they want to finish off the Tempest Dragon or try to turn around the fight, but then it's now a 4-on-5. There's so many low members on the side of NRX, but they're prevailing, they're enduring. They're being able to push through all the damage. The spike comes in, it's Doxa that finishes off the Tempest Dragon. Can they win the fight from here? It's Solista on the channel, being able to space it out thanks to the power of this Wolf Rider. And he is just gliding all over them, firing arrow after arrow against the members of NRX, but Void has returned from the base, but immediately gets blasted in the face. AYLO Gaming, it seemed like they faced their toughest challenge against next RÜYA, but they were able to surmount it, and now they will begin the siege into the base for the win.
Yeah, honestly, that was just a battle of Sage's Sanctuary, right? Like, Vermont didn't have it, Solista didn't have it, but then they prepped it because they saw that the side of Atix and Knight took it, but now this is going to be the takedown that they needed, right? This is the Tempest Vanguard into the base. Atix.
Wait, is it actually enough?
It may not be enough just yet.
Atix is trying to do everything that he can, but the rest of AYLO Gaming surviving members focus down the crystal, and game 1 goes to the Peruvian representative.
Yeah, even though the technical walls came through there, it didn't break the momentum of AYLO Gaming. Honestly, within that team fight, it felt like that could have gone either way, but the fact that Vermont and Solista both went with Sage's Sanctuary, so kind of imitating their enemy team, knowing that they were going to go and try and sort of like bait out as much skills as possible with that first life that they had, and then kind of just come back sort of like guns blazing as they've wasted all their ultimates, all their moves, all the CC. I mean, it was enough to take down Lomax, right? But ultimately, it just still meant that Solista just had so much damage and burst down the rest of NRX in that whole team fight.
Yeah. If you cannot take out the farm lane carry at that stage in the game, there was a lot of, strong moments, though, from the side of next RÜYA, but just the inability to lock him down reliably then Lisa just running around, full movement speed and popping the ultimate, and you just have that flexibility of being able to kite freely without having to stop, as normally you would do with other farm laners where you have to, put yourself momentarily in that instant to auto attack and then move again. You're just freely moving as you cast. No cast time animation for those attacks is such a powerful, underrated thing for a farm laner, especially at that stage in the game. And now moving forward into game 2, I mean, what else we expect from both of these teams?
I mean, I think we're going to expect pretty much a little bit of the same throughout the entire of this series, right? Like, obviously, I predicted this to be a 3-2. We've got AYLO Gaming already at 1 point as well. Obviously, it is next RÜYA. I've got the bidding on here to take the overall victory because naturally, they generally have a little bit more of a hero pool coming through. Statistically, we've seen quite a few different picks from the side of NRX as well, especially with some of those offline games as well that we saw that NRX played. I believe they even played something like along the lines of like a butterfly, and definitely some of like the weirder picks against Twisted Minds as well, right? So they played not only that, they played the John Koi as well, they played Lubu. So again, we know that they kind of, even though they lost a 10-minute and 47-second match against Twisted Mind, they're not afraid to bring out these sort of like unorthodox picks that you don't see within competitive naturally.
Well, I would be a fan of seeing some Lubu on the Gorge here and just scream "Tremble Mortals," as that is such a cool ultimate to see in the game. We take a look at the post-game graphic. It was definitely a banger for sure, Blam, being able to see the Tempest Dragon be the ultimate decider and conclusion to this exciting opener of our second series of the day.
Yeah, I mean, look at that, though. I mean, we see very little deaths overall. It was only towards the end, especially around that Tempest Dragon fight, where we actually started to see some deaths come into reality, right? Like, the fact that it was a very low-kill game just meant that they were trying to play the map a little bit too much, and either of them couldn't take a solid team fight until the late game, right? Which is what we saw with Solista. He had the Sage of Sanctuary. He did 182k damage overall, right? So, once again, just harping back on that point that you were saying about the leader stance ultimate from Chano, just makes him a very much more sort of like a moving sort of barrage of attacks rather than kind of like basic attack, stop moving, basic attack, stop moving. It becomes more fluid and just a way better way to execute the marksman, and it's definitely a unique mechanic for Chano there, and they actually were able to get a game 1 win with Chano. So maybe this is the turning tide. Maybe this is the turning tide for Chano, and he will maybe get some more first game of the series wins. But honestly, he gets a first game of the series win for Chano, and he definitely deserves the MVP here. Solista with 6-1-2, 37% of the damage taken, damage dealt, sorry, and 15% damage taken. So still very slippery around the Gorge.
Solista picking up another MVP for himself. Definitely has, I believe, some of the most racked up on his team, respectively. Now, when we take a look back at the highlights, oh yeah, I mean, the only highlight we needed to see was definitely this Tempest Dragon fight, and I'm just gonna keep my eyes glued onto Solista in general because he doesn't pop the leader stance until about after he gets resurrected by the item stance, and then this is where he recognizes, all right, this is my time to fly.
Yeah, he tries to back out of the team fight as well. He makes his teammates try and run down Artix onto the Dune, right? Dune manages to get out of there, so Artix actually gets out alive, but it's actually going to be Knight that gets bursted down. Void, coming back from a death timer, walks back into the team fight, and then it's just like, oh, I'm dead again.
Well, unfortunately, that is the woes of being a farm laner. You pump out the damage, but if you got no one to stand in front of you, you're just as susceptible to getting blown up as well. But AYLO Gaming, game 1 in the books, success on their side. As you predicted, Blam, you think this one's going the distance, and it might be next RÜYA favored, but I think it is definitely fair to say that it's still anyone's game because game 1 was such a back and forth.
Oh, very much so, yeah. Very hotly contested, especially even with the technical pause as well. Didn't quite break the momentum for either of these teams. They definitely tried to fight tooth and nail all the way to the end of that game 1. But that's it. That's only game 1. It feels like we've been in this series for longer than that, but it means that we're going to be seeing a lot more kind of like different picks come through. Obviously, the global ban effect's going to come through as well. It is a full best of 5. But before we get into game 2, we're going to take a short break, guys. So make sure you don't go anywhere, and we'll see you for game 2 action.
Kings. It's an honor.
And welcome back, y'all. We're getting ready for game numero dos of series numero dos of week numero dos. Boom, 2-2-2, back to back, right? You know, right in your face. Bam. That's all I had prepared, Blam. All right, I need you to solo cast this one. I'm leaving the building. That was my only bit I prepared. I'm just kidding. It's AYLO Gaming against Next RÜYA, and off of a victorious, triumphant 21-minute banger. After all those pauses, AYLO Gaming keep that mental cool, that fortitude strong, and they're able to push out for the first game win.
Exactly, that's part of the battle, right? Like, if some of these technical pauses do come through, it's all about how you maintain the composure through that, and they did very, very well. Same with Next RÜYA. Obviously, they didn't win that game one, but still was able to maintain enough to try and fight off that Tempest Dragon. It was very, very close, but it was actually Doxa that actually got the steal onto the neutral objective as well, because it wasn't a single smite in the distance. It was all about trying to take the team fight, trying to wipe off a lot of the team members in that whole interaction, rather than just trying to gun for the smite onto the Tempest Dragon. But honestly, we're going to get an update, global ban update in a very short moment. And to the side of AYLO Gaming, yes, they exhausted picks like the Hue1, Chano, which again is not sort of like the game one pick normally, but mid of the series generally comes through. But it still means that there's still picks for the side of AYLO Gaming, like the Lung, like the Ali, like the Lady Sun, to still fall into line. They do burst out the Diadea as well. But look at NRX. There's a lot of big picks on their side that they've already wasted in game one.
True. The fact that they're able to overcome the blam stats of Chano game one win rate and bring it now out of the darkness of 0%. I think you're just going to have to addend it with also synced up with the Gudo, because it definitely fits the narrative here. But Bobnet actually being subbed in for Demon, and just making sure that Next RÜYA can continue fielding the best roster possible. Maybe the swap will give them the key to success in game two.
Yeah, I mean, that's it, right? I mean, the sub-in, maybe at this point, might be the thing that they need, right? Bobnet coming in. It looks like it might be Bobnet up into the... no, so nice in the Clash Lane. Sorry, I just saw a reverse thing. It completely thrown me off there. It is early morning. It's 5 a.m. Forgive me. I only have a few mistakes. I'm still human. But there we go. Bobnet into Anorexia, which is going to be interesting. A bit of a throwback to Season 1 for me. I mean, it seems so long ago.
2023 or early 2024?
No, last year, yeah.
Early 2024. Dang. Well, that was, you know, more than 12 months ago.
Yeah.
But it does definitely seem like it could have been yesterday. Next RÜYA, though. In our second game, what are the bans that are going to be leveraged against AYLO Gaming? We've already seen things like My Shiranoi and Arlie be the consistent bans on the red side, so more than likely that should not change up going into game two, unless there's something that they're trying to bait out, but doesn't seem like the case. Whereas NRX, it's the Dolia first ban.
The Dolia first ban. They don't want to give over the Dolia. Obviously, they picked the Dolia in game one. Again, AYLO Gaming, when they first fought against NRX, they had the Dolia with them, and they actually took that victory as well. They took it with the Shangguan. They don't want to see that come through, because honestly, I don't blame them. Lomax's performance in game one makes me fear what he's going to pick for this one, right? Like, we know he's a maestro on the Ganon Mo. We would love to see his Shangguan on broadcast. So maybe we'll get treated. It is a best of 5, but NRX locking in the Dharma this time around. So blue side Dharma going for Knight. Very interested here, trying to catch off the back line, but once more, maybe if AYLO Gaming was watching the last series, it's all about dominating that Clash Lane so that Dharma does not have the pressure onto your side that allows him to be a free spirit onto the Gorge.
True. If Next RÜYA are able to protect the Dharma and allow him to get a couple of those items under his belt, he does become such a team fighting menace for AYLO Gaming to deal with. But the response so far doesn't seem like they're that much concerned, not investing into, you know, early aggressive pressure in the jungle role if it is something like the Ogren that tries to, you know, gank Dharma and put him down a peg or two. But that Ganon Mo that you alluded to, it is confirmed for Lomax. We already know that this was something that AYLO Gaming confirmed to win against Next RÜYA in their previous series during week 1.
I mean, it pairs beautifully, right, with the Ogryn. Anything that has a long range, like the Motsu, like the Ganemo, pairs so nicely with this pick. So honestly, that's going to be taking the brunt of the damage, especially like paired with like something like what was the Dune in game 1 for NRX. There is a lot of sustain for Ogryn. Vermont is going to be controlling the Gorge with this one. If he has the early game aggression, he could start a snowball momentum with this one. And then having Lomax just behind him, just laying down that artillery, is going to be very frightful for the side of NRX. So much burst coming through, and then they lock in the D-Ranger. So always we see the D-Ranger come through when the enemy team has the Zhongfei, because that Imperial Order gets that physical damage reduction as well. So again, Ganemo doesn't need physical damage reduction anyway, because he just bursts through. But imagine that. That is going to be some hotly forged, freshly forged couple blades coming through for the side of AYLO Game.
True. And into the second round of bans we go, baby. Already farm lanes were acquired by both teams. Support only one side and Clash Lane the other. And of course, jungle and mid still up for the taking on next RÜYA side. And that is where a lot of the focus is for AYLO Gaming, taking away Sh and Nuwa, whereas NRX, they know that there is yet to be a Clash Lane locked in to answer against the Dharma. And two answers, Mayeen and Elaine, taken off the board for Doxa.
Yep, Mayeen and Elaine both been taken off. They do still have the Byron pick if they really want to go for that. They didn't have that in game 1. They expanded the Charlotte for the side of Doxa there, but they could also lock in something like the Sunset, right? So Sunset coming through with Set Sail would really set up a huge engage for Ogryn, but also for the freshly forged couple blades from Ganemo. But now they're pairing up with the Sunbin, a pick that is probably notorious with AYLO Gaming throughout this competition.
Yeah. It's not one that you see on any other teams. However, speaking of unique picks, I don't think we mentioned the Kongming, but that would be super cool to see. But it does put a question mark on where it would be going. I guess mid lane.
Mid lane.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be good for using his teleport, right? So if he knows that the couple blades are going to be landed down, he can kind of just teleport out of the way. There is the Sunset that's been hovered over here. It makes a lot of sense into this draft. I mean, the good thing about AYLO Gaming here as well, right, is that time lapse and time bomb from the Sunbin. I played in a game with Rafa earlier, and I believe we won, right?
Yep.
Like, I was getting a few kills on this Sunbin. It was going crazy. But
I know.
The counter-engage mechanic that this hero has is pretty great with this ultimate, right? It silences, it does damage after it explodes. There's a lot to come through here, and there's a lot of like moving parts within this draft onto the side of AYLO Gaming. You've got the time lapse and time bomb from the Sunbin. You've then got the burst damage from Ganemo, the setup from Sunset as well, and then obviously pairing that with the Ogryn, with the Conductor of Souls, the Death's Precipice, just being able to path the passing around the Gorge is going to be frightful. And that's not to even mention the D-Ranger, right? That's kind of like overshadowing this pick. But so far, within this day 5 of the overall tournament, it's had one loss and one win. Obviously, the loss was over onto the side of NRX last game. But overall, it's been a good pick so far.
The overall Time Flux is such a unique utility that is underappreciated in MOBAs in general. But if you give a burst of movement speed to a carry, or hell, even a frontline like Ogryn, who wants to just flow in and out of battle using the path of passing to his advantage, that is a slippery frontliner that you have to deal with. That happens to also, you know, be able to execute people once he's in the seer state and they're low enough. But it goes so well with everything that AYLO Gaming also has, because you already talked about a powerful combo with Ganemo who can supply that long range damage safely, while Vermont is just, you know, causing a disruption into the backline. And if they get low enough, then yeah, Ganemo doesn't need to be the one that gets the finishers. It can just be the seer state executions.
Yeah, I mean, obviously outside of NRX, they do have a lot of damage, right? I mean, they definitely only have the front line of the Zhongfei, right? So Zhongfei is going to be the front line majoritively, and then Void is going to be kind of like looking around on the Dharma to try and catch off these Stranglers. But at the same time, it's going to be very difficult for Atix to shine on the Jing, because again, the Mirror Domain is going to be a AoE, circle AoE, and what fits into a circle, which is what the robot Almar has with the Sunbin. So it's going to be really interesting to see how they actually make this work for the side of NRX. But my personal preference here in terms of the draft is definitely AYLO Gaming, because they not only have the counter engage, they have the great sort of like engage from what we said there with the time flux, just giving like a movement speed increase to the marksman, but then also the burst, Orgrin. This is there's so many like game winning components here for the side of AYLO Gaming.
And as we alluded to earlier during the draft phase, if you are just joining us here for the broadcast or have not gotten a chance to see NRX play on stage yet, or during like week 1, you are not mistaken. That is Void taking the Dharma and is actually playing Clash Lane, even though this invade for Vermont not going so Gucci for his sake. The rest of AYLO Gaming forced to retreat away. A Tix now on the chase, on the Jing, trying to see if they can pick off another one in Doxa Sunset. Just another blow, and yep, the dive under the tier 2 turret looked risky, but next RÜYA do not get punished for it, and they get the first 2 kills of the game.
Okay, so this is one of the win conditions, right? The Atix just bursts down Vermont in the early game and just doesn't allow him to actually grow, which we've seen on OG Esports, I believe, right? I believe it was Dowdow that just kind of just rinsed out his opponent's Orgrin. I believe it was Sick that was on the Orgrin, actually, and just completely just rinsed it down, did a lot of damage onto it, and just did not allow the hero to grow naturally and stack naturally. So this could be one of the win conditions here for NRX, a very early, clean win, maybe.
Yeah, it's all down to continuous pressure. Meanwhile, AYLO Gaming at least able to answer it back. Ooh, the time bomb, not enough damage, but it was definitely close to finishing off RÜYA as he retreated away in the mid lane. Vermont able to at least contest for his own red buff on the top side this time around on the respawn, as NRX, if you're going to do this strategy, playing something super aggressive like the Jing into the Orgrin, it's not just about, you know, killing it once and getting first blood on it. You got to do it relentlessly. You have to be in the face of the Orgrin, never letting him come online, because if Vermont is able to rely on the safety of his teammates and being able to get the early wave priority so they can collapse in and protect him on future invades, then AYLO Gaming still have a way to scale up on this front line.
Yeah, you got to make him wish he'd ever picked that pick, right? You can just be like, hey, guys, I know you went for the Orgrin. That's very pretty of you. So nice. I'm so happy for you. I love this. But I am going to pick the Jing, and I'm just going to burst, damage you down in the early game, and make sure you don't get that growth. But right now, up to the top side of the map, we do see the set sail has been committed, as well as the mirror domain there. So two ultimates, just to kind of not get anybody die there, is definitely something you got to make sure and be paying attention of for the side of NRX and AYLO Gaming. You don't want to keep expanding these ultimates just to stay alive.
Sure. NRX got to be continuous with the pressure here. Potential 3v2 in the bottom side. That was a flash, it looked like, but not quite. Just the quick dash on Ryuga's Kongmin there. But enough pressure to force them away. Tyrant being started up by next RÜYA, and Lomax, unfortunately, does not have a smite. So even if he wanted to step up and see if he could look for a steal, not likely going to happen. As the Tyrant goes down, and a quick pick. I think Void came out of nowhere, didn't even need to use Flash, but definitely used the Truth Mantra to set up the stun on the Lomax, and now bottom lane of AYLO Gaming under fire. The action does not stop here. Blam, next RÜYA being absolutely ruthless with the pressure.
Very quick rotations, right? I feel like that's what's going to be really the big setup here, is to make sure they keep rotating this aggressively, getting the picks off onto the likes of Solista, like onto Vermont, onto Lomax, making sure that they're able to actually stack up that damage, because that's the whole point and the win condition of this draft, right? Is they need their items. It's great to have those freshly forged couple blades, but if you don't start having some big, like, magic damage items come through for Lomax, it's going to be troublesome for you. Like, you're not going to get into the late game at this point.
AYLO Gaming gotta be, you know, clutching on to their safety and defenses at the moment. They are not down that much gold. It's just above barely 1,000 for the side of next RÜYA. There is an Overlord for the taking, but that's usually not an objective that teams tend to go for early on to the game. If you see an Overlord being taken, either something has gone super incredibly awesome for one team and they're just taking it because, like, hey, there's nothing else better to do on the map, or the other team is like so desperate that, like, guys, we cannot farm any other lanes because we just lose, so we need something back.
Top side, top side, top side. Path of passive being committed here.
Looking for the dive here, pressuring on the tier 1 turret. Oh my goodness, Void just pushed the ball back, said get Globant here with that 4v2 mess that you guys were trying to pull off. At least they were able to survive. Yeah. This could be the tier 1 turret going down on the top side, but AYLO Gaming got to do it quick.
Yeah, I think they will do, right? Because, I mean, you can see here that Void's having to kind of recall here. I mean, maybe he's like, you know what, guys, should I stick around? He doesn't look like he's going to commit, right? We can see Atix actually rotate to the top side of the map as well. They are able to get the T1 and Doxa, dummies.
He tried to get the set sail back over to safety, but he was on the wrong side of the tracks there. He was running into the enemy's turret, so he had nowhere to go. Meanwhile, the fight continues on the top river, and a quick pick off by Atix's Jing, finding another one in Lomax.
Yeah, I mean, look at what Knight's doing here, right? He's trying to freeze the lane, so obviously that his minion wave crashes into that T1 as well, which is a really good call here for the Lady Sona, because they don't have any macro just yet. It means they're able to take that T1 into the bot lane, as well as the mid as well. This is a big comeback here for NRX. I mean, they're ahead with kills, but they definitely were lacking in the macro.
It seemed like they just woke up. Vermont being able to sustain a lot of health there thanks to the Conductor of Souls, but not going to be enough to at least give AYLO Gaming any ground to work with, because they have lost out on the tier 1s on both the mid lane and the farm lane, I should say. So now, this bottom side quadrant of the jungle, very susceptible to just getting bled out by NRX if they want to focus their members there.
Yeah, I mean, if we rethink what we was actually initially thinking about this draft, right, the reason why Ganimo works is because he's given range. When you are being stifled by the enemy team and not given range, he cannot do anything, just like Bobnet.
Yeah, Roba Alma getting the brunt of the CC train there from next RÜYA, definitely running him over and trampling him in the wake of the onslaught. Next RÜYA now going to continue the pressure here, finding the Overlord in the wake of that pick. And AYLO Gaming just praying that they can survive another few minutes to get these items online, but I don't think next RÜYA are going to give them that chance. Doxa trying to flash away will be able to get enough distance to escape. And meanwhile, AYLO Gaming are just trying to find advantages wherever they can on the map, but if next RÜYA make this collapse, it could be trouble.
Yeah, I mean, they're just trying to play like a bit of a macro game here for themselves. They know they can't take team fights, but they're still trying. I mean, they're not taking them on their own terms, right? That's the problem with AYLO Gaming's draft here, is they haven't had the time to kind of activate, but at the same time, they're not playing the team fights on their own terms. They're kind of like, hey, well, let's get some pushes in these lanes, and then all of a sudden, 3-man dive onto one person. It's just like, yeah, you're trying to stop the team fights and dodge them, but we're going to take the team fights to you, which is the problem here for AYLO Gaming when NRX are playing so aggressive.
I like Atix popping the mirror domain just so that he has an easier chance to solo out this second tyrant of the game. Yeah, and just making sure, because as the objectives scale up into the game, they do get a little bit harder to just solo out as a single-man army. In the first one, you definitely can do it, but then the later ones, I've unfortunately made the new mistake of trying to solo a tyrant by myself after 4 minutes blam, and it was not good. It was not good.
You need to make sure you get that tier 3 jungle item. That's what you need to do. Get the tier 3 jungle item, get that stack damage. But right now, is in terms of damage, we're just using the time bomb there just to keep them away from engaging. Just a bit of a zone mechanic for the side of AYLO Gaming.
At least for AYLO's sake, trying to put the numbers and the pressure where they are safely able to. But a 4-man collapse. Goodbye, tier 2 turret on the bot side. Yeah, AYLO can't do anything about that.
Yeah, no, it goes down so fast, right? Like, they're trying to replicate that to the side of NRX, as you can see, towards the Clash lane. They do have the Tyrant, but, ooh.
Doxa just falling in an instant there. Next, RÜYA being able to just brute force their way through the high ground turret. Meanwhile, on the other side of the map, AYLO Gaming was trying to do the same thing with the high ground turret, but it was a 2v1 for themselves, so they're not going to be able to get the same results, whereas next RÜYA being able to dedicate 4 members against a overall 3-man defense, and the fact that they lost Doxa so quickly, there's just nothing they could have done, and now the gold lead has more than just ballooned. It has shot up 6,000 at 10 minutes.
Oh yeah, there's a massive inflation here onto the side of NRX, right? They're able to get the 6k gold. Actually, no, it's around about 7k. Well, let's call it 6k. It's flaring to and fro, a bit like the stock market. But there we go. They're getting the gold. They have the 8 kills on the board as well, whereas AYLO Gaming are really struggling to get 1 kill on the board. And when you're approaching past that 10-minute mark, that's definitely not the position you want to be in, right? We always say kills don't mean much, but when you are behind in gold, a few pickups here and there, a shutdown here and there, would definitely favor the side of AYLO Gaming if they're able to get it. But just the sheer amount of burst damage coming from NRX, it doesn't make it possible.
I'm finding very little ways that AYLO Gaming can mount a comeback at this point because they're just rapidly losing control of the gorge faster than they have a chance to scale up and getting these resources. And as more of these turrets fall, there's even less resources that they can safely actually accumulate for themselves. They're going to have to start splitting it. Meanwhile, a big flank as Bobnet splits up the fight on AYLO Gaming's side, but now they're forced to retreat. It's a 1-for-1 so far. Lomax falling for Bobnet. Here comes the set sail. Maybe Doxa can find a straggler right on the Ryuga in the face. Big knock up here. Is he's going to continue the chase, but Knight on the backside able to pick off the snipe and now make sure that it is still a 2v2 for the side of next RÜYA.
Yeah, there's just far too much damage coming from Knight right onto the side of next RÜYA. His rolling rage was coming in. He didn't even use his ultimate shell. He didn't even need that to take down the Sunset, right? It was just so much damage already coming through because the itemization is going to be coming through thick for Knight because, like we were saying earlier, the gold lead is around about 7k, so you can imagine the amount of items they've got coming through onto the side of NRX for now. They do have the Shadow Overlord as well, able to put a bit more pressure on, but here's that replay, that fantastic unbridled outburst by Bobnet.
That's what splits up the fight. And even though Vermont is able to kind of push forward with the Auburn and create some space, the flank from Doxa is what kind of gives a little bit of breathing room back over to the side of AYLO. But then, of course, Knight being able to pick him off, boom, on the Lady Sun, in a good use of the ultimate there. And then once again, we're surprised and just as impressed that both Void or Knight able to not only just flex these roles, but still be able to perform just as well as they do on the original roles here. As another Unbridled Outburst, oh boy, AYLO Gaming under fire, trying to defend themselves under the tier 2 turret in the mid lane. Set sail at the ready. That dragon does not find a knockup. Always get confused on the skin. I usually see the boat, and then I see a giant dragon instead. I'm like, wait a minute, that's the same champion? Oh yeah, that's a skin diff right there. But for the sake of AYLO Gaming, they defend the turret for now.
Yeah, so they get 2 kills on the board, right? But they're still 5k behind in terms of the goal. But like you were saying there, Rafa, that team fight was nicely set up there. Doxa gave him that kind of room to breathe, but it's all thanks to Knight on this Lady Sun. Just dealing out the damage right. He's gone for the Blood Weeper as well, so he's also going to get some healing for himself. He doesn't have to kind of rely on any kind of like support item coming through or any healing on his team because they have none. Actually, with the support pick, they only have the shield. And so Blood Weeper coming through here for Knight on the Lady Sun means that he's going to be a little bit more sustainable into these team fights. The more kind of basic attacks he does, the more lifesteal he gets. So he's kind of being promoted to play a aggressive playstyle here on the Lady Sun.
It is one of the few times where you'll see a farm laner be able to actually dance with the front line since you have that much sustain in your kit. But also, it doesn't help that, it helps that next RÜYA have such a massive gold lead for themselves as well. AYLO Gaming being able to close the deficit to 5,000, as you pointed out earlier. Shadow Tyrant available. Set sail from Doxa was used just to rejoin the fray and make sure that AYLO Gaming had all 5 members. Maybe the huge engage from Bobnet. Tries to buy space here. Mirror Domain already used by Atix, just bouncing around, but goes back to the safety of the mid lane. Void might be in trouble here. Truth Mantra still available. When will he use it? Tries to push them back here, and he just falls. Rest of AYLO Gaming able to overcome the Dharma there, and now they have 5-4 on the map.
Yeah, I mean, I like to, oh, okay, no, I'm not going to talk just yet. Atix is on the run using the Mirror Domain. He has to use it to outflank the set sail, but I have to give props over to Bobnet there because you saw he was basically preempting Doxa trying to come in with the set sail, right? Like, he leaped in. He was like, bro, I know where you're coming from. Don't try it. He really kind of set it. He completely taken that motion and the wheels off the boat for the side of AYLO Gaming because he just phase checked nicely. He was like, bro, don't go there. You can bump into me, but I can take the damage. And honestly, I feel like Bobnet is definitely playing a better support role here this time around.
Just goes to show that next RÜYA making that roster swap going into game 2. I think it's definitely been crucial. Maybe Bobnet being sitting on the bench in game 1, just being able to see a lot of patterns that AYLO Gaming were going for in terms of engages. Just always having that fresh mind can help kind of bring some clarity to next RÜYA, especially it was in such a long game one, not just with the Tempest Dragon and the 21-minute banger, but with all the pauses as well. And now next RÜYA have been playing not only a lot more proactively, but a lot more decisively. One of the few wins that we have seen from AYLO Gaming, though, in just that previous fight, being able to wrestle away one member off the gorge and being able to take the Shadow Tyrant, is now maybe a fight here. Quick flash already, but Solista is under fire here, but they deflect the pressure, and the Seer State execution from Vermon's Ogren finishes off Void's Dharma. Now Lomax is isolated here. Atix trying to finish him off, but has no more Mirror Domain access, forced to retreat over the wall. Bobnet trying to escort him out, and AYLO Gaming, however, got them on the retreat. Knight does find Doxa there. Is going to continue the chase, but once again, Atix, oh my god! He executes somehow, some way, but AYLO Gaming, they now have the smite advantage since it's Vermon up and Atix down.
Yeah, that was probably like the worst call to actually get Atix to be taken down there. They have no smite. Obviously, they do have Bobnet with the smite here, but is he going to be able to steal this?
Can he get into it? Can he make it happen? No, not quite. Vermon is clutch with it. You already see that the smite did come down from Bobnet, just not able to time it just right. So AYLO Gaming, grateful that they've somehow brought the game back from what it seemed like was the brink, but the gold deficit at one point, Blam, was nearly 7,000. Now it's just under 2K.
Under 2K, this is definitely where they want to be, right? They need to create the space for Lomax on the Ganamo, right? Like we saw that the trade between the Jing and the Ganamo was definitely what they needed to set up that Overlord, the Shadow Overlord. And you can see that Vermon is holding onto this. He needs to press this at the right time. More than likely, when the next wave comes through into the bot side of the map, just to kind of clear it out, it means that Doxa's going to have a little bit more of an easy time. But it looks like they may have potentially put it up into the Clash lane, the weakest lane they have onto the side of NRX. Both either side lanes would have done.
Robot Alma getting jumped on, but able to use the time lapse to speed himself out, and now using another one onto Bobnet, who got slowed to all hell. Thankfully had the Unbridled Outburst, but here comes a ram from Doxa with the Dragon of the set sail. Doesn't find the knock-up onto the support. Next RÜYA gonna have a chance to reset on the map here, and AYLO Gaming just playing off the pressure of this enhanced Shadow Vanguard coming through the Clash lane.
It makes sense with the Shadow Vanguard now why they put it down here, because there's already trying to take a fight to the top side of the map. So there's like, right, if we want the minion wave, if we want to take the fight, we need to have this control come through. High ground turret looking to take down into the Clash lane here, and it does go down. Nice comeback here.
Oh! Set sail right on top of Ryuga, trying to run away, or that should be Void, not Ryuga, my mistake. But AYLO Gaming continuing to be relentless with the pressure. Now that they found their way back into the game, evening up the gold lead. Yeah, some individual members are still down in terms of their counterparts, but they are rich enough that they have the item spikes necessary to feel confident in these fights.
Yeah, I mean, we saw the Void Staff being built there by Lomax, so he's going to be shredding even more. That armor pen is going to come through hot and thick for the side of AYLO Gaming. The only problem that they're going to have is obviously the housekeeping onto the side of the farm lane, but respectively, NRX needs to do some housekeeping themselves. Look, that mini wave's crashing into that crystal.
Yeah, they have to send Void to defend it, and this now gives AYLO Gaming the confidence to set up a 5-on-4, but instead, Doxa is actually just going to play spoiler to the top side. The rest of AYLO Gaming, they don't have to commit to the Tyrant. They have to just wait for Doxa to set up the minion wave push, let it threaten the open crystal, and then they can resume the dance with the Tyrant.
We're going to get a second Tempest Dragon here, Rafa. We're going to... This is 2 games.
Yeah.
Another Tempest Dragon come through. Nothing short of a victory here. Doxa going in with a set sail. Sets up and gets the knock up onto Bobnet.
Tyrant has been defeated.
Doesn't find any kill setups, but it's just the pressure that pushes NRX out of the jungle and away from being able to contest the Tyrant. That's the second Shadow Tyrant that AYLO Gaming has been able to pick up after being able to claw their way back into competitive state with the game. Remember, even though they lost their high ground turret on the bottom side of the map just what almost seems like, 8 minutes ago, 9 minutes ago, they were able to get one back on the top side. And so now it is just... this game is still winnable for either team.
Yeah, I mean, we saw that NRX were able to get that high ground turret, but they didn't really do anything with it. They weren't really putting the pressure or trying to take the team fights on that side, which I feel like is their mistake, and they kind of just gave too much time over to AYLO Gaming, getting into this late game phase of the game, right? There's a lot of scaling coming through from the side of AYLO Gaming, and the Tempest Dragon is up. It's all about who takes this Tempest. Will AYLO Gaming go for a second Tempest victory this time around in this best of 5?
NRX trying to play with the power of the enhanced minions pouring in on the bottom side of the map, which is why Solista is answering that push. But meanwhile, it's the same story on the opposite side. AYLO Gaming sending Doxa to push on through the Clash lane, and Void has to answer it. But the advantage that you get as Doxa is that you have a set sail that you can traverse through the map super rapidly and get back to the other side at a moment's notice.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, he definitely put the pressure onto the top side of the map, which he needs to, right? Because if they kind of force this, it means that they need to make a little bit more housekeeping onto the side of NRX. We do see that Void has already gone back as well, just to try and preempt potential minion waves coming through. But they've just spawned at the base, so they've got a bit of leeway here. Someone who doesn't have leeway is Doxa. He needs to be careful he doesn't get caught out here. His team could really need him, but at the same time, Atix and Void are looking to try and collapse here. At the same time, it's like whoever makes the wrong move here, it's over.
Yeah, you can see that constant communication was being made by AYLO Gaming. As soon as Doxa got eyes onto Atix's Jing, they started up the Tempest Dragon, but then as soon as he starts walking away, he's probably pinging, okay, back, and the rest of AYLO Gaming immediately stop leashing the Tempest Dragon. They have the time and pressure to be able to wait and be patient. It's them that forces NRX to dance to their own tempo, as now they saw Void trying to answer onto the top side. AYLO Gaming going to give it up for now, but this is next RÜYA's window to try and keep the Tempest Dragon leashed to see if they can look for a smite contest right now. Vermont has to stay in range, now fighting for the mid-wave pressure as they drop the leash onto the Tempest Dragon. Here's a set sail looking for the backline. They're super low, almost going low, but RÜYA is the first one to fall. Atix finds Lomax into the backline, a revive from the Jing, but it's not going to be enough. Vermont will execute it in the Seer state once again, and now the Tempest Dragon is available for the taking, and there is no smite contest unless Bobnet can be a hero on the Zhongfei.
Sometimes all we need is a hero, right? I mean, we do see that Robot Alama is going all the way back to actually just wipe out that mini wave into the farm lane. But yeah, like you said there, Rafa, we do have a smite on the board. It is Bobnet. Is he up to the job?
The rest of AYLO Gaming playing such a strong defensive game, ensuring that Bobnet cannot get into the pit. Knight tries to force his way into it, look for the smite steal. Bobnet is into the pit, but Vermont is clutch with the smite on the Tempest Dragon. It was so close, Blam, I could feel it, but NRX just falls short of the pressure, and AYLO Gaming have netted themselves the second Tempest Dragon of the series.
Yeah, that's just like a little bit of hesitation from the side of NRX really cost them the crucial kill theft over to the Tempest Dragon there. They have everything in their grasp onto the side of AYLO Gaming once more. They have that second Tempest running down in these lanes, and honestly, it's just a matter of time. They are trying to run this minion wave into the mid lane as well. Jing is not going to have that same pressure that she once had in this fight. What he gets is Sage's Sanctuary procced.
I mean, he's just trying to force something in the mid lane to stall for time for next RÜYA, but it is just not going to happen. Came at the cost of the resurrection of his item. AYLO Gaming now having a full-on 5 versus 4 on the map, ramming the set sail under the high ground turret into the bot lane. The Tempest Dragon Vanguards being able to just pound their way through the structures, and Doxa will fall, but they have the pressure, they have the damage to go for the open crystal. One last stand from NRX. Maybe it's impossible. Look at Knight, he's pumping damage on the arrow attacks. It's gonna be enough. AYLO Gaming now forced to be pushed back, but now it's down to Ryuga, and it's only down to Knight. 2 backliners, a lot of damage, but do they have the durability? Do they have the health bars to be able to compete with AYLO Gaming? They're pushing through. They're pushing Ryuga back. The Tempest Vanguard's coming in. Just a couple more on attacks. Knight falls, and that's it. AYLO Gaming endure. They prove that resilience is much stronger than NRX is, and they're up to match point.
Yeah, what a game 2. Honestly, this feels like it should be like, what, maybe game 5, but we're getting such a highly contested series, and we're only 2 games into the series, right? And this is just AYLO Gaming coming back from such a battering defeat in the early game as well. They were taking the blows onto the Orgren. We were honestly thinking, man, they've wasted the Orgren pick here. Atix on this Jing is ripping it apart, but then all of a sudden, NRX did the wrong thing. They gave it too much room to breathe.
Blam, do it with me. This was absolute cinema right here.
Absolute cinema. Absolute
cinema. Yes.
Beautiful.
Yes, throw up the hands.
Beautiful.
Oh my goodness. This series has been awesome. But for AYLO Gaming, for all of the Latin American fans, you know, cheering on for the representatives of Peru, this squad has lived up to the challenge of next RÜYA, who are a strong team in their own right. We're still super competitive and had a very similar, if not the same, series score as AYLO Gaming within the Group A standings going into it. But man, the fact that it was next RÜYA dominating with confidence in the first 10 minutes, blitzing a majority of those turrets and getting that early high ground tower, AYLO Gaming yet are able to endure, and they're able to prevail ultimately in the late game off of just really strong team fighting coordination. And now they're the ones, instead of seeing a 1-1 series score, which is what it seemed like that game 2 was playing out to be, it's now match point for AYLO.
We are potentially going into match point, right? But I mean, this is AYLO Gaming basically saying, look, in ranking week, we 2-0'd you. We can't go into survival week and not get that same kind of scoreboard come through. So they're really just like, hey guys, yes, we see what you're doing here with the Jing. We see what you're doing here with a lot of the damage coming through, especially Knight on this Lady Sun was honestly just fed to the maxes. But it was the fact that the scaling from AYLO Gaming was just kind of like nearly just unmatched contested into the late game, right? The sustainability from Orgren on Vermont was just too much for them. And then once the sustainability from Orgren came through, that's where Ganamo finally got that room to breathe, that room to place down the artillery. Yes, he only finished with 2 kills, but honestly, we could be seeing some like big damage dealt onto either the Ganamo, the D-Ranger as well. So those are my 2 kind of like lookouts I'm looking for in this one. But overall, itemization looks very sort of like box standard, especially like onto the D-Ranger, onto the Ganamo. But honestly, it's going to be a kind of like a hard pill to swallow for NRX in this game too.
Yeah, and if anything for them to look at this game and just take away, they know that they were super successful in setting up that strong early game. It just came down to their execution of being able to clean out some of their macro decisions and where they wanted to position some of their fights around the bottom side of the map once they had the first Shadow Overlord for themselves, because we saw that they were willing to make that trade. They didn't quite sync up their fight in the mid-tier 2 sequence against AYLO with the Shadow Vanguard, you know, crashing in. Whereas when we saw, oh man, that is tough.
Look at that huge red wave on the gold graph, man. That's like literally like, hey guys, this game's in the bag. They were peaking. They were peaking around about 10 minutes, right? And then it's like, guys, what are we doing? What are we doing? This is a roller coaster. This is meant to keep going up. We're meant to be trekking up a hill, not going back down. We're not meant to be crashing here. And that's exactly what happened with that gold graph. And it went into the favor of AYLO Gaming towards the end there, unfortunately, for the side of NRX.
Yeah.
A great early game and mid game, but they just was able to they did the wrong thing. They gave too much room to breathe.
Fell short. And MVP is going to go to Celista on the D-Ranger. I do want to give, yeah, wow, back-to-back. Damage share was obviously one of the higher ones on the board here. But I have to say, I think an honorable shout-out has to go to Doxa, who is just relentless with the split push pressure and just being able to find multiple fast collapses with the set sail, which is what started giving AYLO Gaming a lot of windows here. And we're going to start with the fight that eventually started the dominoes falling reversely in favor of AYLO Gaming.
Oh yeah, this was the tipping point, right? Like this breathing room from Doxa was just able to take off the picks, but it ultimately went into the favor of NRX, right? They were able to take up a lot of kills. The ultimate shell coming through was definitely the pit that really made the bit within the whole thing. But I have to give props over to Bobnet onto the side of NRX. Catching those set sails with his bare hands was honestly super impressive. He was like not even privy to the information that where the set sail was coming from. He was just kind of like innately going like, guys, I kind of feel it in my bones. He's coming from the back line. I'm going to block it in this brush. And that's exactly what he did. But it just wasn't enough towards the late game because all those items came through over to the side of AYLO Gaming. As soon as the Void Staff came through onto Lomax and the Ganamo, that's when armor penetration and damage just absolutely rinses the Zhongfei.
Yep. It was such a close battle, but AYLO Gaming are victorious and now bring themselves to match point, 1 game away from being able to close out the series. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, we will see whether it is the conclusion of this series or just the start of a comeback for next RÜYA. We'll see you soon.
messing with what hurts inside. When you let fear decide your fate, you don't choose which path to take in life. In life, I'm finally letting go of everything that still holds me. I'm against all odds, but I won't give up, 'cause it's my time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one let me down. Destiny is calling
Welcome back, y'all. We're getting ready for game number 3 of our second series of the day between AYLO Gaming and next RÜYA. And if you missed out the first 2 games, well, both of them have gone the distance here, Blam. Both of them spawned Tempest Dragons, and AYLO Gaming was able to secure both of those objectives, which gave them the final nails they needed to slam into the coffins of both of those games. But surprisingly, the story for both of those games and how they turned out were very different from each other.
Oh, super different. Super different. I mean, game 1 was AYLO Gaming written all over it. I mean, yes, there was technical pauses, but both teams stuck resilient through those technical pauses. But then game 2, NRX came out swinging. We honestly thought, wow, this is going to be a quick game for NRX. They are just looking to shut down its Orgren and finish the game off. But we looked at that kind of the replay from match 2, right? We saw that higher ground turret was already taken down at the 11-minute mark. So that higher ground turret must have been taken off the cards around about 9 or 10 minutes. So that's saying that NRX had like 11, almost around about 14 minutes of exposure into the enemy base, but didn't do anything with it. That's the troubling thing for NRX here, is knowing that they got so close, but in the end, it didn't matter.
AYLO Gaming just proved that their will was much stronger than NRX's in the end, and just being able to endure long enough. And the fact that AYLO Gaming were able to net wins on a lot of power picks here, it's good for them, because now they just need one more win to close out this series, and it doesn't really challenge their hero pool as much as it would have been had this been an NRX series where we would have guaranteed to at least be going to a game 4. But now NRX are going to have to dig deep here, Blam. They're going to have to find really creative answers, not just because the hero pools are starting to get diminished, but because clearly both of the styles that they went for in games 1 and 2 were not good enough against what AYLO had prepared.
Yeah, I mean, they're banning out like these big marksman picks, right? Like Lung has yet to surface in this best of 5 yet. So they're banning it out once more. Ali gets banned out once more. So we're really kind of going to like the likes of Marco Polo. Both teams have used D-Ranger as well. So we could be seeing, obviously, maybe Lady Sun come over to the side of AYLO Gaming. Solista could pick up this one, but right now it's gonna be NRX locking in the I Ching, which has been one of the picks that's been banned predominantly in the first banning phase. So they're going for that control mage, giving it over to RÜYA.
All right, NRX, let's see how good these World Is My boards are in being able to lock down key members on AYLO Gaming. Liempo and Lady Sun, the combo that is being looked at for Sulisa and Robo Alma respectively. Good to note that NRX have not made a roster swap after game 2, continuing to stick with Bob Ned. I think just based on what we got from his Zhang Fei in game 2, it's still the correct decision to make. A bit unlucky that they were not able to execute after the mid-game spike that they had and not being able to find that late-game closer, but now looking to clean out their first round of picks here with their 3-man core. Atix looking at the Ogren and Void looking at the Chano.
Yeah, so Chana coming through, normally where he respectively comes through within like KPL games, which is kind of like middle of the road within the series. He's coming through for the side of NRX. Is he going to be Void playing it? Is he going to be Knight playing it? Is yet to be seen. All coming through here for NRX is pretty huge, but does it mean that AYLO Gaming is going to basically pick up one of those burst damage heroes in the early game, like we saw got punished? They punished AYLO Gaming's Orgren in the early game, right? But then just didn't translate it into anything other than that higher ground turret that just kind of sat there for ages and nothing bear fruits from. So over to the side of AYLO Gaming, they do ban out the ban out Sakia as well here. So Sakia goes down. I believe they've already picked up the Diadea onto the side of NRX, so potentially not coming through this time around. They ban out the Luna. They're going for those highly mobile, high damage burst. Actually, it would be the Diadea that they haven't chosen on NRX. It was AYLO Gaming, so they banned it out here. So already trying to bring down that support hero pool.
Trying to focus it as much as possible. Since AYLO Gaming have already secured for themselves the Lian Po, they're not worried about losing too much on the hero pool and support being diminished, whereas jungle is still yet to be locked in for AYLO Gaming, for Vermont, Monkey, and Luna already being picks that NRX have taken away. AYLO are gonna more than likely look at their mid lane for Lomax first and get a chance to see the full final composition from next RÜYA before locking in Vermont's pick of choice.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of counters already here for the side of AYLO Gaming, right? They could even lock in a third one and go for the Musashi, right? So they could go for the Musashi. They got the shirt, and they've also got the Lian Po. So Musashi would give over a great access to the backline, and maybe here is what NRX is kind of trying to premeditate, right? So Swanksa comes through, which gives overall a great amount of CC immunity. Honestly, it's a hard one to play against when you play Musashi, because you try and go in with the duel to the death, and you just like, why is he not getting knocked up? And then all of a sudden you're like, Swanksa has got the CC immunity come through, but yo, come on, as well.
Come on, do it. I mean, Dharma isn't necessarily the same type of lane dominance as, you know, the Byron, so
yeah.
I'm not sure if it's like the same ideal setup in terms of just getting that early guaranteed pressure in one of these lanes. But if you said that these are, you know, already counter picks that AYLO Gaming have locked in for themselves, maybe mid lane, oh my god, we're gonna see it. Okay, Vermont bringing out the pay, the dragon, or the Tiger Mancer himself. Oh, I'm so pumped. I'm so pumped, bro.
I mean, it's the first pay of the day, right? I mean, what we're about... Ooh, this is our 7th game of the day, and it's the first time we're actually getting pay come through. I can see why you're excited, Rafa. I mean, you're a pay main, you're a pay stan. So this coming through is going to make Game 3 potentially very exciting here for both NRX and AYLO Gaming. Honestly, we have the shirt come through as well as the Lian Po, but with the drafting of the Swanksa, could be very troublesome for the side of AYLO Gaming. So again, like I said previously, it's a lot of CC immunity. There's a lot of shielding on this hero as well. It could cause a stir for AYLO Gaming.
I'm not gonna lie, Blam, I'm still locked into the dopamine of seeing pay locked in. So I'm... Oh my goodness. Okay, I wanna ask. With the heroes that AYLO Gaming have locked in for themselves, which is the lane that is most likely to get priority and lane push early on?
So lane push early on is more likely going to be your farm lane, right? Because I mean, what they're going to be looking for is exactly how they emulated it with Twisted Minds. Is they want to try and get the wave clear into the mid lane so that it kind of frees up Lomax to try and go down to the bot side of the map to kind of make it an easier matchup here for the Lady Sun. And also, obviously, funneling a lot of resources over to the Lady Sun is going to be kind of like the optimal thing here for AYLO Gaming.
Okay, well, Vermont already leaning towards that bot side of the map. However, Bobnet on the Zhuangzi is keeping him at bay, riding the whale. I know if our boy Yumuz is watching, he's super excited to see Zhuangzi reappear on the Gorge. We've only seen it once, one other time. There's already a lot of 2v2
played it as well.
Yeah, true. 2v2's quite disruptive in the mid lane, but able to guarantee push here for Robo Alma on the Lian Po. He's going to try to shift his way down, but forced to leap over the Dragon Wall, or the Tyrant Wall, I should say. NRX just making sure that they are keeping themselves at bay and not falling to any of the pressure of this pay from Vermont.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely need to get a bit of a rotation down to the mid lane because we've already seen that Void is already like level advantage over the Lady Sun. But this could be the point where Solista just tries to clear out the minion wave here, tries to get those rolling raids because Void is looking pretty low. This is the problem with Chano, is that he's very squishy in the early game. Yes, he has his Spirit Wolves that really does put a pressure onto his enemy's farm lane. But if they're staying away from it, if they're just farming up and getting that level advantage, getting that gold advantage, it's going to soon kind of become apparent to NRX that Lady Sun's going to hit a little bit harder than the Chano.
So far, Atix has been able to survive any chances of an invade coming out from Vermont. I think they've been taking a majority of their camps on their own side. Vermont has not been able to really leverage a lot of the pressure that normally you would want to see out of something like a Pei. But just because it didn't happen the first 2 minutes doesn't mean, you know, all is lost on the side of Pei. You have a deceptively larger window than I first originally thought of when I started seeing Pei compositions here in Kings Major West League, and learning a lot from just watching Dao Dao play. There are times when Dao Dao wasn't able to just immediately blitz the game in the first 4 minutes by the time neutral objectives spawn, but it was coming down to how well he was using his first item spike after the jungle item completion, just making sure, okay, I'm super strong still on this Pei. I can still take a lot of 1v1s. I'm super mobile as long as I'm waiting for right windows and then translating the kills immediately into something big like an open tier 1 or another neutral objective that is very useful for closing out the map game. Then you can still set up that snowball that Pei is known for, even if it's not in the first few minutes of the game.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of slow onto the side of the NRX as well, especially with the Shuangzi, so that's probably what's going to be stopping him here. Will the board being committed?
And immediately, AYLO Gaming all run for the hills. Did come at the cost of a flash from Lomax, but Doxa caught out, but be able to use the flash just in the nick of time. And as you see Vormon chilling on the top side, just handing back over and saying, are you guys doing good? And the rest of AYLO Gaming saying, yeah, we burned flashes, but, you know, we made it out alive.
Yeah, can't quite say it's going to go the same way in the next team fight, but here we go. Tremor Smash being committed.
And it just pushes the rest of the three-man core back from next RÜYA.
Yeah, I mean, you can kind of see what Vermon's doing, right? Like, he has the level advantage over Attic, so he's trying to, like, make that sort of, like, XP and gold lead surmisable so that when he does go into these team fights, he's going to be he's going to be packing a punch, right? Because at this moment in time, like I said earlier, the Shuangzi is going to give enough slow, enough CC immunity that's kind of going to trap Vermont on this Pei. So he needs to make sure he's kind of outscaling in terms of damage to the Shuangzi in terms of defense.
Now getting a chance for Vermont to rotate his way to the bottom side of the map, leashing over the first Tyrant of the game. Atix is in the mid lane, and the rest of AYLO Gaming are respecting the numbers collapse that is starting to happen. We're going to wait for a trap instead, seeing if anyone rotates over, immediately jumping over the wall, the flash out of...
no.
It wasn't even a flash. Knight thought that he could survive, but it's just not enough, and that is First Blood going over to who else? Vermont on the Pei.
Yeah, I mean, this is the beauty of the Sher pick, right? Like, she was able to kind of just, like, control him, almost kind of, like, compose him over to Vermont, and then that was just serving up some hot steel, and just able to gain the kill, get the gold, and looking to take the neutral objective in, which is going to be the Tyrant, which once more is going to make getting that damage online for AYLO Gaming so much quicker.
Yep, and there's the first major item completion for Vermont. That is such a huge spike to have, especially on something like the Pei. You want that early bit of burst damage as well as the pierce that you get as well. Blam, you're going to have to help me on what the name is because it's escaping me. It's a purple axe. That's all I remember.
Axe of Torment. It's the Axe of Torment.
Thank you.
It's the squishy hero item that's going to be doing a lot of damage for Pei. It's also going to come through potentially for Solista. I can imagine he's probably going to build Meteor in the first phase of the game, not completely commit going into Axe of Torment or Starbreaker. He's just going to try and like maybe go for that, look for the Master Sword, maybe even the Eternity Blade, and then build into one of those great items.
And now Vermont really leveraging his power right now to help Solista push out this top lane wave, trying to leverage some pressure into the tier 1 turret. Rest of AYLO Gaming now catching the Zhuangzi in rotation. Nicely done. Bobnet not going to escape there. Robo Alma with the Tremor Smash, stunning up the remaining two members on the... Uh-oh, Doxa might be in trouble here. Flash away. Going to be just in time. Not low enough on the health bar so that Atix could look for that execute in the seer state, but right now with where AYLO Gaming have members focused, going to try to send one back to protect this mid lane turret, and actually the quick teleport from Vermont, now rotating over to Atix in the mid lane. It's enough for Solista to get the tier 1 turret on the top side of the map, and this is where the dominoes can start falling.
This is where they're going to be funneling that resources into Solista, right? Like, he was just left into the clash lane. Just like, guys, thank you very much for this early birthday present. It's great, but Lomax gets taken out.
And even though Roma Alma tried to absorb the set sail knockup, just not enough for Lomax to get out alive. But as long as Solista can survive, it should be good. World is my board, keeping Roma Alma in range, but he's got so much CC immunity and so many shields that the Lian Po is able to survive. But now Solista will at least use the power of that health relic, survives for now. NRX going to continue making their siege onto the top side, get a tier 1 back, but Vermont able to find another turret on the bottom side of the map, and he should have the slipperiness and the mobility to get out, but it looks like he's cornered in between the Ogren and the Sun Se. But then again, when he gets to be in that tiger form, just needs to look for a wall, get the rebounds, and bam, he's out of there.
He was like, Sun Se, he got out of there on that 2v1 against Ogren.
Yeah.
That was crazy.
That's a 10 out of 10 name pun right there. Good job, Blam. You know what? 5 a.m. Blam, not super nerfed. You're keeping up with the jokes.
Sharp,
and off the
man.
top
I'm 30 years old. I'm sharp. Don't worry about me. I'll carry myself. It's fine. Don't worry about it.
Nicely done. I'm proud of you. I'm proud of you. Well, look at this, Blam. AYLO, having taken the tier 1s off of both the side lanes, this is exactly the position you want to be, especially when you have something like a Pei, because this is where you're in the game. You got to start accelerating now. You can't not just be content with 2 tier 1s on the side lanes. You got to snowball that into control over the tier 1 in the mid lane, or just pushing further, having Vermont on the Pei continuously split push on the other side of the map. But this is where next RÜYA can at least look for a collapse, knowing that Vermont is not going to be here, and Lomax just cannot get away. Lian Po, Roma Alma trying to buy some space. Oh, the re-engage from Vermont, but does he get too far forward? Remember, you are super squishy on the Pei. Has the mobility in the tiger form to make his escape. And Solista keeping his distance for now. NRX almost getting a free Pei dinner right there.
Yeah, I mean, that's this collateral damage, right? The fact that they lost Lomax, and then they could have potentially lost the Vermont, which would have been crazy, because it's going into, what, the 9-minute mark? He would have been off the cards for, just before the next Shadow Overlord and Shadow Tyrants come through. So, again, he just got out in the nick of time. He needed to get out there, because if they lost anymore, it means that the pressure into the lanes would have definitely fallen off for the side of AYLO Gaming, and they don't want to let this 3k gold lead slip any further.
Really good secure by Vermont, yoinking away the Tyrant before the Shadow objective starts spawning. Roma Alma opening up the fight with the Tremor Smash, and the rest of AYLO Gaming just keeping their distance, playing with range. Doxa not able to find another follow-up there, but it used the Truth Mantra to slam some people into the red buff wall.
Yeah, just a bit of a brewing up here. We do see that Robert Almada will just get caught out here. Oh, a lot of damage coming from Yixing. He's able to get out of it, though. Taking liberties is not going to take his life.
So deceptively hard to kill on this Lian Po. Meanwhile, Doxa focused in by the set sail, but Knight not able to really send up that kill for anyone else on next RÜYA's side. And the tier 2 turret falls on the bot side because the minions were already set up thanks to AYLO's macro. And man, Blam, this has been... I was not expecting this look from the side of AYLO Gaming, especially in terms of compositions, but it definitely brings a smile to my face to see another team confident and competent to pilot something like a Pei.
I mean, you got to be right. You got to definitely be doing this with confidence, because if you pick a huge pick like Pei, you can't be playing it passively. You can't be like, oh, guys, I don't know if I can go in. I can't really take the back line. Somebody help me. It kind of just falters at the waistline, right? Like, you have to be sort of like the driving force for your team. You have to be like, guys, I am a tiger. I am fierce. I can do this. And then just go in.
Yeah.
But at the same time, he does have the backup from the Lian Po, so Roba Alama is able to actually do a lot of soaking of the damage, and obviously the CC is huge into these team fights. Conductor Soul's being committed here. I don't think like they'll get a kill onto the Lian Po here, but once more, you're seeing AYLO Gaming just push the macro, putting that pressure onto those sidelines.
Yeah, Vermont was slightly getting some love taps in on that second tier turret in the clash lane, but then as soon as the rest of NRX was leaving mid lane, he retreats into the jungle, waits in that brush, doesn't, completely bail out so that he can return right back to clash lane and continue split pushing and setting up that pressure. And now, using the Shadow Vanguard spawn, leveraging it, where is it going to go? Into the clash lane, it looks like.
Potentially doing under Clash Lane as well. Yep, it looks like it has been put down there. Yes, it looks like it's going to go and try and put more pressure onto that T2 into the Clash Lane, which again is a good opening here for the side of AYLO Gaming. They are ahead by about 4k gold, if I'm being super duper charitable and quick maths right now. But they just need to make sure that they don't allow a good team fight to come here through for NRX, because again, Void has shown time and time again he can play the late game heroes into the farm lane, but this is going to be enough for the Vanguards to roll through and take that T2.
Doxa was making his way for a quick collapse here, seeing if there was an opportunity for a massive flank. Now all 5 members here. Big engage. Maybe Tix can set it up. The set sail on the right side. Doxa eats it for the team, but Lomax is caught in the world is my board, and now the rest of AYLO Gaming got to play space, use range. Got to be careful to not throw too many members away. Vermont caught up, but being able to pounce away in Tiger form. The rest of AYLO Gaming still maintaining the stronghold grasp they have on this top quadrant, but for NRX, they are able to sustain a defense outside their base.
Yeah, exactly. This is exactly what they need to do, right? They just need to make sure they've got the best defense going forward for the side of NRX, because if they start to let that T2 into the mid lane fall, it's going to be troublesome for them. Because even though, obviously, AYLO Gaming, give it to them, they have the priority in this one, they don't have the surmisable gold lead, right? It could take away from them any moment. Voldemort board being committed here.
Yeah. Oh, Raul Alma flash away just in time. Man, this Liam Poe is so hard to kill, even for NRX. World is my board had locked him in, but the CC immunity plus the shields that he was clutching out with, he buys enough time, and that was a full 4-man, if not 5-man push into the mid-tier 1, and they still don't knock it down.
Still don't. They're literally holding onto it. They're clasping their pearls, and rightfully so, right? They don't want to take a 3-0 victory, loss against AYLO Gaming, right? Because they've already taken a 2-0 into the ranking week. They don't want to take another clean sweep from AYLO Gaming, because it doesn't look too good for the side of NRX. But right now, I think it's just all about the means of making sure that they just get the team fights composed in their own favor, right? Laying down the walls of my board, trying to catch out some of those big picks onto the side of AYLO Gaming. It's not quite happened just yet, but it's still within the realms of possibility.
AYLO Gaming still biding their time here. The longer the game goes, the better it fares for next RÜYA, so they got to be decisive with their next few fights here. Set sail already opens up on the Vermont, and he is the target! That's big for NRX, being able to shut down the Tiger, and now AYLO Gaming have lost out on both their jungle and support, only down to 3 members against 4. As Chano does fall, Void not going to be able to participate in the remainder of the fight, but a tick still remaining strong on the Ogryn, and with this pick of the litter of these 2 objectives, they could look for it, but it just might not be strong enough since AYLO Gaming still has their carries online.
Yeah, I mean, you definitely don't want to be losing Vermont and Robot at this point in the game, right? I mean, these are 2 picks that can really upset the acquisition of these neutral objectives, like you said there, Robert. But Shep bringing in Atix. Oh, and they lose their jungler as well.
Yeah, they baited him in by leashing up the Shadow Tyrant, and the Tix knows that, hey, they can't do that. That's illegal. I have Smite. And then AYLO's like, that's right. We just wanted to bait you in. It was all calculated. And now they can guarantee the secure of the Shadow Tyrant, not even needing Vermont to go and secure. Oh, you saw that. Bobnet was walking on over. It's like, I wonder if they have their Smite here. And Doxa going to push him out away from the red buff. Secured for AYLO Gaming, and they're going to continue the pressure here. Attack still down for another 13 seconds.
Knight's coming in with the set sail at some point, trying to catch up one of the unsuspected members of AYLO Gaming. It whips. Unfortunately, the boat does not dock in the station. It was meant to be going, but we are seeing, again, it's just claiming the composure and the motivation and just the overall sense of this game going over to AYLO Gaming at this point right there, about 4k ahead. I feel like if they give over to the Overlord, over to the NRX, then it might be a little bit troublesome here, but the team fights could literally go either way.
Tremor Smash, right into the back line, trying to find it. Oh my goodness, Robo Alma is just smashing Void's face in all by himself. This is just a support. He forces Void away. But he's bought so much time so that the rest of AYLO Gaming could isolate the Ogryn away from next RÜYA. And now there's no Smite contest coming in from next RÜYA. AYLO Gaming could easily just push into the base, or they could look for the Shadow Overlord on the retreat.
I think they're finally just waiting to get that T2 into the mid lane, right? It's been such a long tease for the side of AYLO Gaming to not get that turret. So it's like, guys, we've got to take it now whilst Atix off the board. Sage Sanctuary has been procced here.
Oh, they popped Fernabon in the resurrection, and he's gonna come back up. He's locked in. The world is my board. Fernabon falls again. Next, RÜYA showing that they are not gonna go down without a fight, but it did come at the cost of 2 more members, a Knight and Void. Ryuga and Bobnet still available, but AYLO Gaming, knowing that Roba Alma is just one of the tankiest beasts I have ever seen, just able to sustain the turret shots and just open up the base finally with that high ground turret falling in the farm lane.
Yeah, no, that flash into the Tremor Smash combo was definitely what they needed to kind of set up that team fight into their favor, because it was really Ryuga with the Yixing here that was just kind of like zoning them out so much that they couldn't quite play on their own terms, especially with Atix still into the mix. So they knew if they could take Atix off the board and then go in for that team fight, it would make it a lot more easier. But this is why Liam posed such a great counter to the Ogryn. Like that huge AoE ultimate from the Tremor Smash just makes it harder for him to kind of like maintain any composure into the team fight, and especially when you got like Vermont and Salista just laying down the damage as well.
Now the waves are forcing the hands of Knight to answer on the farm lane. They have a 5-on-4 for now in favor of AYLO Gaming, but they know better to then just start ripping the Shadow Overlord when Knight could try and join on the other side with a set sail at a moment's notice, just using the power of the waves. Crashing in on the top side. Big fight, though. A Tix could be the target here, but the rest of AYLO Gaming trying to run away. World is my board has caught Salista. That's going to pop his resurrection, and he still goes down. And here comes Knight, catching them on the path of retreat. The escape route has been cut off. AYLO Gaming are still going to try to get the hell out of there, using the power of Robo Alma to buy their way away from next RÜYA. And just like this, AYLO Gaming have lost the plot. They've lost the sauce in it all. Big moment for next RÜYA to somehow keep them alive in this game 3.
Yeah, this is what I was saying, right? Ryuga is just setting up these team fights very, very well with the World's My Board. And then we saw that NRX Knight just taking the scenic route with the set sail to landing onto the backline to try and take off either Lomax or Salista there, was successful to be able to do that. So then really the only damage you really have onto the side of AYLO Gaming at that point is Vermont. And right now it's not looking too good for the side of AYLO Gaming. They need to try and get some push into these lanes that they already have the higher ground turrets for, to make sure they can try and close out this game before NRX try and close it for them.
Yeah, the only saving grace for AYLO is the fact that because the fight went so long in the top side and they prepped the wave in the clash lane, the high ground turret was knocked down. But now that NRX have Shadow Vanguards pouring in through every lane, that should equalize some of the wave minion push for now. Yeah. The Shadow Vanguard enhanced coming in through the clash lane so that the rest of next RÜYA can focus their efforts on the bot side, because we've got a Tempest Dragon spawning yet again, Blam, in 40 seconds.
Hey, may as well make it the hat-trick, right? May as well make it the hat-trick this time around for this series. I mean, what would be a game without a Tempest Dragon at this point? I would feel so incomplete, but there we are. The set sail does actually land onto the backline of AYLO Gaming there, but right now we're seeing Vermont just trying to stop the Vanguard up into the top side of the map. They've got to try and just mitigate as much damage as possible for the side of AYLO Gaming.
Next, we're going to do find a tier 2 turret on that farm lane. Meanwhile, Doxa just trying to push back the minions at the moment and the Vanguards. Knight not going to take a chance to all in for a 1v1 against the Dharma. Needs to make sure that he is alive so that he can rotate quickly with the set sail. Tempest Dragon about to spawn.
There
we go, Blam.
Big boys on the gorge. Let's see who can take it. Is it going to be AYLO Gaming taking it for the 3rd game in the row to finish off this series? But honestly, I feel like it's hard for these two teams to go up against any of the teams in this competition, right? Like, if they always have to get to the 20-minute mark, it shows that there needs to be some kind of clear adjustment and improvement for the pacing of these games.
We'll see. Right now, the first step is just cleaning out the series if you're AYLO Gaming, or NRX mounting an insane comeback right now. Set sail already used by Knight. NRX have multiple members here, but he has to position the Dragon Boat all the way back to the clash lane, since Doxa did not leave that lane so far, and it's just going to come down to a matter of communication and consistent pushing and setting up these side lanes.
I mean, right now in this game, they're like, what, 500 gold difference? Like, it's nothing. But then again, towards this end, everyone's going to be 6 slotted, right? Like, there's going to be nobody that hasn't got a completed item unless your name is RÜYA. Sorry to call you out. You didn't have that 4-slotted item towards the end there. I can see you building the TU1 magic damage item. But right now, this is definitely where you need to make sure that your team comp is coming through with all the damage possible. Sorensen doing so much damage on the Lomax.
Yeah, Void just being able to get a huge pick, force the flash out of Lomax, now down below 50% HP, but it doesn't seem like he has the opportunity to recall because they are starting up the Tempest Dragon right now, and they're going to need all hands on deck here. Veterbon cannot get into the pit. Tix just forcing him back while the rest of the members of Next RÜYA tried to burn down the dragon as much as possible, but Sunset Knight is forced back into the base because of the push, but they find Lomax in the back, who's going to secure the Tempest Dragon. Who got it? It was Veterbon! They have the Tempest Dragon buff! 3 for 3 in the series. Will it be enough to carry out the fight? Already a resurrection coming in for a Tix, trying to make his way out as the Ogre, but they've looked for Salista, trying to push him back. Here comes the Truth Mantra. Can Doxa clean it out for the ball? Finally spawned in. Oh my!
Shut down.
They prevail through it all once again, Blam, and now it's just Void, the last one on the table, but he's got to deal with the minions. The minions will end the game. AYLO Gaming, Peruvian power prevails over Next RÜYA. They sweep the series 3-0.
Yeah, I mean, definitely, they wanted to finish this series out in fashion, right? They could have gone 2 series in the game, in the best of 5, 2 games in the best of 5 with the Tempest Dragon, and then not a single Tempest Dragon at the end, right? They went all the way to the 20-minute mark, and then right at the end, it was actually the Winions. It's the 6th member that we never shout out that got the takedown onto the crystal, but it was all led to that point. A Shepherd that was the Roba Almar there onto the Liam Poe that was really able to kind of just clear that minion wave through to the bot side of the map, take the victory. But what an intense Tempest Dragon. Out of all 3, that was the one.
I'm going to do it again, Blam. Absolute cinema. My Absolute goodness. Cinema. Yeah, back-to-back games where the fight comes down to Tempest Dragon battles, and every single time, AYLO Gaming is able to secure it. That seems like the best opportunity for Next RÜYA to actually set it up, because they had to push Veterbon out. They were burning it down, and it was getting super, super, super close, but just Veterbon being able to be super clutch on the smite. I imagine that if he is playing something like the Pei, you can combo it with your first skill in Tiger form, because you do execute damage as well. So just having the recognition and the awareness in that moment to make that possible, whoo, super clutch. But even then, Blam, I'm curious if they had not gotten the Tempest Dragon, because the side waves are already crashing into the base, would have it mattered? Would Next RÜYA would have been able to, come back from that state, or, what was it really that necessary?
I think at that point, we probably would have seen a second Tempest Dragon, right? Because like you were saying there, the waves were already pushed into the side lanes. They didn't really have much of the presence into the mid lane either. So it would have been a kind of like a hit reset, kind of like just like, okay, we got a bit of a breather. Let's get some resources from these minion waves. But unfortunately for the side of NRX, they weren't able to actually live that reality, because that team fight all taking place at the Tempest Dragon. The Tempest Dragon doing that AoE damage onto every one of the members within that pit is not going to be helpful, and especially with AYLO Gaming having so much damage. But once more, I mean, look at that, man. Salista went a full 20-minute plus game with only 1 kill on a Lady Sun. How many times have we seen that? Probably not that many, but this time it was kind of just like he knew his rule, he knew how to kind of like put the damage into the certain places. That's why he's got 8 assists as well, right? He was just kind of like lowering them down for then Doxa to come through and claim the kills. 5-1-5. Honestly, in terms of MVP, it's kind of fluttering to me between either Vermont or potentially either Doxa as well.
Yeah. Hell, I would give a MVP to Robo Alma for just how many times he lived. He went in, bought so much base. Like, look at how much damage he took. He was the only dedicated frontline member for the squad, since everyone else was either playing a fighter or a backliner, so they can't be nearly as durable as something like the Liam Poe. 219,000 damage taken, and Robo Alma, I think, only had 1 death to his name. That's impressive.
Oh, very impressive. That's the might of Liam Poe, right? It's a certain point, especially if you don't have a lot of damage onto the enemy team. you basically become pretty much unkillable. You become very tanky into the late game. Well, honestly, you saw in that gold graph there was like a very sliver of hope within the red coming back, where we saw a bit of a wipe onto AYLO Gaming, but it just wasn't enough for NRX. NRX just did not have the momentum into those side lanes to take that game free, but MVP is actually going to go over to, there we go, Doctor.
Okay.
915, 70% of the damage dealt, which obviously isn't the whole point of the Dharma. It's all about getting those crucial crowd controls and just catching off the backline. But those pushes we were seeing through for Doxa with the Truth Mantra, honestly, kind of zoned the team fights into a way that AYLO Gaming could kind of make ends meet up.
Yeah, definitely a lot of the earlier fights we saw, powerful Truth Mantras of being able to create space for AYLO
keep
when...
an eye on him here, look. Right into the back line here. He goes over, he goes in, make sure he claims it as well. Just keeps a void away from the Tempest Dragon, because if he went in with the Sovereign Signal as well as the Wolves, he could have taken that with basic attacks or the Wolves alone. But once more, it's just always stalking the outlines here. As you see here, the Elijah Mantras come through, just lock down Bobnet as well, just stopping everybody getting onto Mr. President, which is Pei. And then all that moment, Void's like, oh no, we're gonna lose the minions, and they did.
Sometimes that's just how the cookie crumbles, Blam, you know? Trying to sustain off of I guess Void was trying to lifesteal off of a camp so that he could be healthy enough to either go back in a fight or contest the minion wave. But the minion wave, we said it before, those enhanced minions are no joke. They are so strong and just kill normal minion waves so fast that if you are not paying attention to it, you could just lose your base and crystal in seconds. And it's exactly what happened. The high ground turret pressure, always something that is super relentless in just maintaining that extra variable you always have to keep in your mind when you get to late game scenarios like this.
Yeah, absolutely. They come in like a wrecking ball towards the end, right? Just punching the heck out of the crystal is definitely what they do. I mean, they got one job only, is to finish the game, and that's why they are there with their empowered fists with those minions. But yes, there we go. AYLO Gaming take a 3-0. Again, they took a 2-0 off NRX in the ranking week. They take a 3-0 off them in the survival week. I think the most important part to take out back from this is NRX will verse AYLO Gaming again at some point within these next 3 days as well. Do they actually overcome this hurdle, or will they falter once more?
Yeah, and for AYLO Gaming, the fact that they're able to show different playstyles now gives, you know, AYLO Gaming fans a little bit of hope against their other opponents in Movistar Koi and Virtus Pro. But of course, that concludes the second series of the day. We still got one more series coming right after this break.
Found my way, find my way, find my way. On my way, on my way. Dream my way, dream my way. Never a surrender. I find it never fail. I'm a contender. And challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Grin and see. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king.
Welcome back, y'all. We're getting ready for our third and final series of our first day of the second week of the Kings Major West League. It's still Rafa, it's still Blam. We've been going at it now for the past 4 or 5 hours or so. And you know what? We're still ready for best of to clean out our first day of week 2.
Absolutely. I mean, I know there's a few people in the YouTube chat that are definitely looking forward to this one just because there are a few KK fans out there as well. But yeah, this one is going to be a banger to finish off the day 1, right? Like, this is potentially a little bit of an underwriting of the finals, right? This could potentially be a finals matchup, which is Twisted Minds against OG Esports. Both of these are top 2 within the Group S at the moment. So the actual vying for in Group S is making sure that you can basically play up in the upper bracket of the playoffs, because if you get to that position, if you fall that upper bracket finals, you can then fall back down to the lower bracket and then continue to try and make your journey back up to the grand finals once more. So there is still a lot to play for in this Group S, and it's definitely playing for that second chance when it means the most.
Yep. And the way that we have set up these two teams in the past when we saw their epic battle on the final day of week 1 was these were two teams before meeting each other were undefeated in series score. After the clash, OG remains undefeated. They have yet to drop a single game, not just series, a single game, 12-0 overall in their entire week 1 sprint. And for them, if they can maintain a momentum like that, where not a single team can find one game win against them, they will be soaring through the bracket and soaring into finals with the most impressive record that anyone has ever seen here in Honor of Kings.
Oh, very impressive, right? I mean, to be honest, it's kind of like the same story within Season 3 Invitational, right? Like, they were basically didn't drop a single round until they got into, I believe it was the quarterfinals, which is where they fought against Nova Esports. So they definitely were dropping a lot less rounds compared to other teams within Season 3 Invitational. So a little bit to be expected of OG Esports, but they are definitely seeming like a little bit more cleaner. They've had more time to kind of get used to each other, play with each other on the Gorge as well. So honestly, it's definitely showing in terms of how they played so far in the Kings Major West League.
Of course, as we are talking about both of these teams here, we're going to get a chance to meet them in just a moment here. Twisted Minds being able to overcome 9ZG just earlier today. You know, maybe for them, they've gotten a little bit of extra warm-up on all their hands and fingers to see if they are a little bit more locked in than OG Esports, who are coming in fresh, playing their first series and only series of the day. But a lot of the things that we have to, start talking about when it comes to both of these teams is where Twisted Minds want to be able to emulate some of the compositions and playstyle that OG have. OG are the original when it comes down to early game blitz style.
Yeah, I mean, there's a reason why they got the OG branding, right? Like, it's a bit of a written in the stars kind of thing. It's like
True.
OG Esports comes through as the partner to West Europe team, and then they get to pick up the OGs of some of these master classes of performances within the Kings Major West League. But we'll be getting it, obviously, showing you guys once more, introducing them for what seems like the umpteenth time within the West League. They've started to actually get a lot of fans behind them for both these teams, right? Because both of these teams have started to build up a little bit of history within the Global of Honor Kings esports scene. But let's go ahead and check out Team A, which is none other than Twisted Minds.
See the fire in your eyes. Gotta fight for it all. Let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it. The time is right for you to raise a bar. Yeah. Cause you could be the greatest of them all. Yeah. Let's go. The battle
And on the blue side for our final series of the day, it is Twisted Minds, the Masterminds, one of the representatives of Italy in our Kings Major West League. We've got Nighty in the Clash lane, Clean in the jungle, High Long in the mid lane, Shanks at farm lane, and CT Boy at support.
Yeah, again, this team has already played once today. They played against 9Z Globant. They took a 3-1 victory over the team. So like you were saying there, Rafa, in the introduction, they have a little bit of a warm-up. They've kind of got their fingers, toes, vocals, shouting, communications all warmed up for this next best of 5. But let's go and see their contenders, none other than OG Esports. And here they are, the top contenders for the Major West League. It is none other than Keke into the Clash lane, Dao into the jungle, Wen in mid, On in the farm lane, and that is paired up with Muchin into the support role. So this is the team that is undefeated. Dream OG coming into this best of 5 against Twisted Minds.
It's been nothing short of impressive and absolutely breathtaking to watch every time they take to the Gorge. Every single game that they have won has been so dominant and so controlled. Even when Dao is off of an early assassin-like pick or fighter that wants to get in your face and invading and goes for something, you know, we see like the Ogren, which is a tank that wants to scale up later and later into the game. Doesn't matter for Dao because he's still playing super aggressive and playing for those resources. But one of the more exciting matchups that we will also get a chance to see is the return of the Clash in the Clash lane between Nighty and KK.
Yeah, this is going to be a Clash lane matchup that I cannot wait to see, right? I mean, we've seen that 90's had a few more games than KK. Obviously, he's had the previous round come through. He's only 1 kill ahead over KK. KK is a dominant Clash laner. He doesn't like to stick in his lane. He likes to get that T1 very much early on. He likes to make sure that he's free as a bird to navigate the Gorge, help his teammates, and just close in on those team fights.
We're getting ready for our first draft. Since OG is on the red side, a lot of the times that is where you see the Mai and the Arlie immediately get banned away. But, we actually have OG on the blue side. So that means either I'm not sure how the side select is determined early on, but if Twisted Minds had the option to select it and they opted in for red side instead, makes me wonder, what do they have in store?
Yeah, I mean, it's again the staple bans for the side of OG Esports, right? Keke always going into that Guan Yu, doesn't want it to come through. I was watching a few KPL matches earlier as well, right? And they generally prioritize banning out the Guan Yu as well. So it's clearly something that they've translated and learned from their bootcamp time over there as well. So it may be a little bit of KK mental mind games, but at the same time, it's still a good prio ban, especially with 2 Clash laners that are just this good in the competition, right? But OG Esports looking to lock in the idea prio here for Muchin. Muchin having a fantastic performance so far on this pick.
Yeah, it has been a common pick and a staple for the side of OG Esports. However, Twisted Minds knows that because they're on the red side in the first game, they get a chance to lock in a powerful combo that OG Esports have pretty much been the staple and wrote the playbook on. It is that Byron and Pei that's going to be locked in.
Yeah, I mean, as soon as I saw that come through, I just saw your eyes light up there, Rafa. It's just like, he's getting back-to-back Pei games. Like, this is clearly like his birthday coming through right now. But OG Esports are going to go for the Ogren. We know that obviously it has the potential to lock down the Ogren, the Pei. It just got to have that great early game for them. But we are going to be getting on the Lady Sun. So again, a hero we saw play in the previous series, played very well by Solista. Very minimal kills, but maximum impact on the Gorge.
In the name of the law, I will punish you.
And Twisted Minds answering with the farm laner of choice for Shanks. It's the D-Renja, so just a little bit of extra power in the early mid game there for the side of Twisted Minds. Just really adding up to how many lanes Clean can reliably play through, whether he wants to play through the early pressure of Byron or just the early wave clear of D-Renja. He's got options now, and it comes down to what they can use as answers in the mid lane for Hylon.
I mean, Highline could go for something like the shirt, right? It normally comes through when Orgrim comes through. It's not the biggest burn in terms of mid lane picks, but at the same time, they need something that's kind of like, it needs to be a bit tanky, a little bit more control. Right now, they've got the knockup from Byron. They also have the Imperial Order from the D-Ranger. So again, the physical damage reduction coming through with this one. The shirt looks like it is going to be the call here because again, just having those silky threads means that you're going to be able to kind of just maneuver your enemy around the Gorge yourself, compose them into the place you want them to be.
I mean, hey, we saw how well that worked out for AYLO Gaming, using the power of Shi and just commanding your opponents to walk into a Tiger for an easy takedown. OG Esports now have to pick their choice of a mid lane for when into Hylong Shi and still have a Clash laner they need to settle on. There were a lot of bans in this pick and ban phase, nearly 4 Clash laners taken off the board, plus the Byron. So it leaves things like maybe the Mayeen or
Let's go.
Wait a minute. I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna wait until the timer locks it in and confirms it. More than likely a Yixing for when that definitely makes sense. But this would be the first Mulan of the tournament. It is the number
how it's done.
one favorite for KK, and ladies and gentlemen, we're getting it. Mulan locked in for KK.
This is the pick that won him the 1v1 champion in Season 3 Invitational against none other than Elevate's Azar, playing his D-Renji, his big pick, but coming in with the Flash ultimate combo is going to be KK on this Mulan. Honestly, I'm here for it. The CC immunity is going to come through very well, especially now that Twisted Minds locks in the likes of the Liempo as well as Shirt. You're going to need something that has that CC immunity, and Mulan is that pick.
Oh boy, this is awesome. I mean, what a way to kick off the series. OG Esports gonna already throw down their trump card of KK's most signature hero here in the Mulan. We had not gotten a chance to see this hero at all throughout the first week during the ranking stage, and Twisted Minds now gonna have to, you know, recompose themselves and just remind everyone, okay, how does this hero work? And for all the viewers at home, if you've never seen a Mulan before, Blam, why don't you give us the lowdown?
I mean, she has like 2 sets of like weapon mastery. So she obviously has her longsword, but then she also has her daggers. Her daggers do apply a slow, but then she also has her ultimate that kind of like she becomes CC immune, but she's also attacking in a front line. So again, it's a huge power play. It does a lot of damage. And like I said, in that 1v1 championship, pairing it with the Flash kind of almost like, it's almost kind of like a newer Annihilation Flash combo, right? You just readjust and just lay so much maximum impact with this pick. You're going to see on roll. I think there's nobody else better in the Major West League to actually show this hero come through for the first time, other than Keke.
All right. So when are we seeing the spikes? Is it early on? Does Mulan match the early prowess of Byron, or is it something that you want to wait a little bit for?
I mean, we are going to be looking at this matchup very, very soon, right? But we have to give a shout out to EWC. So the thrilling season of the major leagues is made possible with the support of EWC, helping bring top tier competition to fans worldwide.
We'll get a chance to get the lowdown on Mulan, but first we got to remind everyone that our players are geared up with the Realme 14 5G, built for performance, made for gaming, smooth, cool, and reliable, just the way that esports demands. So if you're ready to level up, get yours now, and you'll feel the difference.
Feel the difference indeed, but right now we can already see the difference happening here because again, the level 1 advantage for Byron is probably going to be a little bit too much, especially with the HP regen onto the Mulan, just helping Dao Dao get a bit of a faster wave clear so far within the jungle.
makes sense. Just kind of escort him through those first couple of camps, and so that DAO doesn't fall too far behind when it is likely into the, or it is into the likes of a Pei matchup. But a 3v2 onto CT Boy. We know Liam Po is super tanky and has the flash to be able to escape harm.
Yeah, exactly. Just escape harm. I think that's the thing they need to do, right, is just make sure they don't drop first blood, because if you allow OG Esports to get first blood, or at least a sense of first blood, they're like sharks. They'll be all over you. They'll be going for it like we see here.
The flash from HyLong not able to escape danger as the rest of OG's three-man core, led by On, picks up first blood.
Huge first blood already for the side of OG Esports. Like I said, if they smell it, they will take it. Fish are food, not friends, in the case of OG Esports.
Damn. That's a good quote. I like that one. OG Esports. KK having to give up a lot of the minion wave experience and gold to the tower until Dowda was able to take some time to help push back the wave, but already being able to leverage some of that advantage back into KK's side so that Mulan is not falling too far behind against 90s Baron. As we return to the map, the teleport from Dao returns to the mid lane. Twisted Minds just trying to continue finding those advantage in the early game.
Yeah, I mean, right now they definitely have the advantage in terms of the gold lead, right? Like, they're steady ahead by 1k gold in less than 3 minutes, which normally takes some of the other teams within the Major West League a little bit harder to maintain this ferocious but fast pacing into the farm lane. Like, honestly, look how fast they clear in the mid wave, right? Like, this is the masterclass on how you kind of just clear it out very quickly. It's the aid of the I Ching as well, just so much damage in the early game. It allows him to just freely roam down to the bot side of the map, giving over more support to on this Lady Sun, which is exactly where you need it to be.
As long as OG can keep the early game super stable and allow themselves to scale towards 2 items and the 3 items, then Twisted Minds not going to be happy with OG getting a free pass. Now, Dao just using the path of passing to just slink on over the wall, pick up the minion waves. Meanwhile, 2v1 on the top side, 90 forced to flash away. World is my board, going to cut off his retreat entrance, and what a way for the game to open up. Second kill of the game. It's actually going to the hands of KK's Mulan.
There we go. A bit of fan service for the KK fans out there up into the clash lane. They're able to get the kill onto Byron. Obviously, 90 did fall to the 2v1. A bit of an unfair advantage, but hey, again, just pays dividends to Wen and the I Ching just being able to have such fast rotations, such fast clear into the mid lane.
Oh, flash from CT Boy wants to unlock the Tremor Smash range there with the engaged, and just a big knockback onto Muchen. However, buys enough time, dashes back to On, because now they have the collapse. A 3-man for themselves, a 4-man. Wen flashing forward, and good night shakes as Twisted Minds lose out on their farm laner. HyLong still forced to run away, and Clean trying to help it with the pace, but if you get hit this early as a pain, that is not good news. Ogren eating good on the bottom side of this blue jungle quadrant, and OG Esports advance to 4 kills in the game. They're going to leverage this pressure, knock out the tier 1 in the mid lane too. This is nearly 3,000 gold at just 4 minutes into the game, Blam.
Yeah, it's Twisted Minds. Time to pay the Pied Piper, right? They definitely had the pay come through. It wasn't quite as clear as obviously what we saw in the previous series, but this is Dao. Dao knows how this pick works. He's not going to falter to this. He writ the book on it. He's going to be like, guys, you could do this a little bit better. Just so you know, guys, I kind of writ this chapter in this book, but at the moment, we're kind of seeing here that OG Esports are 16.2k gold to the 13k gold of the side of Twisted Minds. So already a 3k gold lead as we're getting into the 5-minute mark. They take the Tyrant, like you said, Rafa. So again, a lot more damage going over to the side of OG Esports. You know that Twisted Minds are going to play these next few team fights, at least for the next 60 seconds, a little bit more calculus.
Dao just accelerating his advantage even further. He is a full level up on the pay. As we said before, this is not good news. The Pei is supposed to have the experience lead. He's supposed to have the gold lead to try and continue pressuring the Ogren. But because Twisted Minds were not able to leverage that further into the game, and the one fight that Clean was really involved in goes awry, that snowball advantage from the Pei feels pretty much neglected now for the rest of the game.
I mean, we can see here that Dowdow's ahead by like, what, 500 gold, but he does definitely have the Phoenix being built here. He does have the energy core that will be built into the Blazing Cape, so any kind of healing over from the side of Twisted Minds will get nullified with that one with the anti-heal properties, but 90 hopefully not getting caught out here for Twisted Minds once more.
Oh, oh man, not going to be enough. Flash from 90, tried to escape harm, but Twisted Minds.
Oh no.
They're just losing all their members. It's an absolute disaster and a stomp from the side of OG Esports. Remember, they were supposed to be blitzing as Twisted Minds with the early game composition, but it is OG Esports continuing to put them into the dirt and showing them who's the better squad.
I mean, I feel like that was just a bit of a punishment for them to sort of like Twisted Minds taking the Clash lane so early on. It was like OG Esports was like, guys, I can't let you get away unpunished with that kind of action right now. I have to do something. I don't want to, but I'm going to have to do it. And that's exactly what they did there. It was on getting the double kill onto the Lady Sun. Very well played there. It does mean that the gold lead is definitely going to go out of the favor of Twisted Minds for a little bit longer, but there could be a potential chance of a comeback. They need to make sure they're playing these team fights a little bit cleaner. City Boy needs to make sure he's not getting caught off too early. A lot of the damage onto City Boy could mean that it's already a non-starting team fight, because really the Liam Poe here is going to be the strong front line, especially with the huge ultimate like the Tremor Smash.
I mean, you say there's still technically a chance for Twisted Mind to come back into this game. I'm not sure if I believe you, Blam, but you know what? I will hold on to that and see if Twisted Minds can do it. And if they do, then you know what? I'm going to just call you a prophet. But on the side of OG Esports, this is nearly 6,000 gold ahead at 7 minutes. I mean, we see these kinds of gold leads in the mid game from other teams, but this is just the classic from OG Esports. They are just so damn good at being able to take multiple objectives, find so many huge gold leads off of minimal picks, and just continue running away with the game. And so Twisted Minds, unfortunately, getting shot back to reality. They're no longer playing against Nizy Globant. They're playing against the best team in the league.
At least the top spot, right? I mean, they're not the best just yet. They haven't won, so they still aren't the official best team. So I wouldn't get too run away with that one. But we are seeing a bit of a takedown here into the T2 of the mid lane for OG Esports.
Holy!
Keke straight into the back line, takes down Shanks, and is going to be looking to set up this high ground turret as well. Why not take one?
Blooming Blade of plus just the mobility on this Mulan, catching Shanks by surprise on the left flank, and they're not going to stop here, Blam. They've dropped their first death on to Wen and a few other members from OG. Okay, you know what? Twisted Minds able to at least find a reasonable defense and take out 3 members from the side of OG Esports, but it comes at the cost of a high ground turret in the top side of the gorge here. And the high ground turret about halfway down in the mid lane, but Twisted Minds holding on.
They're holding on, right? I mean, they've got 2 high ground turrets still remaining. I mean, if we take a little bit of a ride back to Season 3 Invitational, there was a point where Team Elevate had no high ground turrets and was still able to come back. Was it against OG Esports? No. But that always gives me a little bit of hope for some of these teams that are still on this like last lifeline within this game 1. If they can come back, I'm sure within their playability and their skills, they will do their absolute best. But right now, we are looking at 27k to 34k at this moment, right? OG Esports definitely want to be trying to take this fight and take this match before even the 10-minute mark, but it doesn't look like they're going to be able to take it just yet. We are seeing the 90 a little bit less lost for words against Keke.
Yeah, just overextended, and the rest of OG Esports cut off his escape route clean. A similar story. He had friends around him, but just not enough to bail him out. And now OG Esports going to continue the onslaught and the siege right into the base of Twisted Minds, once again pushing in through the open lane on the top side. The crystal is exposed, and at just 10 minutes and 17 seconds, OG Esports destroyed Twisted Minds.
That's it. They sold out just over the 10-minute mark. I feel like that is the fastest game we've had today, Rafa. The fact that OG steps up, last series of the day, is like, guys, hold my water. I'm going in for the quickest series.
OG Esports are ready to send all of us home if they continue the games at this pace. And for the side of Twisted Minds, man, that is... Not gonna lie, definitely a bummer. You know, it doesn't feel good to get spanked like that, but you know, they can continue into the series knowing that there's, you know, other play styles that they can go for. At least for OG Esports, they're not gonna have their hands on things like Ogren and the Mulan again, because they were able to play well around it. But at the same time, I feel like going forward into the series, you're seeing a pay ban every single game from Twisted Minds in the early stage, because you just cannot afford to let that go. Otherwise, that just seems like a guaranteed victory for DowDow and crew.
No, I reckon Clean could probably try and get on top of that pay pick as well. Because, I mean, with the Ogren, it's kind of like one situational sort of thing. Like, it's in the early game where you really want to try and sort of stunt the growth of the Ogren. But with the pay, it's kind of like if you can try and like match the burst potential like onto a Jing or something like that, then I feel like it can be more of a 1v1 action between Clean and DowDow. But yeah, this is game 1 of a best of 5. Obviously, global ban pick is in effect as well, so they can't pick these same heroes on the side of OG Esports anymore. They can still ban them, however, but they can't pick them. But that was definitely a clean game 1 for them, only dropping some healths, dropping some lives, obviously, towards the latter part of that series, latter part of the game, sorry, where they were at the higher ground turret territory. So again, for OG Esports, only to drop kills there just shows how clean game 1 was for them.
I mean, when you are successfully invading as an Ogren at like 4 minutes into the game, because a fight goes so damn well for you on OG Esports side, and Twisted Minds, I don't know if it was a manner of miscommunication or just everyone trying to salvage a lost situation on the bottom side of the map when they took the tier 1 turret, but it really did feel like one by one Twisted Mind members getting caught out in that sequence, and OG Esports saying, I mean, okay, cool, we just got, you know, 3 kills back to back. We took a tier 1 turret, and we're gonna take another one at least in the mid lane. So this just really opens up the map for us. And now our Ogren, who had to avoid facing the pay early on, just gets to coast in and take camps for free, because Clean just doesn't have enough gold to threaten him in the 1v1 anymore.
Exactly, but I mean, if you look at the damage here as well, obviously there's quite a lot of damage coming through from not only DowDow, but On as well as KK. So there's 3 magical damage, not magical, but definitely mystical damage outputs for the side of OG Esports, all coming through with physical damage from the Mulan, from the Ogren, and from the Lady Sun. But look at that gold graph. Honestly, we saw a little bit of a glimmer of blue towards the first part of that match, and then towards the end, it was just a red tsunami coming through for the side of OG Esports. But honestly, I feel like the way that they put the pressure on in the early game, especially into the mid lane, when just being that Yixing, just basically just clearing out the minion waves, means that Highline wasn't able to kind of rotate down to the bottom side of the map and give help over to City Boy and Shanks, which is exactly the same thing that happened in one of the other games, right? Is that you need that mid lane priority for shit to shine. But speaking of shining, it is Keke, first time Mulan, first time MVP. I think it would be a disgrace not to give the MVP over to Keke when he shows his 1v1 champion pick. This time around, it is 4-1 for KDA. 20% of the damage dealt, 15% taken, and 22% of the total gold.
Some of the flanks that Keke was able to find on the Mulan just completely decimated some of the backline members. I know on the siege in the mid lane, that was one of the big reasons why they were able to break open the base for the first time at such an early pace. But as we roll through the highlights, just pay attention to this sequence here. Like, Clean thinks that he has space to operate in his jungle quadrant, but just not paying attention to it looked like it was KK just flying in on the left side and just ambushing him.
Yeah, exactly. That's it. I mean, that's all this was about, right? It was just complete ambushes. I mean, fighting between 2 of the turrets here as well just means and shows dominance onto the side of OG Esports, especially when you're up by about 5k gold. Sorry, don't want to undersell OG Esports there. Don't want the fans to go for my knees, but they were there with 5k gold lead and fighting between 2 turrets, just showing that there was clear dominance in that game 1, and there is a lot of adjustments for the side of Twisted Minds to take through its game 2. Again, global ban pick does come into effect here as well. Maybe that will be a little bit of a stunt in the growth for OG Esports. But speaking of stunting growth, we're going to enhance the growth in this next break. So make sure you get food, go to the toilet, get some drink, and we'll see you very soon.
In this world sound of the rain. No matter how I feed the flame, you know I feel the darkness and the pain. All of the ways we tried to break free from.
Welcome back, y'all. We're getting ready for our second game of our final series of the day between OG Esports and Twisted Minds. And for those that didn't get a chance to catch the first game, well, it was pretty classic OG Esports fashion. A quick, dominant 10-minute victory just at the 17-second mark. Our quickest victory of the day so far out of all of our series and games that we have witnessed on the Gorge. And yeah, for OG Esports, they are back to business as usual. And Twisted Minds are going to have to go back to the drawing board and see, are they going to try to take a scaling composition themselves, try to match the early aggression of OG Esports once again, or are we going to see something different?
Potentially, right? I mean, this is the update global ban pick here. So obviously, Orgrid's off the board, Yixing, Lady Sun, and Diadea. So again, 3 big power picks to KK's comfort pick, which is the Mulan. Over to the side of Twisted Minds, obviously they do burst things like the Sher, they burst things like the Byron as well as the Pei. So some of these picks aren't obviously the crazy sort of like T0 picks, but they have been sort of like bearing the victories that they need within the West League so far. So they're definitely seeming like meta picks within the West League at this point. But like I said there, we could be seeing some scaling comps. Maybe OG Esports will kind of go for a bit of a scaling comp to be like, right guys, okay, we'll give you a bit of time to sort of like adjust to that last game. We know we can take it early, but if you want to, try and step up and we'll try and match you. Honestly, that's what I'm hoping for in this game too, right? I want to see a lot of tit for tat. I want to see a lot of brawling going on.
Definitely more skirmishing from both sides here. And I think OG Esports are always going to be providing plenty of skirmishing in supply. Twisted Minds, though, have to be mindful of what heroes are going to ban, because a lot of the typical ones are going to be coming out from both sides. But however, as I say that, so far, neither team banning out the Arlie or the Mai in the first round. Now we see the Arlie, but this does mean it is forcing OG Esports to give up one of the power bans that was previously held in the first game. And with the Mai being still banned, things like the Dharma are available. Oh, would we just see an instant Luna lock?
I mean, they want to try and get a big pick onto clean, right? I mean, in the last game, he kind of had to resort to pay with the reactive pick in the first side, but he definitely wants to get that up first. But look at who gets the pay first. And honestly, this is what I was said in the post game of game 1. If you want to match the pay, you want to be matching it with high frames and high damage as well. Cleans Luna against Dao Dao's pay.
We'll see if Cleans Luna is up for the task of withstanding the Tiger of the West here. Dao Dao once again returning to the Gorge on his signature pay, and KK getting that Byron for the 2v2 combo here in the jungle and Clash lane power duo, having one lane that you can reliably play for in the early game. And what it would not be the same with this Pei and Byron if we didn't have the late game insurance policy slammed in for On with the Lung. I mean, this is pretty much the staple OG 3-man core we see in almost every single game that they've played in a series this week.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it's just absolute brutal power, right? Like the burst from the Flaming Palms, Pei in the early game, especially on Dao Dao, very aggressive. And then obviously Byron as well has very nicely with the Pei, as we've seen throughout the ranking week of the West League. But going over to Twisted Minds, they're going to go for the Yixing and the Zhongfei combo, which we've been seeing quite fruitful today, right? Like this seems to be like the new power couple within the meta right now. As from last week, it was the Princess Frost and the Liang, and still is the power couple because they get the respect, they ban it out on the side of Twisted Minds. But it does mean that OG is going to be picking up a Motsu, creating a lot of space that is more likely going to be going over to Muchen. Could potentially go into the mid lane though, but right now I feel like it's definitely going to be a great setup here for on the Lung as well as Muchen into the bottom.
Yeah, and OG Esports had cleaned out a lot of farm lane answers into the Lung one of them being the Ho Yi as well as the Lady Sun. So Twisted Minds, what is their answer? It is the Consort U, and we already saw a Consort U being used to great success earlier on in the day. The power of those oak bolts with the snipe, such a deceptive amount of damage that comes through, but if you're able to line it up, whoo, it's a great way to finish off low health opponents. But Twisted Minds using the power of the Sensei, at least in the clash lane, to see if they can find some collapsing and fast rotations with the set sail to answer back and set up those macro plays. And this is all tied up for OG Esports, the Lady Gen, for when in the mid lane. Taking a look at both of these compositions, we've already talked about a lot about the early power that OG Esports have with the Pei and the Byron. But when you look at Twisted Minds, where is some of that early agency that they can rely on here, Blam?
I mean, it depends on where the Motsu's going to go, right? Like, if Muchin is going to sort of, like, stick around and sort of give a complete aid over to Arn, then I feel like Consort U is not going to have that best kind of early game because her physical immunity, shocker, only blocks physical damage. So if you have the Cannon Blast come through, it's still going to stun, it's still going to do the damage over time because it is magical damage. But into the mid lane, this is where we could probably be seeing a little bit of a bit flirting between Wen and Hailang, right? Because I mean, Yixing in the last game, amazing wave clear. Lady Chen, not the fastest wave clear, but still very powerful, especially into those team fights. So there's going to be a bit of like a power struggle to get both of these heroes rotating to the relevant sort of side lanes.
Here we are, Blam. Second game of the series, OG Esports against Twisted Minds. And already Dao Dao taking that pounce, the second skill in the Pei to just get onto the Gorge faster and be able to kind of make his way into getting some early vision control, see where he could look for the invade. But the early help from 90, ensuring that Clean is able to clean out this blue buff rapidly, means that Dao Dao is actually going to turn his attention towards the top lane, help get level 2 for KK, and now we'll give an opening for OG to maybe look for a proactive invade into the top side.
Yeah, I mean, they're looking to steal one of the camps over the top side, but I mean, look at that. Dao Dao's not even touched any of his jungle, right? They're looking to steal one of the jungle objectives from the side of Twisted Minds, and to say, like, hey, we kind of like the look of your resources. They look a little bit shinier than ours, so we're going to take some from you, and then we're going to help ourselves to our own jungle. So he kind of just fastens up the pace of the Pei right now, and he's only about, like, 200 ahead, so kind of like a... It's not the biggest lead, but it's definitely sort of like what you can already see starting to play out, right?
Yeah. At least for Twisted Minds, they're able to, play out the early stages for Clean's Luna to get him accelerated and safe from any aggression and invades from Dao Dao's Pei as long as possible. This is the full clear that has come out, so Clean has already gotten the most amount of gold possible in this rotation. Meanwhile, KK in trouble, flashing away, but I mean, he's on the wrong side of the tracks trying to sustain off of the minion wave and get to maybe level 4. Pops the shield on the ultimate. Is it going to be enough? Oh, you could see where the theory was, but just unfortunately not enough in that 2v1, and First Blood goes over to 90.
Yeah, this is what I meant, right? Like, this is where the power struggle is going to really come from, is like when they try and clear out that minion wave in the mid lane, who are they going to go and help? And right there, that was the right call for Hailang, getting up into the clash lane to help out 90. And oh, Shanks is so low, just wasn't able to kind of close that gap. They are able to freeze the wave though, which is really good here. City Boy looking like a sitting duck for now as he's trying to maintain the T1 into the farm lane.
Yeah, a lot of decent damage down onto the tower. Nearly a third of its HP gone thanks to OG Esports committing full 3 members into the bottom side of the map where Shanks and CT Boy were at the mercy of a 2v3. And as you called out, because Hailong committed to the top side, that was the appropriate response from OG Esports overall. Dao has not gotten a chance to really get involved on the map so far, but as we talked about before in previous games, it's not necessarily the end of the world for a pay win condition. Just going to come down to how much resources he can get early on and see how big of a snowball he can leverage off of the first spikes in this build.
Exactly, yeah, he's just trying to kind of like out-damage the Luna at this point. So Clean on the Luna, he needs to try and out-damage that. But I mean, Clean so far definitely has the EXP lead, so he has to be careful. So I feel like the the contesting for the Tyrant when it comes through in the next like 40 seconds or so is going to be a bit of a peak interest for those watching at home, because both of these teams are definitely going to be wanting to pick up that Tyrant, because obviously it not only just aids Dowdow, it aids On as well as Wen, so a lot of damage, a lot of movement speed coming through if either team claims this in the next 26 seconds.
Twisted Mind's yet to have made a strong move for the Tyrant, but the infinite fastness traded at the hands of Hailong's World is my board. Meanwhile, topside fight 2v3. Dowdow comes in at the nick of time, and just like that, finds the execute on Clean, who was trying to set up that 2v2, but falls to the Tiger of the West. And just like that, two members falling on the top side opens up that tier 1 turret for getting fallen here just at the 4-minute mark, where the shields have shattered and the extra damage reduction is gone. OG Esports going to be able to open up the map successfully.
Yeah, I mean, unable to get the clash at T1, though. They definitely didn't do enough damage as possible, overextended, overzealous into the clash lane. But however, that is one of the things of Dowdow, right? Like, he was like, you know what, I can't quite match the damage of Clean on the Luna, but if he's damaged, I'm going to leap in there.
Yeah, that low health target, super susceptible to a Dowdow Tiger form execute on that first skill, and now he's made his way over to the bottom side where the Tyrant has yet to be taken. Should be swept up unless Hailong can get something funny there, but clean execute by Dowdow with the smite. First Tyrant of the game secured for OG Esports.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing. This is where the damage scale is going to come from, right? It's like, not only does it come from the Tyrant within this next, like, 75 seconds, it's where those resources come through for the side of OG Esports as they start to build a lot more of those damage items. I would believe at this point that Dowdow definitely has the Axe of Torment right now, but we saw a few of the, we saw the set sail, I believe it was, like being exhausted there by 90 and wasn't actually able to connect onto anybody or get any results, but it was kind of just to say, guys, can you just lay off my T1 into the farm lane for now?
Yeah, I mean, they definitely have to. Twisted Mind's feeling the pressure on both of these side lane tier 1s. About to fall, I think the minion wave on the bot side set up by OG's farm lane duo. Gonna do the dirty work for them unless On needs to walk on over there, but there it is. Just those minion waves prepped up while the rest of OG Esports was keeping the attention of Twisted Minds mainly in the mid lane, and now getting a little bit more damage on that second tier turret. The rest of Twisted Minds trying to collapse as fast as possible. Set sail, looming right on over around the river. What a collapse. The World is my board is gonna lock them all down, but can OG Esports turn this fight around? I don't think so. Zhongfei jumping in. CT Boy first trying to run away as he bought enough time on the front line, but it ended up being a 2-for-1 trade favoring Twisted Minds.
2-for-1 trade. I mean, we could have seen OG On actually like try and commit his common skill if he had it, which would have been huge for him. The infinite fastness there is going to save him from Clean trying to take a takedown onto On. But honestly, the damage coming through for On right now, he's a whole level ahead of Shanks. They have to be careful because those flaming palms, honestly, City Boy had health, and then a brief moment after, City Boy had no health.
Yeah, that's crazy. And OG Esports, despite a really good flank from 90's Sunse, and it was a big fight, unfortunately, they weren't able to find any objectives off the back end of it. It was still OG Esports jungler in Dowdow, who was mid lane, not involved with the fight, able to push in the mid lane and then get the tier 1 turret off the back end of it, because the rest of OG Esports, who were up, prevented Twisted Minds from being able to rotate and make that defense possible. And just look how the objective sequence has been. Tier 1 mid turret opens up the top side map, Overlord taken off the back of it as well. I mean, OG Esports, even with such a nice pick from Twisted Minds, just not enough when it comes to the macro game.
Yeah, no, the objective takeover is kind of like a bouncing ball. It's just like boom, boom. It's all tactical. It's like a ping pong ball in a machine, but so is 90 there. He gets now.
Tiger of the West for a reason. Look at this guy go. Dowdow has yet to fall on something like the pay in any of these games. A triple kill for Dowdow. Are you kidding me? There's a reason why this guy has earned the title of the best pay in the West, and he just continues to lay down the pain on the other side of Twisted Minds.
Yeah, I mean, what was that? 4-0 trade overall for OG Esports. Again, rocking down into the mid lane here, trying to take the T2, especially with the aid of the Vanguards as well. They're not looking to kind of like pull the brakes anytime soon. They were like, guys, we've seen that there has been like an inkling at a full best of 5 so far within day one, but we really aren't interested in getting to that point. We just want to kind of claim victory, go back, have some snacks, go back again tomorrow.
I mean, OG Esports were definitely snacking on the corpses of Twisted Minds right there, and the way they ran them out of the jungle. Whew. We are now staring down another 6,000 gold lead, this time at 8 minutes, not super early on like we saw in game 1, but the win condition, the way that OG Esports in the past have been able to manifest these strong snowballs off the back of something like Dowdow on the pay has arrived, yet all the same. All the side lane turrets had pretty much collapsed. One tier turret stands in that clash lane, and yet on with the flaming palms, just doing a number to the health bars of Twisted Minds.
I'm just so flabbergasted by these cannon blasts that are coming through from Muchin. Like, he's predicting his enemy team's movement before he's even saw it. He's like, guys, I'm living in like 2 seconds ahead of life, and he's just laying them down. We see the set sail trying to be committed, but it does exhaust the infinite fastness. But at this point, when OG Esports are being that aggressive, it's not really the be-all or end-all, right? Like, yes, you exhaust the ultimate, but at the same time, they've got minions coming into all 3 of your lanes.
It is just too damn easy for OG Esports at this point. They blitz through the high ground turrets in the top lane and the mid lane. What is my board? Is just going to keep them in. But they're not there. With Twisted Minds. Twisted Minds is locked in with OG Esports as now the crystal is exposed and just a finisher. A faster one. 9 minutes and 54 seconds. OG Esports moving that
under
point.
10 minutes that one. They're trying to just like surmise on their previous victories. Like, guys, okay, we took over 10 minutes. That was a little bit too long. Coach Andy was like, guys, what are you doing? We know we've got a sub 10-minute game in you. And it's like, right, okay, we'll go for game 2. We'll do it under 10 minutes, and then will you be happy? And then Coach Andy's going to be like, no. You got to go sub 8 minutes next game.
I mean, I wouldn't put it past them at this point. Now, they don't have access to the Pei Byron combo, so I'm not sure if there is another, secret hero composition that is faster than Pei and Byron at this point in the draft phase, Blam. You're going to have to fill in the knowledge for me if that is the case, but, at least to my limited hero pool knowledge, I mean, that is going to be the quickest that we're going to get unless, Twisted Minds just really, buckle under the pressure.
I mean, the global ban pick obviously affects both sides, right? So both sides are getting the picks that they really want, and we're now getting into the potential match point as well. Obviously, in that game 2, there were quite a lot of like T0 exhausted picks. Obviously, Pei over to the side of OG Esports, as well as the Byron, as well as the Lung as well. So quite a lot of these picks already being taken off the side of OG Esports, as well as the Lady Chen as well. So already we're getting further and further down into the global ban pick. So game 3 is definitely where they're going to be starting to kind of like see if there is that kind of like fast-paced kind of team comp that you're looking for there. If that does come through, we may be seeing the Guan Yu maybe. They're like, you know what, guys, it's the 3rd game. Can I bring out my Guan Yu, please? Can I get on my horse and just try and dominate the clash lane? But less about game 3. We're going to look at the post stats of game 2 for now. So 504 for Dowdow, 204 for An, and then the rest is kind of just like fluttered with the minor deaths along the way. But honestly, like I was saying towards the end of that game, Muchin on the Motsu, these cannon blasts are just perfection.
He was reading through the whole library on Twisted Minds and where they were going to go every single time he was firing a cannon blast, as you called it. He was predicting where they were trying to move. And for the rest of OG Esports, I mean, that just makes it so much easier to follow up on range damage, thanks to the hands of On and Wen on the respective Lung and Lady Jen hero picks. KK, yeah, did get focused down early on by Twisted Minds. There was a couple of picks onto the top side of the map, thanks to Hailong making those roams and collapses on over. But as soon as Dowdow got involved into the fray, oh yeah, Keke was back in business, being able to push out those side lanes, and then it just came down to OG Esports maintaining 4-man coordinated push on whatever side of the map that Dowda was not on until they needed him to join into those fights. And then the 5-man overwhelm, what can you do at that point as Twisted Minds?
Exactly, it just all rolls out, right? Like we were saying towards the beginning part of the game where we saw Dowda kind of just like getting the feel for himself onto the pay, just getting that resources, getting that damage spike come through. And then when the perfect time came through, he initiated the thumb and was like, bros, I'm going in, I'm getting the counter clean, and I'm making this personal. 5-0-4 KDA, 20% of the damage dealt, only 16% of the damage taken, and a total of 26% of the gold. It's going to be Dowda taking MVP in game 2. So he hasn't had the perfected series of having all MVPs, because Keke got the first game 1, but this is where we started seeing shine. Look, pounce off the wall, straight onto clean. He did not let any moment slip, and then Keke picking up the second kill there. But this was a nice little sandwich here for Twisted Minds, right? We had the set sail, we had the unbridled outburst, as well as the world is my board. Like, so much control being exhausted there, but only so little results, which is the problem, right? When you're going against a team like OG Esports, you need maximum results.
And the big thing too for Dowda is, even if this wasn't necessarily like the most bloody game from him on the pay, where he was racking up a significant source of the damage, just a split even 20%, which is, you know, makes sense, a 50% of his total team damage share. The big thing is that not only he was deathless again on the pay, but also he was getting so much objective control done on the map whenever his team was absorbing pressure from Twisted Minds. But now we find ourselves at match point 4 of the series. OG Esports, one more game is all they need to close out the series. We'll see if Twisted Minds can find a way to come back, or if it's just going to be OG Esports taking the series home. We'll find out after this break.
I feel it deep, flowing through my blood. Rising up to become someone, and taking it all on my own. What a sweet victory. And taking all of my control, awaken something deep in me. Like flames, feel it burning inside. Take a hold in pursuit of the prize. I've been told ain't no way to survive, keeping all of this fire that's locked aside. When this is the time, enter the ring. All those mental chemicals doing their thing. I got flashes of battles inside of my dreams. I was made for this moment. At least now it seems like it's time to come face to face with your fear. But battling reason.
Welcome back. We're getting ready for our third game of the series between OG Esports and Twisted Minds. Could be the last game of the series if OG Esports decide to continue their undefeated game streak here in the Kings Major West League, or could be going for more if Twisted Minds show up and, you know, do the unthinkable, which is making OG Esports bleed and causing them to drop a game.
I mean, it's all within the realm of possibilities, right? But after those first 2 games, it becomes a little bit more, like, unbelievable for the side of Twisted Minds, right? Like, they need to pull out something really good. Like, they have to make sure that this next draft into game 3 kind of counters the already sort of, like, existed or exhausted 10 picks onto the side of OG Esports. So we are getting into the middle of the series, right? Like, honestly, anything can happen at this point, because this is where you kind of start to see, like, picks kind of be thrown and weaved in between. Okay, do we have top tier picks? Do we have kind of pocket picks come through? We'll have to wait and see, but BP will come through very, very soon.
When we look at the hero pools for a lot of these characters here and the players, I mean, it is now coming down to how creative you can be. Is there some niche pick that Twisted Minds can pull out that OG Esports don't have that much experience playing against? Is there something like the Shungguan that we have seen from others that have pulled a number on people that were not really expecting it? Or is it just going to be OG Esports continuing to run the show? Twisted Minds going to take to the red side, and OG Esports are banning the Ogren here, just making sure that they recognize that, hey, we already played the Ogren before, so we can never use it again. So now it's up to us to make sure that they never get a chance to use it, especially since we've already exhausted one of our main counters in the Ogren by playing the Pei in game 2.
Exactly. I mean, if they allow Twisted Minds to not ban, well, I mean, it's up to Twisted Minds here, right? Do they ban out the Mai Shiranui and then hopefully to take it in the first 2 picks, or they'll give it over to Wen? They do ban it out. Honestly, Highlang here was looking for that pick, but here we are. I did say it potentially in the end of the post game 2 that Keke is looking to bring out that Guan Yu in that 3rd match of the series, and he is.
Guan Yu instantly slammed. First pick on the side of OG Esports. The Red Mare Rider will take to the Gorge once again. Twisted Minds now have a chance to lock in their counter pick of choice for 90 in the Clash lane to see if they are fearing any chance that OG Esports will try to snipe away those options in the 2nd round of picks and bans. And right now, Twisted Minds locking in their solo laners of choice, Nuwa for Hailong and Mayin for 90.
Ooh, okay, so the Mayin, again, looking for a lot of CC onto this pick, right? So again, using the whatevers to try and catch up the backline, but this means that OG Esports is able to lock in the power CC couple that is Liang and Princess Frost. This is going to be going over to Muchen and Wen. So again, we're going to be seeing some quite heavy rotations down to the bot side of the map. We're going to be seeing the suppressions come through, potentially onto the Mayin if they decide to go for any of the high frame heroes onto the side of Twisted Minds. But for now, they're looking at kind of creating a bit of distance between Twisted Minds and OG Esports with the Motsu pick.
Yeah, if I ever see Muchen with his flash skill available and he's post level 4, something has gone wrong. I need to see Leon constantly flashing with the ulti to set them down and lock them in for the Princess Frost ultimate to come out on top as well. That has just been such a staple we have seen emerge over the course of week 1 here in the Kings Major West League. Now, Twisted Minds have a chance to ban out some farm laner options for On. First one on the table is that D-Renja, whereas OG Esports, recognizing that Dianwei is starting to creep up in playability and priority for some of these teams, and not just limited to, you know, the one-off we saw in the first couple of series, but now just starting to pay some respect to Clean pulling it out again here.
Absolutely. I mean, we are seeing the Chano ban, so we're not going to even get a Chano. If this does not go to a best of like another round, the Chano is not going to come through for the first time in the day, which seems a bit like a bit of a fever dream at this point. But we are going to get the ban onto the Lady Sun as well as the Dion Wei. Again, the burst potential from this pick is pretty huge. But we're going to get the Ho Yi for Shanks onto the side of Twisted Minds. So using that Burning Sun arrow to try and get the lockdown. It's obviously going to be paired very nicely and synergized very well with the Cannon Blast. If you can land the Cannon Blast and then from downtown becomes a Burning Sun arrow, that's when we could see a big burst damage pick from the side of Twisted Minds come through. Maybe something like the Jing here could be very well for Clean.
Yeah, now you have double range CC that can set up for someone on Twisted Minds to just pounce on a stun target. Nuwa can at least aid in with some more extra long range damage, so I like the idea of maybe something like the Jing for Clean, whereas for OG Esports, this is a new one. Feng being locked in for On and Musashi. We've definitely seen that hero before a few times in the tournament, but might be a first time for Dowdow if I have to go back and confirm in my stats. But yeah, this is exciting stuff. I don't think we've seen a Fang in this stage in the tournament so far.
No, we don't see the Fang at all, but it's going to be the Musashi going over to Dowdow, and then Arn will be on the Fang. So again, it makes complete sense going in and drafting into the Ho Yi, because there is so many skills onto the side of Twisted Minds where if you use Fang's second ability, he becomes untargetable. So if you roll out, he's not going to take the damage. Say, for example, if he knows the Burning Sun arrow is going to land on top of Fang, he could just roll out the way and it's not going to land onto him because he becomes untargetable. So it's a good pick. There's huge burst with this pick as well, thanks to his first skill, being able to proc those three basic attacks, and then he gets a splash damage. So if your enemy team's not careful, you could effectively cause a lot of maximum impact just from that splash damage from his first skill. So
awesome to see the creativity of the hero pool starting to be explored thanks to the fact that we are now playing in double round robin best of 5s for the rest of this week, both in Group S as well as in Group A. It's already starting to make its way, and I wanted to say toll, but toll sounds too negative. You know, it is starting to show the effects as we're heading into our 3rd game of the series. The first time where we have seen, you know, a 3 consecutive game series from the likes of OG Esports and Twisted Minds. Just credit to the fact that OG cleaned house on them in the previous best of 3 that they played in on last week, the last day of the ranking week. But now we're heading onto the Gorge. What could potentially be match point for OG Esports, or a start of a comeback for the side of Twisted Minds.
Yeah, I mean, I do like the pick of the Masashi here, right? So it gives access into the back lane, especially onto the likes of Shanks or even the Nua, right? That's where you're really going to be seeing those duel to the depths really being committed there. So he's able to get in there, use the extreme speeds, or even use the Illuminating Slash, which can block a projectile as well. So a well-timed Illuminating Slash, which is Masashi's first ability, can block out a lot of projectiles. So if you've never played Masashi before in your ranked games and you think that's a cool mechanic, definitely give him a try. Build him tank. Some people like to build him with attack damage, but honestly, he is still probably more preferred and best suited to the tankier role.
And the nice thing about tank items in Honor of Kings is that it allows you to do a significant amount of damage, even if you're not building directly damaged items. Because if you get that gold lead, then you just stat check people with the amount of base stats from all the level advantages that you have over the opponent. A lot of projectiles that you can block in this game, things like the Cannon Blast as well as Burning Sun Arrow. Meanwhile, OG Esports, a lot of early proactivity. Some checks here on the top side. 90 getting taken down super low by Keke on the Guan Yu. However, not enough, as Hai Long at least will escort him back to the safety of his tier 1 turret, whereas Ans Feng was getting pressured by the Motsu. I think he's constantly getting stopped on the recall here over the Cannon Blast.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is with Lam, he's able to kind of get the wave clear that he needs to. With his first skill, he can kind of like roll. When he rolls out, he leaves a bit of a trace behind him, and that does damage over time as well. So it's a very useful skill, and it also procs the passive, the damage over time from his first skill also. So going into these team fights, as he's going to be very burst damage orientated, but at the same time, Feng is great at taking turrets as well, because you can also put his first skill onto turrets, and it does that exact sort of burst damage over time as well. So you can take down turrets in like a moment's notice. It's a very good hero, especially when you get in towards like the middle of these best of 3 series, and you need a little bit of like wave clear and siege mechanic on your team.
Well, it does help in this particular situation for OG Esports, since Wen and Muchen are not necessarily going to be on wave clear duty. They're going to be looking at pick duty and trying to see, hang on, Burning Sun Arrow is going to clip Keke in the top side of the map. Here it comes. Is it enough? Oh, not. It's not enough damage. Meanwhile, Shanks without a Burning Sun Arrow means that the 3-man collapse is just too easy for them to get first blood.
Yep, first blood comes through for the side of OG Esports, and you've seen it here. That first skill procced onto the turret is pretty much got it down to 2/3 of health, but he's got to watch out. Coalescence comes through.
Oh, Hai Long has on the run here, but no flash available from both of those players, so unable to make his grand escape, just barely surviving on a little bit of HP there. Muchen and Wen will be able to pick up the pieces and get the wave pushed in. A lot of damage done to the tier 1 in this farm lane, so another successful fight from OG Esports, if they find it here, would mean the first tier 1 turret falling in the game.
Yeah, I mean, right now, globally, the gold is only like about 1k in terms of the favor of OG Esports, which hasn't been sort of like their fastest hour within this best of 5 series this far. So again, a little bit of a slower pace, but with the comp that they've got for here, it's generally a slower pace in terms of wave clear anyway.
Yeah. Okay, very grateful that even with the cross-map arrow hitting him, he's a little too tanky and just not enough damage from the side of Twisted Minds to collapse here. Meanwhile, threatening the siege or the dive onto 90 on the top side of the map. But because of Hai Long with this Nua able to collapse back onto the top side, and look at that! Twisted Minds being able to pull the wool over the eyes of OG Esports with a rotation of their own. And now a 3v1 versus Keke's Guan Yu. He's not strong enough to stop this siege from happening.
Yeah, they're going to take the T1 down into the Clash lane, but it looks like that's going to be paying dividends over to the side of OG Esports. Arn is able to get the T1 into the farm lane. So once more, it's going to be a lot harder for Shanks to go back to his lane and just farm up, because you know you're always going to be susceptible to a gank. And this is where the Masashi comes through as well, right? Like, he can use the extreme speeds over walls, very thin walls, I have to note that one, but then also the duel to the death to close the gap between himself and the marksman.
Another Burning Sun arrow cross map right onto the mid side here. A lot of stuns onto Mooch and forced to pop the ulti just to keep Hailong at a distance. But this is the power of that long range CC from both Shanks and CT Boy. The fact that the Burning Sun arrow finds its mark first allows CT Boy to confirm the cannon blast to continue the CC duration. And poor Moochen, what is he supposed to do? Everyone else collapsed around him.
That's it. I mean, this is one of the good things about the monkey pick, right? The Dream Roam is going to be able to sort of like stop the suppression in spot and kind of just create a big divide, like create the distance between himself and the team and the Liang there. That's going to really just put pressure on. But Arn getting caught out there into the bot side of the map. Thanks to
on the Mayin, just super fluid and super mobile on this hero, able to close the distance. Even with on burning the flash here. Now Keke trying to do battle in the mid lane. There is the combo once again. Liang being able to suppress and keep CT Boy locked down in the mid lane. So at least 1 for 1 on the map.
Yeah, taking the cannon blast off the table for about 13 seconds is probably going to be very fruitful for the side of OG Esports if they decide to take any fights, because they're not going to have that long range setup from the Modsu there. But they have to kind of make sure they're tending these lanes as well, right? Because they were able to get the T1 into the Clash lane. It's already going to put a bit of unnecessary pressure onto the side of OG Esports, and that's definitely something they don't want, right? They need to make sure they're kind of maintaining the pressure for themselves. I mean, the Clash T1 over to the side of Twisted Minds looks very low. If they can just get Arn into there and put the first skill in and just procced it, you'll get a lot of splash damage.
And as we talked about before here, Blam, Wen and Moochen being that two-man duo. However, the Burning Sun arrow had connected onto Moochen, and everyone from Twisted Minds immediately rotates to the bottom side, catching out that combo of Wen and Moochen on the Princess Frost and Liang. No objective to immediately take off the table for it, since Twisted Minds are not really interested in looking for that Overlord off the back, but it allows them to get this massive wave push into the tier 1 turn on the bottom side. That should take it out cleanly, and Twisted Minds able to equalize the amount of turrets taken on the Gorge.
Yep, exactly. They're able to kind of mob up those two T1s as well into the side lanes. Honestly, I do like the fact that they not only have the teleport mechanic from the Clash lane, right? They have Hailong, he has the Coalescence. That means that you can kind of put pressure wherever he is on the map. But if he gets in a little bit too deep, you can kind of push him away with the blocks, right? But right now, he's very low. Winter is here. He's going to think that he claims the kill.
CC of Doom for the side of OG Esports. Wen had to flash away, but still safe enough to position themselves away from any threats. And a quick pick off on the Monkey after the pick onto Hailong's Nuwa sets OG Esports up for success. A quick throwdown from Dao Dao on the Musashi. Still finds 90 even in the trade, and On gonna take his limits here against Shanks. Goes back in, looks for the first. That was disgusting, but still gets shut down by CT Boy's Motsu.
Nope, yep, ultimately gets shut down, right? Like, it definitely tried to out-finesse the side of Twisted Minds there with that second skill from the Fang, but it just wasn't enough, right? Going against Hailong and going against Shanks, there's just a lot of damage between those two heroes alone that you can't really just out-commit when you're a Fang.
Take a look back at the replay. This was in the aftermath of the collapse from Wen and Moochen off of Clean and Hailong, and continuing the pace. Look at the second skill coming back in. Goes back in, pops Shanks' Hou-Yi.
Yeah, nice clean pickup there for the side of OG Esports. Not as clean game as it has been already in this best of 5 for them. They're still up by about 1 point, let's be charitable, 2k gold lead there. Quick maps from Blam, 2.8k to 2.62k. So now they're looking to try and take another Tyrant for themselves. This is going to benefit On if they're able to claim it. It just gives him an extra little bit of damage. But if you look over to the itemization, he's built the Axe of Torment first, gone for the Eternity Blade. He's built the Blood Sweeper as well, because there is no healing coming over the side of OG Esports. You kind of have to get it for yourself with these items.
Got to be a little bit more self-sufficient on the Fung here, but the turret pressure and the support from Moochen and at least Dao Dao momentarily allowed on there to push in as much as possible, but had to escape all the CC and Mooch. And yeah, that jungle quadrant did not belong to OG Esports anymore, unfortunately, but just stayed behind to ensure that On was able to escape. And Twisted Mind's gonna benefit off of another kill.
But On displayed beautifully there what I was on about with Fong's second skill, right? Like, he's able to block incoming projectiles, well, at least become untargetable. He untargetable onto the annihilation from Nua, so he's able to just, like, Nua laid it down. Highlang was like, yo, I've got this kill. He was like, no, I got your number, baby. I'm going to roll through with my second skill, and it's going to completely negate the damage come through. But OG Esports looking to prioritize the Shadow Overlord here. They want to try and get some dominance into these lanes, whereas to the side of Twisted Minds, they want that extra little bit of damage. And right now, under the likes of Ho Yi and Shanks here, it could be very, very well.
Yeah, potentially, right? And Twisted Minds using the pressure off of that pick. Hang on, CT Boy in trouble, and KK just from out of nowhere smacks him in the face with the front-facing power of that Horse Stampede. And OG Esports is making sure that they are maintaining the macro pressure despite Twisted Minds taking the tier 2 turret on the bottom side of the map after the pick. They got the Shadow Tyrant for themselves, so they have a little bit of extra team fighting power, but OG Esports knows the money is in that macro pressure, being able to take turrets as fast as possible. Burning Sun Arrow already used, stunning him up the front line, but it looks like it's just so easy for DAO to just annihilate the backline and make his way out, still maintaining the deathless streak that he has. Now oh baby, Mighty just making sure that he can trade one back, but still falls on in the trade, and Shanks still alive, but Burning Sun Arrow's gonna clip when in the back, should be enough for Clean to finish him off. And they got CT Boy being able to assist in the 2v1. And Twisted Minds still not giving up this game 3 without a fight.
Not giving the game 3 without a fight, right? But I mean, you can see there that OG Esports have threaded the Vanguards through the needle, just straight into the Crystal territory, right? Puts a lot of pressure onto the side of Twisted Minds. It means that DAO can just basically have free roam onto all this jungle resources for himself, as he's starting to see here, going onto the Lizard and then going onto the Azure Golem. Again, Musashi really needs that Azure Golem, especially for those cooldown reductions on his abilities, as well as the... That's all he basically needs it for. Just the cooldown reduction. That's all he needs.
Yep. More spamming of the cooldowns means more times that DAO can defy death, as he has done so throughout this series, throughout the tournament. Still maintaining, I think, only 5 deaths so far. I do not recall him ever going down as the Ogryn in the first game. So if that is the case, no one has taken more than 5 kills off of DAO in the entire Kings Major West League. It's just such an impressive feat, an impressive stat to boast when you're already, you know, rocking the top of the standings alongside OG Esports and really making yourself known as probably the best jungler in the tournament.
Oh, absolutely. So far, I mean, this pressure coming through here, they have to get City Boy out of there. He does force, actually, he doesn't force the flash. He's able to just get out there with the dash for
Dream roll.
Motsu, but okay.
Clean is into the back line, looking for On, and Goodnight farm laner, but a collapse from Keke on the Guan Yu, trying to aim himself for Shanks in the back line, but he's pumping out the arrows as much as he can. But the CC, he just gets trampled by a giant horse. That is just some tough luck right there. Twisted Minds trying to survive off the back of Clean, but he falls next. And now look at this. OG Esports are just dancing in between the second tier turret and the third tier turret. The high ground turret was opened up some time ago on the bottom side of the map, and GG, well played to Twisted Minds. They thought it was going to be enough, ranking it as competitive as possible, but still not enough to take down the Titans in the Kings Major West League. OG Esports sweep the series.
It was just looking for a team ace to finish that one off. There was like, guys, don't worry about it. No sweats. We're not actually going to throw the game. Don't worry about it. It was just like they wanted to finish off that 3-0 in true fashion, right? Which was just basically get the enemy team completely aced. And as you saw towards there, they had the minion wave, and it was just basically Keke and DAO just constantly just bullying Shanks onto the Ho Yi there, just making sure that he wasn't actually going to have any time to go back to his base to get rid of that minion wave. But OG Esports maintaining that undefeated streak this far. I mean, what has it been? 15 matches now, and they still haven't dropped a round.
15 in game score, not a single loss across 7 total series. I mean, that is just insane. So insane. I think the only other team that has maintained that score so far, if I'm not mistaken, is Nongshim Red Force over in the Kings Major East League. I don't know if they dropped a game in their opening series, as I think the broadcast was earlier today. Nope.
No, I don't think they've dropped a game on their side at all. On the side of Nongshim, no, Nongshim went 3-0 against Scars, but Nongshim does actually go up against Gen G today, so that's going to be interesting to see if they can take a flawless spree from Gen G, who took an upset from Scars as well. So less about the East, we're on about the best, which is the West, and this is the post game for OG Esports, right? So that is 2-0-9 for Dowdow, so still only on around about that 5 deaths, right? So again, showing dividends onto the Masashi pick, just access into the backline, really paid great dues towards the end there for OG Esports, especially trying to like pounce on top of Highlang and Shanks to claim the kills. But then it was kind of like Arn's responsibility to go in there, get the burst damage, and just run them down. And then Keke was kind of just like the icing on the cake there, right? Like he was just bullying Shanks, unfortunately, towards that latter part of the game, which we'll probably see in the highlights. But overall, obviously, itemization-wise, nothing out of the ordinary. Pretty standard draft itemization.
Yeah. For the side of OG Esports, it just makes me even more excited to see them hopefully continue this momentum. It would be such an incredible feat if OG Esports were to realistically go fully undefeated, not just in week 1, not just in week 2, but then all the way to the tournament. If you were able to maybe at least drop a game in the finals, cool. But there is a realistic chance that this is now the second time that Twisted Minds has played against OG Esports. And as Twisted Minds have shown throughout the ranking week and just in today against 9C Globant, they are still the second best squad in terms of results that we have been able to show and play out so far. And if Twisted Minds cannot surmount a single game off of OG Esports, who is going to do that? Who can rise to the challenge?
I mean, I think at this point, we'll probably have to wait till KWC, right? But other than that, we'll have to sort of wait and see how the rest of the Major West League rolls out, because there is still another 3 days of the survival week. Anything can happen. They still have to meet Twisted Minds once more. But speaking of that, it's going to be Dowdow picking up his second MVP within this best of 5. 209, 70% of damage dealt, and actually taking a lot of damage, so paying dividends and proving to the point those in my chat over on Black MOBA saying, oh, why are you taking attack damage? It is all about Tank Masashi, because he takes 25% of the damage but gets into the backline. That is the point of Masashi.
Yeah, you got to set up the crowd control and threaten in the backline so that they cannot aid into the engages that Twisted Minds were trying to set up with their own front line. And just being able to move up to overall 7 MVPs, actually 9 MVPs now, considering that we had 2 more from today's series and the overall 7 MVPs that racked up in the first week of the tournament. He still has the most MVPs out of any other player in the Major West League. And since it's 9 out of 15 games, he's boasting more than half of this team's overall victories in terms of MVPs. Just going to show how instrumental, how crucial Dowdow has been to the success of OG Esports.
Oh, absolutely. He's definitely one of the spearheads on the team, right? But I don't think like there is a weak link on the team. They've definitely crafted a fantastic roster, right? Like, honestly, there's moments where Arn shines, there's moments where Keke shines. Muchin, like we were saying in game 2, his cannon blasts on the Motsu were just kind of so ahead of the time that it felt like they were ahead of the time. They were just kind of like always calculating where his enemy was going to be. And then obviously went as well into the mid lane. He's picked up a few MVPs for himself. Maybe not in the Major West League at certain points, but also within Season 3 Invitational. So honestly, like a really rounded roster here for OG Esports. Looking to take a lot of promise going through to the rest of the West League.
That does the rest of our broadcast for today as well. That was our final series, a clean 3-0 sweep. Even if the game 3 was a lot more competitive than OG Esports maybe would have liked for themselves, but they still found a way to close it out despite all the skirmishes that Twisted Minds were able to leverage against them. But with the conclusion of all 3 series, here are the results of those 3 series in case you are just tuning in now or didn't get a chance to catch the earlier games. It was a 3-1 victory overall for Twisted Minds against 9Z Globant, 3-0 for AYLO Gaming against Next RÜYA. That was a banger series. Don't let the game score fool you. Go back and watch it if you want to watch Tempest Dragon epic battles in all 3, because that's exactly what happened, Blam.
Yeah, I mean, that was honestly one of my favorite series of the day, right? Like, even though with a technical pause in Game 1, I will obviously let those guys know that, but those Game 2s and Game 3 all the way to the Tempest Dragons was huge. But here is the current standings for the Survival Week. So OG Esports at top of the lead here in Group S, whereas Twisted Minds, they're just a 1-1 game but lost 1 match as well. So they're second of the lead, but then the only team to play within Group A is AYLO Gaming and NRX. But AYLO Gaming right at the top with a 3-0 victory as well. So already a stern start for AYLO Gaming. I mean, you can't spell Group A without Group AYLO Gaming.
Woo! Look at that. I mean, maybe it was just predetermined. Now, we are getting ahead of ourselves here, as we still have yet to see the first series from Virtus Pro and MKOI being played out, which I imagine will be the case as we look ahead at tomorrow's schedule. No MKOI series yet, but Virtus Pro will get a chance to play against AYLO Gaming for the first time, not just against AYLO, but also on the Gorge. And remember, this is a double round robin best of 5 series. So even if the series does go one way, doesn't mean that the enemy team that is the victim of the series loss means that they are just completely done and over. They have another chance to play against that team later on in the week. We have, 3 more overall days of competition in our survival week. And of course, 9ZG to start off the series against OG Esports, as well as another Group F series to close out the day.
I mean, MKOI and VP actually played today, but it's off broadcast, so watch out over on
true.
Global Esports channels to see when that VOD drops, because that's something that I'll be looking out for, just to go back and watch, because obviously these are 2 teams that play very well towards the end of the ranking week. But that is all for us today, guys. I have been Blam Moba on all of social medias, and this has been Rafa Cast on all social medias as well. Make sure to go and follow us, guys. I'll be back tomorrow with none other than Mr. Phil Humes. Make sure you tune in. The action is only going to be even more intense, so see you guys tomorrow.
Ciao. Humus gang, rise up.